Hello, everybody. Welcome to the SAC Season 9 pre-show for finals. My name is Toma. I'm one of your SAC head TOs, and I'm joined here by TyFlow. TyFlow, how are you doing today?
I'm stoked, Toma. I feel like a kid on Christmas Eve, ready for Santa to come in. It's SAC Finals Day. We're so ready for this. We've been waiting all season long, and now it's finally here. We're going to see the best that mid-level has to offer. Toma, what do you have ready for this? Are you excited to see what could potentially happen here today?
I am super excited to see what's going to be happening here today. I mean, we've had such a strong season, lots of great teams turning out. And I mean, there's been lots of exciting matchups that have gone around throughout the qualifiers so far. These 12 teams have fought long and hard to make their way here. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table. But of course, TyFlow, we've got to give a little bit of introductions to all of these teams. And our first team of the day, Helios. Let's see what they have in store for us.
But they get the repop to go down. That's the wipeout. And there's the knockout. Helios will be your winners of qualifier number 3. Once again, Helios gets set up. It means good things for them. It might take a little while for the ball to get rolling, but once it does, it'll keep going down that hill.
Hello, I'm Sarla. I'm the captain of Helios, and I play Tentabrella. I'm basically a one-trick at this point. Next up, Floops. He's our main aggro player. He plays aggro shooters, sometimes support shooters. Next up, Zer. He plays quote-unquote most weapons. It's kind of insane, but for the most part, he's probably going to be on blasters for this tournament. Next up is V. He's our bucket player and is coming off of a 1-year hiatus and is an original member of Helios. Jaheim, our resident perma sub. Weapons are basically just a V-roller.
The horseshoe around and it looks like they will. The Inkling though, in the defense coming out from New Wave. Will they have a path forward? They're getting some points. Do they have enough? And they do. That's the lead there for Helios. And not just that, the set hinges on that movement.
I guess the best way that I would describe Helios is 4 different people trying to swat one fly, but we can't seem to catch it.
Helios has no brain cells, real.
Moving into SAC finals. I'm feeling pretty good, personally, but I know that going into the finals we're not going to have the most practice because of college schedules and everything. I really think that we're looking out for Triggerfish zones the most. As a month our senior, it's kind of insane how both of us formed at a very similar time in comp and have lasted this long, and now are in the same spot. I think that we have a really good shot at winning, but I know that we wouldn't be mad if we end up lower than that. I think our goal, for the most part, is just to have fun and run through the tournament as far as we can.
First. We aim for the top. We've never aimed for anything lower.
Happy 3rd anniversary, Helios.
Hashtag Squid Killers win.
Yeah, everybody, that was a great show from Helios, and I mean, I want to talk about one thing there. They talk about aiming for the top and never aiming for anything lower, and TyFlow, they may be our bottom seed team today here, but all they did was show up for one qualifier, and guess what? They aimed for the top, they won that qualifier. They came in strong, they dethroned Chocolate Milkshake, who had been on a 2 qualifiers tear, just showing up, and they took qualifier 3 very handily. So I'm really excited to see what they've got in store for us today. TyFlow, what are your thoughts on Helios?
Yeah, Helios, they're pretty good friends of mine, and let me just say, for them to only play one tournament and qualify, that's impressive. And that's what happens when you get first place. So props to them for pulling through and the one time they were able to show up. Obviously, Sorella on the tent is always going to be a fun one. I'm not too sure who they're going to be playing with. They might be playing with V today. V has been out for a full year, just like a total hiatus. I'm not playing Splatoon. I'm done. V's a bucket player. They play Neo Machine. They play V Bucket. It'll be interesting to see sort of a comp change if they run with V. It's really exciting to see what they run. If not, they're going to have Jaheim on the roller with Zur on the blasters and Floops on the shots. All really, really solid players. They may be C12, but again, one tournament, first place. Keep an eye out for Helios.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. CFV, like you said, has been keeping a low profile coming back in. And, speaking of low profile, let's talk about our next team, Swan Lake.
Swan Lake now toppling in. The crab tank goes down. The wave breaker now coming out for some chip. That's the lead in overtime. Swan Lake able to turn it around.
Hello, my name is Rose, and I play support for Swan Lake. I play and try and zap, and I paint the floor when I remember to.
That's not very often. I'm Zen, the Slayer shooter for Swan Lake. I play mostly just shots and splashes, and I live for the clip.
I'm Mao. I play leader for Swan Lake. I'm a one trick. I steal kills. That's all I do.
Hi, I'm Gren. I'm the Slayer for Swan Lake. I'm also the designated godforsaken EU player in the NA lobby. It's mostly just it's a group of 4 people constantly at war with each other.
You'd think me and Mao would work together considering relationship status and all of that, but no.
Not even
close.
That is my arch enemy.
What did I do? I protect
steal my
you.
kills.
I protect you. Hello?
You don't!
I do.
Yeah, you protect me by missing the flick.
My bad. That's not my fault.
Going into finals, I don't think any of us have, a lot of expectations, and we're not even really too stressed about it. But like you mentioned, we kind of have placed all over in the qualifiers.
Any takers?
I'm still.
I think we have a decent shot at placing top half.
Yeah, I was about to say top
above.
half or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, my last place though.
We are not losing round 1.
I cannot wait to be done. I hate these guys. I will never want to talk to them again. I will be quitting the game after this tournament. Good.
Swan Lake, I mean, they've been putting on great performances, but they've kind of kept a little bit of a low profile. Like I said before, they made it in here Typhlo just by getting those kind of middling performances throughout each qualifier, showing up to each one, maybe not being your top team, maybe not being that team that's out there taking it all, but just consistently kind of middle of the pack their performances, putting up enough of a fight to knock out some of those, really good teams, but not quite contend at the top, but still enough to find their spot here today, Typhlo. And I know you know a little bit about their roster and who they played with. Can you give us a little bit of insight on that?
Yeah, so I had to take a quick look at who they played with. So Zen, their shot player, for the most part, did not play in much of the qualifiers. They did play all 4 qualifiers. Slow and steady wins the race for them. They had previously played with Oofs in the first qualifier, 5th Gen in the second, Acing in the third, and Cactus in the fourth. Those are all 4 pretty strong players that we know quite a bit about. Zen we might not to be too sure about, but he's going to be playing Shot, V-Shot, and maybe some Splash. We know about Mao, their E-Leader player. It's going to be interesting. I believe this might be the only team that's running an E-Leader to begin with. The comp they're bringing is certainly going to be interesting, and while they might have a big hill to climb, I'm sure they're going to be reaching for the top here today.
Yeah, I definitely think they are going to be reaching for that top, and I mean, what a better time to show it. We talked about off stream a little bit, kind of with Helios and Swan Lake, it's a little bit of the tortoise and the hare situation. Sometimes slow and steady wins that race, and now all that matters is this tournament. Those qualifiers out the window. It just matters taking that win today. So best of luck to y'all at Swan Lake. Now, our next team up, a great, strong performer who's been around for a while. We've got DistInkt.
For DistInkt, they have enough clams, or they do nearly enough to KO. That's out the last one. DistInkt walking away with that pivotal game 3.
I'm Val, also known as DI Tiger. I'm the captain of DistInkt. I play primarily B-Roller and Carbon. Hope to bring big swig in.
Hi, I'm Mooj. One trick tri-stringer. What I do for the team is chip damage to help everyone in fights, output a lot of pain, and give us some long-range kill power.
Hi, I'm Afro. I play Z-Shock. I am born to aggro, but forced to Zuka.
I'm Rafa. I'm the midline flex player. I can play everything, but I mainly now play decam.
So yeah, we're quite a chill vibe. Like, obviously we get down to serious.
I hate all of you.
He has no right. He can't even vote. Shut up. Our vibe is quite chill. Like, we like to have a bit of fun. We like to joke a bit. Sometimes we do things outside of team practice, obviously. And yeah, we just like to have a bit of chill time, because I think that pushing comp is obviously something that can end up becoming so much of a priority that it corrupts your enjoyment of the game. So we try to remember to dial it back sometimes and just have a bit of fun. Moving into SSC finals, I have to say we weren't 100% certain if we'd qualify, but then we did quite well in the second one. We unfortunately only made it to silver, but we got second. It was kind of a pleasant surprise to find out that we still qualified. Lower seed or not, we still made it in, and I hope that our finals run goes a lot better than our qualifiers, honestly. And I think we're capable of that.
As soon as we have to play against an American team, it's all over.
Like, so, and I wouldn't be surprised, even if we came last, I wouldn't be disappointed, because they are all good teams. It's not like we fumbled or something.
So, on a good, distinct day, we're gonna win it all!
What the hell? Alright, let's go. Oh, sorry. I'm good.
Yeah, and that was DistInkt. Of course, they are a really strong top, off-meta team, and, they've got a fan here. She was in the background. Some of y'all pointed her out, and she's here to cheer on DistInkt. I think that she knows in her heart, as a, 6-month tri-stringer main at the beginning of this game, that I am just got the big tri-stringer fan here on DistInkt, and I've got to be cheering them on.
I'm happy for you that your cat there is a tri-stringer main. There's not many of them, so props to her. DistInkt, one of our 2 EU teams today. It's gonna be fascinating. As far as the tri-stringer, that's definitely a bit of a wrinkle. Another wrinkle I want to point out is Rafa, who's playing predominantly charcoal. They could play other weapons, but you usually see a lot of mint decavs or maybe stampers. Today, or at least in previous qualifiers, they have been running charcoal. That's fascinating. I can't wait to see how it works out, if they're going to stick with it, if they're going to stick with inkjets, especially when there's a bunch of teams with strong midlines, and especially against NA teams that might be a little laggy for them on the EU side. So best of luck to them, and hopefully, I at least hope they bring out the stringer and the charcoal.
Hey, gotta love that $20 a year going on.
Yeah.
Yep. We're gonna have our biggest fan leaving here. She's running away. I think she's gonna go try to sleep, but who knows? Maybe she won't. Maybe she's gonna have some insomnia, like our next team, Insomniac Central.
As Incognito is going down man after man after man, Insomniac Central looking to 100-0 this, and they will.
Hey, I'm Noir. I play Blasters and I'm the captain for Insomniac Central. I'm mainly Slayer midline and I really like threatening the team. Sam is our flex slash splash player. He really likes to throw burst bombs. Red is our 3k XP Stamper Slayer, and he also flexes to other midlines. Tenor is our Tenebrella player who plays a skirmisher role, and he just keep the attention on him. Uwapa is our main support who plays junior and is very experienced when it comes to painting the floor. He also has very well placed bubbles. Wings is our bow player who's an anchor / backline and is really important for helping with our chip-based comps.
So with our team, we're very close, all of us, towards each other. Despite all of the different things we say to each other, teasing, banter, we're very close-knit. I've been to several teams before and I never had seen this kind of bond. Not just like because of friends, not because of being teammates, but like pure friendship to its root. Moving into SAC finals, like the other teams, there definitely will be difficult, but the team in general is worried about chocolate milkshake. We've drastically improved from when we started SAC from now. So I'm very optimistic myself about finals. How far we will go in, will that?
I think it's safe to assume probably like a top 5 at least.
And that was Insomniac Central, and I mean, they have had some runs here, and one team in particular, I mean, you heard them mention it there, they've had quite the run-in with Chocolate Milkshake. They've gone down 0-6 against Chocolate Milkshake, but they're determined here today to prove Chocolate Milkshake that they have improved here to take it all. So, you know what, Insomniac Central? I'm always here for a little bit of an underdog story. I'll be rooting for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. So for Chocolate Milkshake, they lost 0-3 in grands of our first qualifier. And then in groups, they lost 0-3 as well. Same team, same result. Obviously, don't want to see that, but they'll have a shot for the three-peat. It's hard to beat the same team 3 times. They will be playing them first if they beat Manta Boat Fanclub today. Toma, Manta Boat Fanclub?
Yeah, I mean, Manta Boat Fanclub has been a force to reckon with, and we're excited to see what they'll bring to store today. Let's check them out.
Trying to see if they can find a pick. They need to get paint on this zone, but they're not going to be able to do so. Manta Boat Fanclub going to be closing that off.
Hi, my name is Jake. I'm the captain, co-captain, hard to say there, for Manta Boat Fanclub. I play a lot of Splash, N Splash, and B Splash, like cooler sometimes as well. Next we have Syri, our main anchor and cooler player. They like to hang in the backlines and provide coolers and do a lot of that stuff. Next up we have Agent, who's our carry. Agent plays Shot, 52, and Squeezer. He's like the main slayer. Next up we have Juice, who usually plays swords, plays a skirmisher role, decav, and most other swords. Next we have Caleb, who is kind of like our flex player. We bring him in a lot for Blaster. And then up finally we have J-Will, who's sort of like a flex as well, also kind of used as our coach.
Whoa, 2 are going to go down on the Cafeteria.
We all kind of came together from one streamer, Jazzicorn, and we all kind of just bonded together. We sort of like to joke around a lot and stuff, but when it comes to games, we're serious, we're all calling out and stuff.
Moving into SAC finals, I low-key feel like we've been doing good. We could have definitely done better, but I feel like we're a strong team.
Personally, from my point of view, I expected us to do well, but not this well, to actually make it to finals. It's definitely something that we're all proud of.
I'm expecting like a top half finish at least.
I would say we make top 10.
What are we doing?
Shut up, Zyri.
Manta Boat Fanclub, I am so excited to see them because, listen, this is a team that's still relatively new. They formed back in January as a pickup for Lowing and won it in August. And I mean, we're only in December. August to December, that is not a lot of time, Typhlo. And teams that graduate Lowing to find themselves in the spot of being in SAC finals that quickly is super impressive, and I cannot understate that.
Yeah, that's exactly what SAC is supposed to be for in some respects. We're trying to bring these teams on the up and up, and it's really impressive to see a team like Manta Boat Fanclub making their way on up. They definitely have a bit of a hill to climb, though, today. They have some pretty difficult mid-level teams that they'll be up against. And while they have done well to get this far, they got second in Qualifier 2. Some of their recent placements, Toma, they did not do well. They got 12th in Qualifier 3, not bad. But in Qualifier 4, they had to drop after multiple 0-3s. Toma, what do you think sort of coming into this? How do you think they get back into form here?
I mean, I think that, I say this all the time when I'm commentating, right? But half of the battle of Splatoon, you know, is just mental. Keeping that mental in check and keeping calm under pressure to help make those right decisions when they matter the most, because it's not really about, I mean, yes, at some point you do have to play well, you have to have those mechanics, but everybody here at this point, they have mechanics, they have solid fundamentals, they know how to take team fights, etc. But it's really about keeping that line of communication open, not getting frustrated, not letting things get in your way that are going to be able to break you down and cause lapses in judgment. So really it's just keeping that cool head and knowing what to do when you need to do it.
That's exactly right. And speaking of not breaking down and not losing your mental, we have some people who I know don't do that. Up next is the Cafeteria.
This could just be a knockout here in this game 3, Saf. Mimikyu goes down as well, delayed wipe. Third checkpoint is gone, and the Cafeteria gets a clean knockout push here in game 3.
I am Karma. I am captain of the Cafeteria. I play mainly our support role with Splash and Zimmy and sometimes Bamboo. We have Milk as our skirmisher player, plays Vanilla Dually Squelcher and Stinker. Those are our main two weapons, and he just plays it to distract and stall for time. Our secondary slayer is Soda. He mains mostly V-Slosher, Wiper, and sometimes Vanilla Dually. He is Slayer and Anchor a lot. And our last member is Brendan, our main Slayer, using 52 Gal, Mint Decapitator, and V-Try. He's there to get most of the picks and try an entry. Our team is very goofy. We do not log in or pay much attention at all until we have to focus up and have to dial in. Going into the SAC finals, we're not really scared of any teams, but we are looking forward to facing teams like Triggerfish Zones again and Chocolate Milkshake. We know we can get at minimum top 4. If not, we get first.
I'm not begging you to play Pen.
Yes, you are. Hello?
Dude, if I beg for you to play Pen, it's a joke, because I don't trust you.
Fuck you.
Oh my gosh. And okay, let's talk about it for just a second. We talk about lapses of judgment. Sometimes it's, a lapse in ability to hit people with the Zuka shot. Like, there was one player there, I think it was Typhlo? I think it was Typhlo?
Hold on.
Okay.
So first of all, for anyone else who's wondering, that was me in Qualifier 3, and that was a clip of me early on not hitting anybody with a Zuka shot. So yeah, when I talked about lapses of judgment with the Cafeteria and not really having the right mental, perhaps that might be a little bit of my fault, but we live and learn. Today they won't be playing without me. They'll be playing Karma, Milk, Soda, Brendan. That's their main team. Coolerless, backless. This is definitely a very different comp, and they've been running it for a good bit and having a lot of success recently.
Yeah, I mean, I remember commentating them. I think it was in Qualifier 2, if I'm not mistaken. But there was just so much power behind this team, and I love to see these kind of coolerless, backless comps. They can play so fast, so forward, because you're not relying, right, on that pencil or that back line to just provide that space. You rush in, you have to take it. You have to take it with your own hands. You have to win those front-forward fights and be really scrappy to make sure that you're not just getting picked off at range. And I think that's a really, really fun kind of play style to see, and it's not one that's super conventional nowadays, and I think that it really makes the Cafeteria a unique team to fight.
Yeah, we see there are a few other coolerless teams in this tournament, but there aren't really any backless teams. This team is both, and when you run this coolerless backless team, you're just putting so much pressure. Obviously, it comes with the downside of if you sort of fall behind, it's become more difficult to get back, but if you keep putting up that pressure and you get ahead, all of a sudden the Cafeteria is running up the score on you and they're putting teams away quick. Be on the lookout for them today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's just exactly kind of what you want to see today. You want to see those teams that are just really have that synergy together, who can really run in, who can really find those picks, who are going to be having that great team play. And speaking of a great team that has lots of team play, been established for quite a while, we've got our next team up is going to be FreeFlow.
Very large margin for error to come away victorious in the second half. That'll be that. FreeFlow will take this, but it looks like FreeFlow pretty well poised to defend their spot in the finale.
Hi, my name is JJ. I am the captain of FreeFlow. I am like the sword and shield of the team. You know how it be, Rella main.
Hey, my name is Parks, aka mid-level hero, resident frontline heavy player, flanking the enemies with Kraken and being in places I shouldn't be.
Hi, my name is Shins. I'm a duty specialist. Try to support my teammates wherever they need me.
Hey, I'm Cakes, resident flex player for FIFA, and I literally play everything for them, and I'll never turn down a chance to play flex. Blue is their 9-to-5 sword player for FIFA. As our sword, we just wait for him to push so we can retake.
Final push, they know they need to get that checkpoint, but it's not over. The splashdown and the hammer in the school. Is it enough? Brella is running on the tower.
I feel like our team is like a family. Like, not only just because we're super close, but like just our whole like cultural background of us all being like an all-black team like really like ties us together. So it's like we always like come to each other for like a bunch of different things in game and outside of game. Like it's really fun to be around everybody here.
And that all changes round 1, best of 3.
I'm over here yelling at Shins. We're stressing out.
Moving into SEC finals, anything could happen, but I'm confident we'll do pretty well.
But I mean, everybody gonna say they want to win. We want to win. Truthfully,
Yeah.
I just want to be able to entertain and give people a good show because I know we're gonna like stomp and do our best and make sure we put our butts in everything.
FreeFlow, don't cry.
FreeFlow, don't cry! Yo! Oh my lord.
You know, and entertaining and putting on a great show is something that FreeFlow has been doing for a very long time. Tyflow, they have been a staple in mid-level, showing up time and time again to events and just running through other teams. And really, they are just, I think, a very, very fun team. They've always got something going on, always got a great performance to come to the table, and they've got beautiful synergy with each other.
Yeah, the synergy I think really matters. One of these longer running teams, we have a few of them. Obviously, FreeFlow's one of them. And I gotta say, an all-black team, that's awesome. I'm a really big fan of that. You know, my white ass could never imagine having a team like that. So it's really cool to see something like that. And, you know, they're a really strong team. They're sometimes a little hit or miss, but when they're on, they're really, really on.
Yeah, they definitely are really on. I mean, and I'm like, they've had such a great performance throughout this season so far, making it all the way here to finals. They've made it to gold twice over in qualifier 1 and qualifier 4 as well. They've taken down DistInkt notably in that qualifier 4, going 2-1. And now, you know, they haven't had a lot of run-ins yet with the rest of the finalists. So today is really kind of that day that says, hey, you may not know how to fight us. We haven't had the chance to do so throughout this season so far, and they're going to take advantage of that. They're going to be bringing on that show, putting on a performance for us.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to mention, though, while they haven't played too many of the finalists, one of the teams they have beaten so far, Qualifier 4, 2-1 regular show, that's an all +3 team. Those are really, really good players. They were the first seed going into that qualifier, and getting a result like that, as well as results like 3-0 Geomancy and some other good teams, 2-1 Loxier in the first qualifier, this is a team that, again, when they're on, they could win this whole thing today.
They sure are, and I mean, big name there, but just big names continue to go through the rest of this tournament. And the next big name we've got at the table, Myopsidus. Let's see them in action.
They're just gonna need to flip 4 zone the other direction, but they're gonna lose 2, and this is all the momentum that Myopsidus need to steal this one by the end of it. We'll even get the KO for extra style, but that's all that Myopsidus needed.
Hello everyone, my name is Nom Nom. I am the team captain of Myopsidus. I play way too many weapons. I don't really have a weapon pool. Mostly I try to stick to front lines and wipers and stuff. Then we have Epic Turtle. He plays mainly Nautilus, but he sometimes also plays Anzep. We also have Haze, and Haze is the mother of the team. She founded Myopsidus way back in 2020. She mainly plays shot, but can also be an awesome bucket player. So then we have Goggy, and Goggy plays 96 for Myopsidus. And Goggy is known for his famous Goggy stat, going 0-1, but like with 2000 pain and 9 vacuums. Then we have Clawley, and Clawley has been the staple backline of our team, but unfortunately she is forced on pencil 9 out of 10 times. Then we have Fruk, and Fruk is bucket for us a lot of the time, and also really loves Tamper.
The dynamic of the team is
awful. We never focus on our goals. We always have too much fun, and then we forget we're actually playing the game.
Veterans, disbanding Myopsidus.
Let's go finally. Like a pack team, compact team, like a very lovely team. I don't know how to put it to words, but we really have a bond with each other. We moved it to SAC without really knowing what we were gonna do, because we wanted to play a tournament, and for the first 2 qualifiers we just couldn't, and we didn't even know it was a point-based system at first, so we just scooped in and. Then I thought we wouldn't make it, but then like the 4th qualifier we did so well, and then we got it. I think we showed pretty strong that with just 2 qualifiers we made it through. So, well, it's gonna be at least like.
It's gonna be at least first.
At least first, yeah, probably. My name is Myopsidus. No, my name is Nom Nom, and I am the team. But I'm the team captain of.
Bro, you didn't even say 10 words.
In FreeFlow, Myopsidus is a great team here joining us today, and I mean, they have been on top of those EU leaderboards, and I mean, their rivalry with DistInkt, another top EU team here today, trying to fight it out for that crown. That's a mutual rivalry there. I'm really excited to see how it's going to end up. Which ship them is going to, go further into this bracket, maybe even take it all.
Yeah, the second of 2 EU teams here today. The other one being DistInkt, a team that Myopsidus has beaten already. Qualifier 4, they won 3-0. It'll be interesting to see how well they do. In that Qualifier 4, they got all the way to 2nd place. They beat the seed 1 in group stage. They were 2-1 Astral Aces before eventually losing to them 1-3 in Grands. 5th and 2nd in qualifiers 3 and 4 respectively. This is a strong team that could potentially go all the way here.
Yeah, they definitely could go all the way here today, and I mean, I'm excited to see if that is going to happen. I mean, like we said before, the previous qualifiers don't really matter too much, and did Typhlo die here for a second?
Okay.
We're back.
Sorry
We're
about
back.
that. We good?
Okay, so maybe it's all metaphorical, right? If you died in the previous qualifier, it doesn't matter anymore, because all that's left here is these fights today. These teams are going to show up, and I mean, they're all capable of putting that on. They've got these gold bracket finishes, which are really impressive and intense, and better than some of the finishes above them as well. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table here today.
Yeah, and some of the players they're bringing here today, they have a total of 6 players on the roster. Nom Nom, their captain, plays just about anything as far as I'm aware. They have a Nautilus player in Tort, or Epic Turtle. But very good player, very strong Nautilus player, and we don't see a lot of Nautiluses anymore. If you get into the sort of the wrong comp against Myopsidus, that Naut with Tort is going to crush you. They also have a 96 player, they have a Pen player, they have a V-Bucket player, they have a Shot player, all really strong, all mechanically solid. They could put up a run here.
Yeah, they definitely could. And I mean, really just a staple team that has been around for so long. Really excited to see them here today. But next up, we're going to see them here in action. What they are bringing with them, Lunar Eclipse. Let's see it.
At the very end on Umami. But Lunar Eclipse, for the vast majority of that game, looked dominant. They were playing a lot quicker.
Hi, I'm Fox. I'm captain of Lunar Eclipse. I play backline and cooler and pen and, you know, the boring stuff.
Hi, I'm Vessel. I'm also a very boring player. I generally play support shooter, so shot and zap.
I'm Fern. I'm a Nautilus one-trick. I'm one of the more aggro players on the team, so my job is to start fights and hopefully end them.
Hi, I'm Droid. I'm Range Blaster one-trick, trying out Rapid a bit. I play Range Blaster more aggressively and more of a focus on directs compared to the average Range Blaster player.
Hello, my name is Vivity. My primary weapon on the team is Slosher. It paints a lot, helps a lot with getting fights going for the team.
Hi, I'm Tuumi. I play Splatana Wiper and it goes swish 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 until the enemy team is dead. Yippee.
We don't do too much outside the game with each other, but I think it's just been because our team has been on such like an upward trend since our inception. It's just sort of been like, damn, we can do some crazy stuff.
How we feel going into SAC finals is I think we're really confident that we can make some upsets and that we're going to do better in this tournament than other people think we might do. I just think that all of us definitely really want to win, and that's kind of the energy we are put out like every single time we've been playing in these tournaments, and I think we are better than a lot of the teams in these qualifiers think we might be.
We could confidently beat any team that's currently qualified, so it's just about stringing it together.
I think we're the underdog, but I think we take first. If you put a clip of any of us calling Vivity Skibbity Vivity in, it would make all of us happy except for.
And Typhlo, so we talked a little bit earlier about Manta Boat Fanclub being relatively new to this mid-level scene, and Lunar Eclipse is no exception here. They formed, so originally were Hyper Control back in May 2024, and after a little bit of disbanding and reforming, they formed Lunar Eclipse. And like when we talk about recent, like they were Div 5 third place in last Ludi season. So they're still pretty new to this mid-level. And they're also one of the only, I believe, 2 teams to beat Chocolate Milkshake so far, the other one being Helios. So they have really showed up with some fire.
Yeah, we talked about sort of team synergies and like working with each other for a long time, sort of makes improvements. We talked about with Helios and DistInkt, but aside from Helios, they're the only team that's actually beaten the Cafeteria. It was our first seed, so you got to watch out for them. Now, granted, in the very next qualifier in semis, they got swept 0-3. But that being said, you know, on the right day, perhaps they could take out Chocolate Milkshake. They've beaten the Cafeteria twice, so anything's really possible with these guys. They're a very strong group, and bring their A game, and they can take it all the way.
Of course, you know, a little bit notable, they did play with Ezio on their Q3 and Q4 roster, not here today. So interesting to see if that will change things up a little bit. Either way, really looking to the fire they'll bring to today's competition. And while we've had a little bit of newer teams here, now we're going back into some of those strong legacy teams. Let's hear it for Triggerfish Zone's Supremacy.
Kraken will dive in and get the job done there. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy able to hold on.
Hello, I'm Kraken Mare for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. I am the slappy brush meme, usually playing Vink.
My name is Mewtwo. I play Sloshing Machine Neo, and my role of the team is to throw point sensors at the other team.
Hey, I'm DRF. I played the Tri-Novo, a bit midline, a bit support, a little bit of everything when it comes to coolers and fizzy bombs.
Hola,
My name is Pepe. I'm mainly a frontline. I'm a one-shot V-shot player, one-shot Chaizuka user. I love Zuka, like a lot, like a lot. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Vapor. I am the aggro anchor expo player, throwing a lot of explosions. Orc Schmork is they are not SG Porky, is our beautiful junior player who loves throwing bombs, playing that objective, and making sure we can get jumps back in as our strong anchor.
Let me tell you about the team dynamic.
Okay. Let's not.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kraken, I'm sorry. You know, the team dynamic for TZS, I think the vibe is just kind of like brotherly love, but like we all just want to strangle each other, you know, like in a loving and brotherly way.
We are definitely a team that rides the vibes. We try to, you know, when the high is high, we can beat anybody in the game. But you know, sometimes it can be a bit of a struggle. So we are a vibes-based team. Shout out to Brian, who has not played SAC with us so far this season.
And so going into finals, our expectations are through the roof. We want to give a shot at the teams that are at the top. The only team that's above us right now in points is Chalky Milk. Chocolate Milkshake, we want them. We want to take them out. We are gonna go out as champions. That's the expectations for us.
Oh my god.
I didn't look at the image. I thought it was another image that he posted was a foot pic. Oh boy.
And of course, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, a longtime fan favorite here, Tyflo, and you heard them. They want Chocolate Milkshake. They're here today to try to claim this crown.
Yeah, they want Chocolate Milkshake, and they perhaps will get Chocolate Milkshake. They're one of the teams to beat here. I know a bunch of other teams have called them out. Seed 3, they're coming in strong. They have a ridiculous comp that is not like anything we see elsewhere, so I'm not expecting too many surprises. It's Triggerfish Zones. We know what we're going to expect today.
Always. Very classic team. Excited to see them here as always. But moving on next, we're going to be seeing Retro Records and what they've got to bring to the table.
And there's going to be the power claim jump and the score, and that is going to be the game for Retro Records, winning this set 3-0.
I'm Scribby. I'm the cam for Retro Records. I mainly play the cooler option, playing Dynamo. Sometimes we'll play gold and Rice will run cooler. Rice is our support, our flex shooter who helps like glue the team together, make sure it allows us to get in, either with strikes or Zuka, sometimes bubble if we're playing junior. Mycog is our Dread one trick. He brings a lot of insight on the game to our team. He's very skilled both mechanically and in-game knowledge. Me is our dually specialist. She brings a lot of like flexibility into her playstyle to help adapt to our unique playstyles. Lime was such a sleeper pick. He one-tricks Brush. He is insane at this game with Brush. He's always behind them, always providing entry with his whales. He's a good, reliable like skirmisher. I think we have a pretty chill vibe. We usually just poke fun at each other for jokes. Like, I feel like most teams do. Team chat, we're usually trying to just get the most out of our time, and like as a relatively new team, we're just looking for all these opportunities. We're all gonna have a positive mindset going into finals. Being glad we make it there in general is a very cool outcome. But obviously we're there to win. We're there to at least get podium there. And I think it's very doable for our team, seeing how our improvement has been climbing really fast. I don't know if I should say this, because they might make finals. Has some beef with he's always trash talking them.
And Retro Records is a team, Tyflo. They have been showing up throughout this season so far. They probably have the most information out of anybody as far as what they're going to be expecting today, because they fought 9 out of 11 of those finalists, going 5-4 in those matchups. So I think a lot that they could learn there and take with them into today's sets.
Yeah, that's incredible. No other team is even remotely close. That's sort of what happens when you play against all four tournaments. And we learned a lot about who they are, what their comp is. They're such an active team. Dynamo Roller, Dreadringer, this is a very interesting comp and team to watch out for. Again, they could beat anybody and they could lose to anybody. They're 5-4, so we'll see what happens here today.
Yeah, I mean, could beat anybody, could lose. I mean, it's finally time to talk about them. Our top seed, the one to bring down, Chocolate Milkshake.
Here, as the power claim's going to be coming in, is that going to be it? Yes, it is, giving Chocolate Milkshake.
Chocolate Milkshake, they are your qualifier 1.
Second qualifier
champion.
Looks to regain some ground. They will both drop, take out one, take out a second.
I'm Ali Games. I'm the team captain for Chocolate Milkshake, and I play Range Blaster. And honestly, my job right here is just to get every kill I can get for my team. I need to carry my team. So I'll start with Kobe, actually, our Gal player, and he plays a lot of our aggressive short-range shooters. He's just so handsome sometimes. Now, for Ivy has like some of the best roller gameplay in all of NA. Just like Atomic, honestly. Now let's talk about Cap. I love him, but bro, he needs to pick a weapon pool. I don't know what he plays nowadays. I don't know. Now about Sunny, our backline player, got robbed a +3. This is the most active pen you'll ever see in 2024. And then Turnip was never lowing banned until we played with her. That's aura for us.
I'm stuck inside tilted towers, feeling dead and I need to take a shower. In the classroom staring at the hours, starting G fuel, starting on that powder. Stupid, I go hard.
So our team dynamic is that we actually like to make jokes, and we're all in our winter arc right now. So we've been grinding pretty hard. And honestly, I think by the time that the SAC season finals comes up, we're gonna be all in our winter arc. I'm telling you guys, you gotta watch out for us. We like to win, we like to work hard, we like to play hard, and we try to get whatever we can. You know, truth is, without my team, I'd be nothing.
You've only been one qualifier. What do you mean carrying? I played more of the qualifiers than you.
Yeah, it's like the same.
And Chocolate Milkshake, again, they're our top seed. They're the team here to beat. I mean, they have been taken down by Helios in that Q3 when Helios came in, showed up, won that qualifier. So it's definitely possible to do it here today, and these teams are all itching to get that shot at victory against them.
Yeah, they're definitely the team to beat here. Seed 1 for a reason. 2 firsts and a second in the 3 tournaments they played. They're no slouches at all today, Toma.
Absolutely not. So excited to see if they'll be able to kind of hold on to that power that they've been holding throughout this season, if they take it home, or if they go down in a surprising twist. But Tyflow, for the pre-show, I think that's about all we have today. Those are your 12 SAC finalists for Season 9. So everybody stay tuned, because very shortly we'll be here ready to start with your tournament.
Like, it's going to be really rough, especially as Retro is starting to move back in. Not only do they have to get off of the defense, but they have to get a really, really good push going in order for it to be in their favor. And yeah, that triple really does seem to be sealing the deal. It's not over until that score clicks, but yeah, there it is. Game 1 is going to go to Retro Records.
Look at all of this paint that Triggerfish Zones has in DistInkt's court, and in their spawn as well. That's just going to be such a difficult thing for their comp in particular to fight against. DRF on that Inkling does manage to cancel that as well. It's just after one top left, the Zuka is out. It does get the pick on Vapor, but DRF still able to ride this tower. We are getting dangerously close to the tank KO as DistInkt dives the tower.
Oh my goodness.
That out, but again, Kraken jumping in is just a series of jump, but Rafa, the lone squid left standing here. And the splashdown is out. That's the delayed 3 down for Peace Strikers. Jelly Squids can work their way forward. The Peace Strikers lead is so small. Beautiful, beautiful flank there coming out from Ruro in order to be able to stall the Rainmaker, but Jelly Squids, oh god, my life flashed before my eyes. Muddy does manage to grab the Rainmaker just in time, but it's just them and Angelic. One pick there. They know the Flings is on that backside spinner. If Angelic can clear this, that is huge. They are signaling a this way for their teammates to know, but Peace Strikers running it down.
Everything is ready to stop them right there. And with 2 down onto FreeFlow, will the strikes be enough to stop them? Wait! Wait! They lost
almost everybody is just the Julies for FreeFlow, and the Julies has to jump away. Tigers in full bot themselves. One final push. They know they need to get that checkpoint, but it's not over. The splashdown and the hammer in the spawn. Is it enough? The Umbrella is running on the top. Chocolate Milkshake is on there and just a few points behind right now.
Yeah, members of both teams are just throwing themselves at the tower, but eventually Chocolate Milkshake will have it, as it is just a delayed wipe for Loxier, and now in a great position to go straight for the knockout. If any player on Loxier can jump on it, they can stall it out, but a great double and triple will come from the shot. And as they please, really just set their pace to how they wish, and I'm not going to be surprised at all. Yep, we see the same comp pretty much being run from Chocolate Milkshake, but on the other side, we do see a big change from Insomniac Central. Look at the full difference in weapons here. A Aerospray, a Decab, a Luna Blaster, and a Tri-Slosher. Already, though, Insomniac Central will lose 2 of those players. 3.
This is the Hail Mary comp. This is the completely different roster, but playing 4 different weapons, including an Aerospray. But it doesn't matter to Chocolate Milkshake what weapon you're bringing. They're still going to run forward, get splat after splat. They got a delayed wipe and they're already going in. Chocolate Milkshake. They're done. They're
surely going to lead to the lead. 2 clams left for the lead to be taken, and Mutiny is going to do just that with a minute to go. Abby not going to be able to get this claim in quite yet. Still trying to, you know, keep the basket open, but it looks like it's going to be a 1-clam game with 45 seconds left of regular time, and now Retro Records, they're on, you know, their last legs here. They have to get something going. Nice kill with the vertical flick from Scribbies with that Dynamo Roller. 35 seconds left of the match. Rice popping their own crab tank, trying to clear the way for the members of Retro Records to get into the enemy spawn, because I mean, they have to get a pretty solid score going. They have the power claims to do it. It's just about getting the bodies over there, and they're going to do just that with 1 power claim going to be lost in translation, but making its way to the basket regardless. Almost a knockout.
Ready, Kiddling trying to stay alive and able to really dive down and keep themselves afloat here. But are there going to be enough claims for Biscayne National Park to try and get this push? It looks like no, with 2 of their players down. And this, unfortunately, is at the worst possible time it could happen, as we have about 5 seconds left. And there's going to be the power claim jump and the score. And that is going to be the game for Retro Records, winning this set 3-0.
That was impressive. I think they even ended that with a KO, getting that
back at all. Now down to the 30-point mark. We can see a reverse here really, really quick with that.
It was almost a glide penalty right before Cafeteria got that lead, but Cafeteria not only captured the zone without losing the penalty, they also had still more players on the board, and right now Helios are simply throwing themselves at the zone. It's not going to work. Cafeteria, after a rocky start, are able to take control of the zone and hold it. Grabbing the Rainmaker, getting splatted into mid. Big Fat Seekers, they get a repop. They get another try, but this is their last one. This is their last attempt, and they have a hammer in front. The bombs are being thrown, trying to stop them, but it's not enough. Oh wait, they're just a few points and they get...
What a comeback there, Pat, in the last waning seconds of it. Big Fat Sea Cows managed to steal that game.
Any favors when it's staring at your face. Triggerfish own Supremacy, though. Only 1 left up here in the big bubbler. Here comes King Jaw once more, taking care of business. And now Helios, all of a sudden, close to taking away this first game yet again. The roller spots out Krakenmare, who was trying to be pesky, comes up with Smork again, and then gets behind everyone to cause more chaos as the deluge of pink ink goes on top of the rest of the members. And Helios walks away with game on the right side, and now it's a full 4v4. Bombs coming down. King Jaw starts to move forward here and will take care of Ivy. Titan, though, starting to close in, and now will get dropped down. That's a 2-down situation. Zephyr tries to go for broke onto the Rainmaker, but also drops down. Full purple ink closure taken down as well. King Jaw jumps back online. This is very much going to the side of Helios right now, but they still can't make it to the pedestal because they didn't have full control over it. But they get the repop to go down. That's the wipeout, and there's the knockout. Helios will be your winners of qualifier number 3 at the SAC Season 9. And how did they do that?
Like, it's gonna be really rough, especially as Retro is starting to move back in. Not only do they have to get off of the defense, but they have to get a really, really good push going in order for it to be in their favor. And yeah, that triple really does seem to be sealing the deal. It's not over until that score clicks, but yeah, there it is. Game 1 is gonna go to Retro Records.
Look at all of this paint that Triggerfish Zones has in DistInkt's court, and in their spawn as well. That's just going to be such a difficult thing for their comp in particular to fight against. DRF on that Inkling does manage to cancel that as well. It's just after one top left, the Zuka is out. It does get the pick on Vapor, but DRF still able to ride this tower. We are getting dangerously close to the KO as DistInkt dives the tower.
Oh my goodness.
That out, but again, Kraken jumping in is just a series of jump, but Rafa, the lone squid left standing here. And the splashdown is out. That's the delayed 3 down for Peacestrikers. Jelly Squids can work their way forward. The Peacestrikers lead is so small. Beautiful, beautiful flank there coming out from Ruro in order to be able to stall the Rainmaker, but Jelly Squids, oh god, my life flashed before my eyes. Muddy does manage to grab the Rainmaker just in time, and it's just them and Angelic. One pick there. They know the Flings is on that backside spinner. If Angelic can clear this, that is huge. They are signaling a this way for their teammates to know, but Peacestrikers running it down.
Everything is ready to stop them right there. And with 2 down onto FreeFlow, will the strikes be enough to stop them? Wait! Wait! They lost almost everybody. It's just the Julies for FreeFlow, and the Julies has to jump away. Tigers in full bond themselves. One final push. They know they need to get that checkpoint, but it's not over. The splashdown and the hammer in the spawn. Is it enough? Umbrella is running on the top. Chocolate Milkshake is on there and just a few points behind right now.
Yeah, members of both teams are just throwing themselves at the tower, but eventually Chocolate Milkshake will have it, as it is just a delayed wipe for Loxier, and now in a great position to go straight for the knockout. If any player on Loxier can jump on it, they can stall it out, but a great double and triple will come from the shot, and as they please, really just set their pace to how they wish, and I'm not going to be surprised at all. Yep, we see the same comp pretty much being run from Chocolate Milkshake, but on the other side, we do see a big change from Insomniac Central. Look at the full difference in weapons here. A Aerospray, a Decab, a Luna Blaster, and a Tri-Slosher. Already, though, Insomniac Central will lose 2 of those players. 3.
This is the Hail Mary comp. This is the completely different roster that playing 4 different weapons.
Welcome in, everybody, to the SAC Season 9 Finals, presented right here on IPL Splatoon. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and we'll be starting out the day with this absolutely packed 12-team finals tournament. It's been 4 qualifiers needed up to this point in order to get enough points to get here, and I'm so excited to see how this one will culminate. And I'm joined by an illustrious commentator in Rissa. I cannot wait to see, Rissa, all the action that's going to take place today.
I can't either, especially since this is what these teams have been playing for all these weeks. Like you said, they've been playing to qualify for this moment exactly. And SAC has been around for quite a while now in the competitive scene, and I really love that it's still going, and we're here today to be able to watch this.
Yeah, just this whole setup of having these qualifier tournaments and having something that you're playing for every time, getting that highest standing so that when you get to the finals bracket, it's that much easier on you. And just the clinching notion of getting to this point of actually being one of the 12 teams to enter in. So that's why we've got 2 streams going on at the same time today. We don't want to miss a second of the action. And Rissa, we're going to be starting things out today with FreeFlow versus Swan Lake. So you can see the bracket up here. FreeFlow versus Swan Lake at the bottom there, the 6v11 matchup. The winner to play one of the 4 teams that did get a bye into the second round in Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. And this is a double elimination tournament. So just because somebody loses out in winners does not mean, Rissa, that they're gone for good.
Absolutely. And if you're FreeFlow and Swan Lake, if you know that you're going to be fighting Triggerfish Zones coming up if you win this, I think you really got to be, taking some deep breaths, got to get ready, because right now Triggerfish Zones has been actually really, really strong and competitive as of the last couple months. So this is, I think it's going to be, depending on who wins this, it's going to be, for one, a really good warm-up match, I think, to fight Triggerfish Zones, and 2, it's just going to be, the fight to stay in that winner side of the bracket. But like you said, this is a double elimination, so even if the person who wins this, loses this, isn't out of the tournament, they're going to go down to the loser side of the bracket.
Well, we'll take a quick look at our teams here in the first match. We have FreeFlow, who's a Ludi Season 15 Division 3 participant. We have Xenocakes, Shins, Blue, Parks, and Javon as the roster here. Some notable results, including winning Neon Whale 12 and also making it into the playoffs of the previously mentioned Season 15 Division 3. And then we have Swan Lake going head-to-head with them. Rose, Mao, Gren, and Zen taking on this head-to-head. Some questions were asked of these teams prior to this tournament. One of their most recent placements is 4th place in the bronze bracket of the SAC qualifier number 4, which they classify as, quote, very impressive and strong. Now, of course, Rissa, we don't have Triggerfish Zones ourselves in Splatoon 3 to play, but we are going to be starting out on zones with counterpicking to follow. For winners bracket round 1, that means Crab Leg Capital is where we're going to go first.
Okay, so starting out on Crab Leg Capital, I think this is going to be actually really interesting because I typically don't see it a lot in competitive play. And for one, I'm going to be taking notes seeing these 2 teams play on this map. But 2, I think this is going to be a really good gauge to see these 2 teams' problem-solving abilities, because this map just is kind of a little bit odd, I would say. When you have the ramps on each side, you have to figure out if you want to push into the other team's ramp, if you want to stay back in zone, because this one can really, really get snowbally. Of course, all maps can get snowbally, but this one I feel like in particular can just get so snowbally.
Well, and from there, it's sort of open to whichever avenue the losing team wants to take it. We don't have a completely wide open slate. There is, in the Sendo.ink tournament page, a list of maps that are available to counterpick into. Lots of zones in the mix, some Rainmaker in there. Most maps are not seen more than twice in terms of the modes, so they have quite a bit of freedom. Some other tournaments have an emphasis on zones and then just a smattering a little bit of the other modes in play. But there, I feel, is really a good amount of freedom here to choose a place where your team can shine. Maybe that's a more tournament savvy map and mode combination. Think of your like Rainmaker Scorch Gorge or something, your Mako Marts, your even Mahi has seen quite a bit of play alongside more neutral game ones like Hagglefish Market. But it is so exciting to see just all of the options that our teams could possibly counterpick into. And in speaking to production before this one, it seems like there could be some upsets happening today.
Ooh, I'm excited for the upsets that we're gonna see, because I think these teams are just that's the one thing I love about SAC is I feel like anything can happen. It's just the playing field just feels so even, especially since there's that skill cap that this tournament has. So I that's one of the things I really love this tournament is anything can happen. There's not necessarily 1 or 2 main front runners. It really just depends on who has been practicing and who's gonna show up that day.
And it really exemplifies what it means to be in a finale-style tournament where it's not best of 3, so there's less likelihood to be sort of cheesed out of a game that ends up being a deciding factor. It's best of 5 from the start here, and you have lots of opportunities with counter picking, putting your influence and spin for your team on the way that the actual set shapes out. And I'm very interested to see how after this first round, these 4 teams that are receiving a bye and start in round 2 are going to perform. We have Chocolate Milkshake as the first overall seed. And again, this is based on the 4 qualifier tournaments. So the teams that got the most points in those tournaments, I believe it was up to 150 points for finishing in first place, really carved themselves out an advantage here as we get into the finale of season 9 here. So let's get into the action right now. We mentioned it before, Splat Zones on Crab Leg Capital, and let's see, Rissa, what these 2 teams are bringing to the party first.
All right, so this is something I didn't get to. I was thinking about this before we got here, but I was like, oh, I'm really excited to see what these teams are playing as their weapons. We get to see a decav, we get to see dualies, a pencil, that splash, and then on the other side for Swan Lake, there's a blaster, actually, Tri-Slosher, E-Leader like that, and another splash as well, but this time the crab variant on the other side.
Yeah, the advent and sort of the juxtaposition of the 2 different Splash-O-Matics has really been interesting. The vanilla variant being so strong at the beginning of the game and now sort of coming through back again, but having to go against its Neo counterpart as we see a 2-splat splash down there. Fiery start to this one. It looks like some back and forth on the zone. For now, Swan Lake going to take the lead, and they're using a weapon that's really come into favor as well these last several months, and that being the Mint Decavitator.
Yeah, FreeFlow having that Decavitator I think is really interesting. Like you said, as I've been commentating too the last couple weeks, I've seen a lot of that weapon, and as well as FreeFlow having that Splash-O-Matic as well with the Tri-Strikes, that's been something that's really been favoring in zones right now. So I'm thinking that's going to end up playing out well for them, but we're going to have to see. I mean, right now, Swan Lake in control of the zone. They got to be careful, though. I think that was either that bomb or the E-Leader that got that pick on that one member. So FreeFlow now, they are using those Tri-Strikes, Tri-Strikes I had mentioned, coming into the zone and now capping it for themselves.
Yeah, it's another takeover here by FreeFlow as Shins is going to take the high ground with this grab and basically dissuade anyone from getting too close to the zone. Of course, as you mentioned, Swan Lake does have that E-Leader. They throw it on the Wave Breaker to see if anybody is overextending past the zone, just to, again, stop anybody from getting too close to that drop down. The big bubbler is also going to come out. Now it's Zen for Swan Lake that has the crab going through. They get a couple of pot shots, nothing doing. They missed some of the final shots needed on the Decavitator, and this triple splashdown gonna fully take over the zone. Of course, that custom blaster is very team reliant. It doesn't have a lot of painting opportunities as we see a snipe there and outrange by the E-Leader, but that custom blaster, it really needs the support, Rissa, of the team because it just can't paint that well.
Yeah, that is a really good point to bring up. That blaster is mainly there to get those picks, mainly there to get those kills, and so they're going to need the paint around them if they want to be able to be enabled to get those picks that they want to. So right now, Swan Lake jumping back, they're regrouping. They know that they, I really liked that. Even though there's 2 members down to FreeFlow, FreeFlow does take the lead. I like that Swan Lake took a minute. They jump back, they're regrouping, they're getting their specials ready. There goes that cooler, and it is actually working out very nicely for them. They played so patiently. I loved that. And now they're able to come in slowly, get the zone back. The lead isn't that far off for them, so that patient play style really played out for them.
Yeah, to your point, I think in addition to just having the map area sort of in their spawn to swim away from that Decavitator, playing together and making it more difficult for that Decavitator to actually focus just on one target if they're facing fire from multiple enemies is a very good way to deal with them in addition to just having the man advantage. Zen gonna go down there as Jajai gonna push forward even though they're marked and see if they can get something on this Cafeteria. Gonna content themselves with just throwing a couple suction bombs. Again, part of the name of the game is just making it that much more difficult for them to find the correct entry point for them to contest the zone. We have the Tactical going down from the Tri-Nouveau. The E-Leader desperately trying to find and pick a target. Nobody appears to be marked. So that's going to be much more difficult than it would appear. Shins and Zen dueling with the crab, but Shins having more than one counterpart to fight against, and Bren tries to use and I think successfully gets the triple splashdown. They were taking some fire, but that is a full wipeout against FreeFlow right when they needed it, as FreeFlow was about to get into the single digits.
They were. That was so close. That was very clutch of that splashdown. Even though it got canceled there right at the end, that absolutely helped enable their teammates to paint the zone around them in order to cap the zone. That got very, very close. And that, again, was that patient playstyle that Swan Lake has. They were waiting kind of literally till the last second there, but it ended up playing out for them as they were able to cap the zone. Now, they do have a member down. Their blaster is down. They have that tri-slosher going down as well. And these last two members here in the zone, they're trying everything they can to hold it down, get a trade in that process, but not quite able to successfully recap the zone. They're going to have to figure out how they want to regroup because FreeFlow, they're doing a really good job at holding the zone and not letting Swan Lake come back in.
Yeah, and Cake's doing a very good job of being that painting front edge there as Mal just can't get away from the triple ink strike there. JJ trying to flank around and see if they can get something, but they already did their part. The assist on the final splat there to cause a wipeout for Swan Lake. That's going to get rid of their entire penalty. Can Swan Lake even get back in time to contest the zone? And the answer is no, just one parting shot from the Charger, which is not going to be enough. And after a very back and forth match, which is what I love to see, especially in a winners round 1 situation, a knockout right before the end of time there for FreeFlow as they take game 1.
I totally agree. Like you said, that was very back and forth. Eventually, towards the end there, it seemed like FreeFlow really figured out what the upper hand was that they needed to do. And I'm always interested to hash out what that is with you, Zach, because you and I have a good perspective on trying to figure out, what happened there? What actually went right? What went wrong? But yeah, initially though, that was very back and forth. That was a good starting map here for each of the teams to figure out how they want to play against each other. So we'll see if this counter pick ends up coming into play now that they know how to play against each other.
I'm always curious if teams have a sense of who they consider their ace in the hole to be, or if they even believe that there is somebody that could act as their win condition, especially on certain maps and modes. I bring that up in part because we saw weapons like the Manta Cafeteria, which Urissa were talking about, as being so strong. It's such a fun, fast-paced weapon. It's got decent range. It can really pressure you from up close, obviously, and also afar. But you have things like the E-Leader in play. Getting them into a strong position can not only contest the zone in this mode specifically, but can also outrage things like the Pencil, which has been so dominant for so long for a completely different reason. It does have, a nice 2-splat potential with those 2 shots doing 60 damage, but the way it builds up the tactical in and of itself, there's been some conversation more recently about the heavy edit and its place, and of course with Japanese tournaments going on, that also comes to fruition. But at the same time, I am very curious to see if these teams consider things like their more niche picks too, the custom blaster. That's something we see on and off more so than being a regular everyday pick, especially coming into zones where, as we mentioned with its kit, it has the triple splashdown, which did some great things for the zone as far as painting, even got a couple of splats in a row, but you're not going to always have it online. So with a back and forth match like that one too, I feel like even the losing team there, Swan Lake, could easily go into splat zones again if possible and do well in terms of their counter pick here for game 2. And we do have that one come in. It is going to be Rissa, Barnacle, and Diamond. Indeed, splat zones is where we stay.
Okay, I could actually see a lot of the weapons that we saw in that first game played in the second game as well. We're gonna have to see though. A lot of times, like you were highlighting, that edit has been in play right now as one of the main cooler weapons, and a lot of times it's those pencil players that will swap in between that edit versus playing the pencil for the cooler. So that's always something when I'm commentating a team that has a pencil player. Typically, with pencil being in the meta, both teams have that pencil player. But I'm always interested to see if that comes into play. And speaking of, let's go ahead and take a look at these comps here. Looks like on the side of FreeFlow, we're actually sticking with the same comp that we saw from them previously, and then on the other side as well, Swan Lake playing the same weapons as well. Each team very comfortable with what they played in that last zones match.
Yeah, so we're keeping the same compositions. One sort of facet of these compositions that we didn't discuss is the person I was going to talk about goes down there is actually the splat dualies that I wanted to mention from FreeFlow is the counter crab to the vanilla that Swan Lake is going to have with them by Zen. So really, both teams have an approach where they have a crab tank available to them. It gives them that element of range, and even with the alternate fire, can do great at sticking on the zone. But right now, Swan Lake, as we mentioned, the first game was very back and forth, and they're doing a fantastic job of locking down this zone so far. Maybe a little bit of resistance, but they take the early lead.
Yeah, it looks like Swan Lake said, hey, guess what? This is our counter pick, and we're very comfortable on it. And we're seeing that initially here at the beginning of this match. Finally, FreeFlow able to come into the zone, use that bubble. I liked that bubble usage in order to create space for FreeFlow in order to get to the zone, at least to cap it. Right now, a lot of scrappy fights going on as each team both have members go down. You can see Rose there trying to just cap the zone to give them give the other team those penalty points. Not quite able to, gets called out, and now Swan Lake here, push back in their spawn. They're doing exactly what we saw them do in that last match. They're regrouping, they're playing a little bit patient here, playing off of what this E-leader maybe can get some picks for them, maybe start an opening. We're gonna have to see what they end up doing here.
Yeah, and a big part of Swan Lake's composition is searching. So when they're not in a position where they can lock things down, as we see Gren fall, another splat there by Cakes, is using things like the Wave Breaker and using those point sensors to try and find their target. So the trade-off is that you don't get a lot of painting with that. In fact, no painting, it just covers a radius there, but you do have the ability to get folks like JJ to sort of have to jump out and expose themselves. They can't do sharking as much. FreeFlow gonna lock things down here, though, after a fantastic start by Swan Lake. It was basically a 100-0 fall there, and you can see just how quickly it goes back the other direction after a hot start by Swan Lake. FreeFlow comes back and is now one game away from knocking Swan Lake into the losers bracket.
Yeah, I'm really curious what Swan Lake here is going to do in terms of their counter pick. You know, this is set match for them to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. So it seems like their E-later players, you know, they're when you're a lot of times it's those E-later players that they stick with E-later consistently because they're very comfortable with it. So I think they're really going to have to figure out how they want to utilize that in terms of their counter
things like the Wave Breaker.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, I don't much envy the life of an trade-off is that you don't get a lot of painting with that. They have no painting. It just covers and knowledgeable on a bunch of different kits. You might have to go with folks like JJ to sort of have to jump out. Even if sometimes there was like sharking as much. FreeFlow gonna lock things down here though after a fantastic start by part of Swan Lake's composition, not the dually, but just the facet of having to lock into different longer range weapons that still give you an advantage makes it tough. Whereas a lot of Slayers, a lot of the best Slayers are shooters. So if you get comfortable with a shooter, that skill pretty easily translates over to some of the other available shooters that are there. So tough to say whether the E-leader will have a better performance if it is brought into game 3. And maybe with that notion, could we see a mode change for our third counter pick? This will be, regardless of the result, the last one for Swan Lake. And they have indeed decided to change it up. We'll now have Tower Control, Rissa, going to Ship-Shape Cargo Co.
Okay, Tower Control, Ship-Shape Cargo Co. I think this, if I'm thinking about it correctly, you know, I could see how they would be able to utilize keeping the E-leader behind the tower, maybe using the range of that. I'm playing off of that, but you've highlighted a couple times now where FreeFlow, they just keep so much paint on the map. They have that pencil, they have the splash, they have the Tri-Slosher. They're just able to consistently keep... Oh, sorry, not the Tri-Slosher. The dualies, that's what I meant to say. They're able to just keep so much paint on the board with those weapons, and in turn, Swan Lake is having a really hard time countering all that paint.
Yeah, I guess when you have an E-leader in your composition, it's almost a protect the president style of comp where you need a solid frontline defense at the same time, because the more space you give up, the more pressure that long-range component feels. Let's see if Swan Lake can start what would need to be a reverse sweep for them to stay in the winner's bracket, and quite a big compositional shift. We have some changes on both sides, but we're seeing the heavy Splatling Deco. We're also seeing JJ go over to the Splatana Stamper, and NZAP is coming out, and on the opposite side of things, a Tenatech to boot.
Okay, I'm very interested how this is going to play out. For one, on the side of FreeFlow, not typically see the heavy splatling, so that's a very interesting pick. Okay, JJ, just starting out with that strong double there as their teammates went down initially. JJ said, hey, I'm just going to hide behind this tower and I'm just going to poke at you guys and get some picks. That played out beautifully for FreeFlow. They're able to, even though they had members go down initially, jump right back into the action and take the tower.
Yeah, and so we have, again, that DistInkt 2, which is going to have the triple ink strikes despite no zone. This is exactly where you would ideally want to use it, is when the tower is stuck at a checkpoint. It's not going to dissuade FreeFlow too much. Cake's just hiding a little bit behind the tower, gets on as the designated rider there, and is going to take it past alongside to the second checkpoint. JJ going to follow here as we do indeed see the E-leader still present. They are trying to find an angle here, but can't find anyone yet. Now the Kraken Royale is going to come out. They might even be chasing down Mao on this E-leader, who did get a nice splat there from across this grating. And the wave breaker, just to make sure that anybody that gets close on the tower will be called out if they get too close there. We are going to see the tower finally potentially go back to mid here, more of a neutral ground state, but a push to 34, nothing to scoff at.
It seems like I'm watching the way that FreeFlow is playing, and they seem like even though they have a member or two go down, they're just consistently keeping members up towards the middle of the map and not too close into the action. That way they can just continuously get jump ins. This is a very long map, so being able to have that almost a human beacon per se, I think is really, really working out here initially for FreeFlow. But Swan Lake here finally able to take to tower, and we'll see if they're going to be able to get through this first checkpoint as they're having M and Rose Arrow there trying to get through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, it looked like Rose might have known that JJ was kind of sharking there, or at least could have expected it. The Kraken Royale going to go on the tower. They're going to see if they can find Mao, but swim right past them. Can they get them with the last bit? No, the Kraken aiming is going to stop them from getting to the splat. Then they're not going to have the range to contest, and they will fall. Shins here on these dualies, going to see if they can reposition and find high ground potentially to use this crab. Meanwhile, Gren will hop on the tower after getting a pick of their own. Still on this custom blaster all 3 games so far, so they're putting that as a cornerstone of their composition. Swan Lake has the tower trying to get past their current game high of 54 a little bit after the halfway point of this game, and look at how much pressure that has been. Essentially JJ's house right under that grate there, seeing if they can just pop out when the tower gets even a little bit close, and even as you can see now, using that Zipcaster for a bit of mobility.
Yeah, JJ just absolutely fearless, just running into the other team. They've just been consistently staying in this top left area, but JJ was just fearless, able to just run right in and try and pressure them. Swan Lake actually able to get through that area that they were stuck in, and now able to get the lead as they're at this checkpoint. So this is always a tricky spot to try and get past, since it's right by the other team's base, and the other team is able to just funnel right into the tower. But I think this is great traction for Swan Lake. This is what they've been waiting for.
Yeah, tried to see if maybe the custom blaster could get a cheeky little one-shot there as they jump in. You never know truly how long those jump-ins are going to last. That's why a lot of players just spam whoever is on the tower to see if they can keep that push alive. But 28 is, for now, going to be good enough. The trade-off, though, is that FreeFlow is going to reclaim control of mid here. Shin's going to extend that a little bit with the use of this crab thing, which, again, can be used on these grates. It's part of what makes it such a nice special to have. And they're going to have Rose Arrow contesting them. Meanwhile, Parks is going to push up with a Kraken Royale and try to see if they can pick off Zen, who uses left or right. They go right, and they end up being correct in terms of dodging a death to that Kraken. JJ still being that highly mobile presence as always, going to force back yet again the members of Swan Lake, who have now given up the lead and the final checkpoint. They're getting into the single digits. Can they cap this victory now, or will it need to go to overtime as Mao trying to find any safe space behind this pillow? Unfortunately, it comes at a cost, and it's a deadly one of FreeFlow, despite going down yet again in this game, clinching game 3 and clinching the sweep in winners round 1.
Wow, talk about momentum there from FreeFlow. Even though they had lost the lead, they immediately, that just type of game sense is so impressive to me, knowing, okay, we just need to run into mid, take mid, and then they didn't even hesitate to use their specials, which I liked, as we saw have that crab posted up on the left side there. That just started everything for them, and the momentum absolutely was very hard for Swan Lake to counter. That just synergy and momentum behind that was perfect from them.
Yeah, and sort of crazily, the largest compositional changes we saw came from the team that was up 2. And it takes a little bit of confidence in your abilities to have something that's been working 2 matches in a row and change it up that drastically. Of course, a large portion of that could be the change in mode that we saw going over to tower control. And now, instead of a longer ranged or different tactical weapon, you go with the NZAP, which can fight anybody that's clambering atop the tower in those close range fights. It has that sort of nice high rate of fire that can do a bit better contesting than maybe relying on something that is slower firing but has that longer range. And you have this Splatoon Stamper. We talked at length about how JJ set up in seemingly kind of a cornered off area, but it's pivotally in the path of the tower. So right past that first checkpoint, which Swan Lake was able to get, now you have somebody that you almost know for certain is sharking on that wall. And even if they're not, just the thought of the presence seemed to dissuade some members there of Swan Lake from getting too close for fear that they would get one tapped by one of those up close shots. And the sort of piece de resistance, the cherry on top, is that heavy spotling deco, just the ability of that weapon to get in and be that sort of longer range component, give you that sort of element of also high rate of fire and high painting ability too, is another great way alongside the Kraken Royale, which can be a staple if needed, or even an overtime clincher if it gets there. Just a nice way to maintain pressure even when you're going into a different mode and helping to secure the sweep in this case.
You brought up so many good points there when it came to FreeFlow doing a great job there and winning. Are we going into another match here? Hold on.
Yep, so we're going to be looking potentially at the alternate stream here. It's Insomniac Central in the lead here, not just in this game 3, but in this set, up 2-0 on Manta Boat Fanclub here. It looks like Manta even having a little bit of trouble getting in, but we do see, Rissa, that heavy edit that we touched upon as another alternative for a tactical weapon.
Yeah, I love that too. You brought that up, and then all of a sudden they have that tactical already. And right now they're trying so hard. Manta Bow is just trying so hard to use their specials that they had. I saw that cooler come out. I saw the tri-strikes as well. This member is rushing into the zone, just trying to... Oh, I liked that. They rushed in, bubbled, and trying to just stall that out as long as they could for their teammates to come back. They're still stalling out as best as they can, but right now with Insomniac jumping into mid and holding this high ground, it's looking really tough for Manta Boat.
Yeah, that is going to be the win in also a sweep for Insomniac Central, a 100-0 knockout there on Umami Ruins, but not without some resistance there at the end from Manta Boat Fanclub, who again is not going to be going away. We do have double elimination today, so they will be in our losers bracket alongside so many of the other matches going on. In fact, every match that was taking place was at least 2-0. We've now confirmed that at least 2 of those sets finished in a 3-0 sweep. There's the one that we just spectated on this stream. FreeFlow taking down Swan Lake, and now we'll be taking on Triggerfish Zone's Supremacy in round 2. Other ones that have finished up, it's going to be Insomniac Central with the 3-0 victory over the 8th seeded Manta Boat Fanclub. They will take on the #1 overall seed based on placement and finish in the 4 qualifier tournaments, that being Chocolate Milkshake. And another couple just came in, the one I just mentioned, as well as the Cafeteria, our 7th seed here, taking down DistInkt 3-0 in a sweep as well. They will face that 2nd seeded Retro Records, which may very well be something that we see on stream. We'll have to wait and find out. The only one left to be clinched here, Rissa, the 5v12 matchup. The 12th seeded Helios just squeaking their way into this competition. That one currently the 5th seed up 2-0.
Yeah, it's looking really close, and it's always interesting looking at the seedings versus how these scores end up playing out here. So initially, a lot of these teams moving forward that were the higher seed, and then like you've highlighted a couple times, I really like too that this is double elimination, so there still is that loser side of the bracket. Teams are not out here initially. They're still going to be in it. You know, maybe they're going to be able to get a little bit warmed up. Maybe they will start getting a little more comfortable with the tournament format, and who knows, maybe they'll be able to turn it around.
Well, quick update. Helios ruins the streak of 3-0 sweeps as they take the 3rd game against Myopsidus. It would require, again, a reverse sweep for that one to finish in favor of the lower seed there. But Rissa, for round 2, we actually got to see a preview of the map that we'll be starting out with, although it will be zones this time around. So a rare back-to-back map-wise, as we're going to be starting regardless of the other games in that round on Ship-Shape Cargo Co. Staying with splat zones, of course, as we will for all of these round 1s. But I wonder what the differences are going to be here in playstyles and compositions between tower control on this map and, of course, splat zone.
Yeah, great point to bring up, especially since we're just fresh off of watching FreeFlow play and seeing how they were able to switch up their comp for ship-shaped cargo in particular. I'm kind of thinking maybe that was a tower control specific comp. I could be totally wrong, but I feel like it seems like FreeFlow with that pencil that they have, I think that works out really well for them in zones in particular. And it seems like they have that playstyle down, but who knows? Maybe it could be something. Maybe they'll keep a couple of the similar weapons that they were playing on Ship-Shape on Tower. We'll have to see though.
Yeah, just again, I mentioned some of the questions that were asked of the teams that made it into this finals doc here. For FreeFlow, one of the ones that they answered was, what maps in this season's pool does your team look forward to playing, and what do you think are your best and worst maps? And their answer was, we're really eager to play Rainmaker Humpback, Splat Zones Umami, and Rainmaker Mincemeat, which is interesting. It's so funny seeing Mincemeat all of a sudden be in tournament settings now, where before it was almost a pariah. It was just a forbidden word, like don't mention its name, like unless you summon it. But it's starting to come up more and more. And then they also said, we've had a bunch of fun on those maps recently. Our all-time best map, Rainmaker Humpback, easily. Our worst maps are Museum on any mode. And looking at the map list, there are 2 available modes for Museum, that being Rainmaker and Clam Blitz. So that could be maybe a key to if somebody needs to go up against FreeFlow, maybe that's where they take them, a self-admitted poor map choice.
You gotta have some respect if you're able to be humble and admit those maps that you're bad at, because I know that feeling. You just, as soon as you see that map come up, you're just like, oh man, you just know. And then it starts messing with your mental. But it seems like though initially FreeFlow, they're playing really well today. I'm actually really interested to see how them playing against Triggerfish zones ends up going, because Triggerfish zones, like I was highlighting a little bit at the beginning of this, has been really strong recently. But I think watching FreeFlow there in that last match, they were looking very, very good today. So I think we're in for a tight round 2 set here that we get to watch.
Well, FreeFlow, again, as we mentioned, will be taking on Triggerfish Zone's Supremacy, though we may be pivoting over to our 2v7 matchup for our second round. I'm seeing Retro Records versus the Cafeteria, and taking a look at this one a little bit closer. The Cafeteria, as a reminder, 3-0'd in their first round against DistInkt, and now gets to take on one of the highest seeded teams in this entire tournament. I'm very interested for Retro Records. It looks like they participated in Ludi Season 15. They have Scribus, Rice, Mekhog, Slime, and Rooty. And some of the weapons that they play include Scribes, who is a Dynamo one-trick with a Decavitator pocket, which is so fun. I hope we get to see that if this is the match we're casting. So rare to see a Dynamo in any capacity, really. And joining alongside that would be Rice with weapons like the Splash, the Splattershot Jr., and the Splatter Shot. Mekhog, who is going to have the Threadringer. So there are multiple one-tricks on this team, and not just the 2 I've mentioned already with Mekhog and Scribus, but Slime is a self-admitted Ink Brush one-trick. So there is going to be an element of predictability there if we see that match, as we are going to get right into it. Game 1, Rissa, on Ship-Shape Cargo Co.
All right, ship-shaped cargo, like we were talking about a bit here. Okay. I'm taking a second here, taking a look at these comps. A lot of the weapons that you mentioned coming up from Retro Records. There's that Dynamo, there's that Ink Brush. We actually get to see a Gluga come out from them, and then a Splash as well on the other side, looking like a pretty, tried and true comp here on the other side for the Cafeteria. They have a Splash as well, that Tri-Slosher, a normal Slosher, and then a Dually Squelcher, actually.
Yeah, going to be so fun to see Scribies on this Dynamo. And of course, the Tri-Slosher, a weapon after my own heart, but it is going to fall alongside two of its other compatriots as Retro Records is immediately going to make their presence known. They've taken the zone and they've advanced way above it. They've got these Gluga dualies as well, which I don't see much in comps either. Very interesting weapon that does have the mobility, but also can give itself the protection with its Splash Wall. It's sort of a high investment, but potentially high reward weapon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And a lot of times too, since it's not played in comp a lot, sometimes teams like Retro Records, when they're able to pull out these weapons that aren't played a lot in comps, it can be a little bit difficult to counter them because you don't necessarily play against them a lot in scrims or in tournaments. So that could absolutely come as a factor for Retro Records as having those uncommon weapons. But sometimes too, since they aren't, you know, weapons that are quote unquote meta, sometimes that does turn out to be bad. But I think right now, I mean, looking at this, these Retro Records, they're comfortable, they know how to play these weapons, and they did start out strong getting the lead, though this is now switched to the Cafeteria in control of the zone and having no penalty points.
Yeah, Retro Record on the back foot here as Karma's going to be finishing out the rest of their Crab Tank. We also see the Dually Squelchers. That's a weapon that has actually, I think, been gaining quite a bit of popularity in even high-level tournaments from both the West as well as Japan. Milk trying desperately to get away from that Booyah Bomb as they have that role to benefit them, but they are going to give up the lead here to the Cafeteria for Retro Records despite the Booyah Bomb. So not using it sort of in the center of the zone, it wouldn't be able to take up the entire zone anyway, I believe. We see also over on the side of the Cafeteria, ironically, Retro Records Tacticooler expiring as Slime is going to fall. Karma just making sure that they can build up as much pressure and get to this Crab if they can. Rice is going to run out as they have to duel the Tri-Slosher, who might have just gotten something over that box to take them down. The Cafeteria now into single digits. They have the triple Ink Strike to finish it out, a wipeout to boot, and a little bit of resistance, but the Cafeteria going to be taking game one.
The Cafeteria, once they finally were able to get in control of the zone, they were able to just lock that down and hold it down completely. It seemed like they were able to notice that Slime on that ink brush kept trying to, you know, play a little bit flanky, a little bit, you know, solo and act as a distraction. And it seemed like that once they figured that out and were able to keep calling that out to each other, they were able to just completely turn that around.
Well, we gave before game one due diligence to Retro Records as far as sort of their compositions and how they set themselves up. We can give the same due call here to the Cafeteria with Karma, Soda, Milk, and Brendan. And some of the weapons that they have are a little bit more varied than what we were seeing with Retro Records. So we have Karma on support anchor flexing. So they have Splash, Zimmy, T-Tech, V-Shot sort of under their belt, a little bit of Bamboo even. Sota, who has been on a D3 team, Secret Elixir. They play sort of in the midline with weapons like the V-Slosher, Wiper, and Vanilla Dualies. Milk going to be on Skirmishers, so the Dually Squelchers, which I believe we saw there, as well as Stamper. And then Brendan finishing things out as that Slayer on things like the MIF-52, the Mid-Decavitator we've discussed earlier today, and the Tri-Slosher, which again, I love to see, and you don't often see, at least when compared to its Neo variant that has the Tacticooler. So very interesting and more available sort of build there that they have. One of the questions that they were asked was, what is your favorite memory as a team? Theirs is winning Megalodon Monday 20, winning their third weekly in a row. So this is a teamer so that once they get on a roll, which they have been in this tournament so far, it can be difficult to stop them.
They're definitely going to have to be a team that is going to have to be watched out for because, like you said, I mean, it seemed like that first match, once they figured out what they needed to do, they just really dominated that. In turn, I'm really interested how Retro Records is going to counter that. I think they're really going to have to figure out how they want to play against something like the Cafeteria. It seems like once they set up a wall, it was just like really hard to break through that.
Yeah, and that needs to be taken into factoring when you look at your counter pick, the first available counter pick of this set. And we are sticking, as we did in the last set, with Splat Zones, but going this time to Robo Ramen. So there's a bit of sort of ramping and elevations in the center, especially of Ship Shape Cargo Co. It's not where the entirety of the gameplay took place. There was a lot of just backing off and using things like the crab tank or close range engagements around boxes or pillows. And you're going to have an element of that here, but the elevation changes are going to be much more drastic. And this is still, a one zone map. You have that sort of nice, almost square zone in the middle. You've got these pretty thin ramps that take a harsh 90-degree angle coming through, but you've got walls you can shark on. You've got other ramps that are a little bit gentler in terms of the curve to get up to the zone. So there's lots of possibilities and areas for flanking. And it seems like both of these teams were running a decently shorter range composition outside of maybe the Dynamo roller than what we saw in our first set. So I expect lots of these engagements to be taking place, if not directly on, then very much so around the zone, unless one team takes a huge advantage.
That's really interesting to see as the counter pick, because both of the teams, I feel like, have weapons that'll play really good off of those ledges that you've talked about. We got a Dynamo on one side, and then the other side did come out with 2 sloshers, so I could see a lot of scrappy fights happening. Okay, looking at these comps too, it looks like we're not going to see that double slosher come out from the Cafeteria this time, but however, 1 slosher and actually coming out with a decav, so that'll be fun to see on the other side. The Retro Records sticking with the same comp, and I can really see that Dynamo. I'm going to be watching that a lot because I think that is going to be very dangerous over these ledges.
Yep, that's going to be Brendan on the Decapitator, and Scribees, as you mentioned, sticking with that Dynamo. Rice now using everything in their pocket to try and take on the dodging effect of this dually Squelchers, but they cannot. It is going to be a 3-down situation, though, so Milk having to respect that a little bit and see if they can get the jump-ins here. They have built up enough pressure, amazingly, that even with 3 down, Milk by themselves keeps pressure on the zone, gets ahead of the zone, and allows their teammates to jump in, and that gets the Cafeteria past the halfway mark.
I've been watching the way that Milk has been making game decisions. I noticed it in the last set, game 2, and they play so smartly. They wait for their teammates. They don't push in too far. They don't get overzealous, and I really like that. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that coming forward. Initially, though, here, the zone it was initially taken by Retro Records. They were at least able to cap it and give those penalty points over to the Cafeteria, but once again, the Cafeteria back here, Milk once again in this position to push and hold this. I like that they're not pushing forward too far. They're just kind of poking, using the range of those dually Squelchers. Now each team having their crabs come out, gonna try and use the range of those crabs to see if they can get the upper hand on the other team.
Yeah, this is a triple special commitment coming out from the Cafeteria, and they're using it to get rid of the penalty. That was the only really good thing that you could say about that last push from Retro Records, is that they basically bought themselves another team fight by giving them a penalty of around 40. But that's 2 through now. Karma well in there, gets some damage on another after getting a slap, but not able to take Nia out. They're having to back off, though, and they get outranged even by Milk, who's been so strong on this weapon, trying to take Rice down as well, and they will. The actual 52 is, or the Whale is not going to do anything there, and another fantastic game from the Cafeteria where it never seemed like they took their foot off the gas, led by that performance from Milk on the dually Squelchers.
Yeah, Milk was really playing like I was saying in the middle of that, just really smart game sense. I want to say that, like, they just knew when to get jump-ins for their teammates, knew to get jump-ins in good positions. That's always one of the things that's difficult. You can get a jump-in for your teammate, but if you're too far forward, they could just jump in and immediately go down. So Milk being able to get those aggressive jump-ins, but not too aggressive that it just kind of spirals. Just so many smart things happening there.
Yeah, I habitually called the Killer Whale 52 because it's a weapon that it's so closely associated with. And I was kind of expecting a little bit more resistance. You have weapons like the Ink Rush, which on tighter maps like this one, where there's a lot of different lanes that you can traverse through, and there can be some enemy ink that you have to spend that time sort of carving a path through. The Ink Brush doesn't really have to worry about that. You sort of can just lay your brush down and run through as much of that as you want to get up close and personal with your enemies. But when you're facing weapons that have such high mobility and, more importantly, can outrange you by so much and still have, you know, a high time to slay or to splat, it's so difficult to find an area if your team is not consistently getting control or fighting right in the midst of that objective point for you to really take the best advantage of your weapon. Outside of that, you're just a very short-ranged weapon that can't really do much other than throw splat bombs or things over to where your enemies might be. And that, again, may need to be taken into consideration here. We could very well see what happened in set number 1 which was that we saw splat zones for the first counter pick, and then going to tower control for what ended up being the third and final game of that set. So Retro Records here trying to avoid this snowball effect. I'm very curious to see whether they stick with zones or go somewhere else for game 3.
Yeah, this is looking reminiscent of that last set that we watched, the two zones maps coming out initially. I feel like, a lot of times, since zones is typically the main mode that's played in competitive, a lot of times teams will have those main zones maps that they're really comfortable with. Okay, however, the counter pick is in, and we're actually going to be going to tower control, again, reminiscent of that last set we watched. This time, though, on Inkblot Art Academy. I think this is a great choice. It's always a great comfortable counter pick. I feel like teams typically have a game plan since it was played a lot in Splatoon 2. You get very comfortable with it, and now we're going to be playing it here as the third match, and this is going to be game point for these teams. So let's see if Retro Records can finally get a point on the board.
Yep, fittingly, it is probably a top 10 map and mode tournament classic where we'll go to game 3 and some slight changes. I must have spoken it into existence because Brendan does indeed bring the 52 Gal, which is going to have that killer whale. And on the opposite side of things, Rice going to be swapping over to the Splattershot Junior. So maybe wanting to have that bubble that they can either place on top of the tower or just find a sort of small hallway like the one right above or below where this crab is, and place that bubble down, and the bubble gets shredded by Karma, who also takes down Sprybees as a consolation prize to Rice. Gonna see if they can get the shots with a junior, but nothing, doing a 3-down situation, and despite an early push, Retro Records looking to make it happen here with the Booyah Bomb 2, and they will carry the tower to the first checkpoint.
Okay, talk about counter pick. This is a great start for Retro Records. They seem like they're very comfortable on this and know the exact positions that they want to be in. Speaking of positions you want to be in, Slime there, able to rush into the Cafeteria's bats and just act super aggressively, hide under that ledge, get some sneaky picks there. Now, Retro Records, they are already able to get through this checkpoint, past second checkpoint, and now on their way to the third checkpoint with 3 members down on the Cafeteria. Wow, they are so dominant on this map.
Yeah, and this is really suiting them. Slime has been able to set up and again just throw those splat bombs, but really get in the faces of the Cafeteria here. Look, we're closing the distance now. They unfortunately can't make the jump as the third checkpoint is just barely reached by Retro Records, but they still have some team members there that they can potentially jump into using the Booyah Bomb, and they get it down. They take out both. Both of them went opposite directions, but they still were able to claim their lives with that Booyah Bomb. They will go down in the process, but that's huge. Even aside from the special, just having that extra armor for a little bit more survivability could mean this push hasn't gone away yet.
Yeah, you can see Retro Records is already back in the action. I like that we saw from the overhead view there. They were rushing towards the tower. They were rushing to the other side of the map. They knew that they didn't want to give up any of the time that they had that mid control. So they were just immediately trying to get back into the action and keep pressure. Scribby's here on the tower with that dynamo. I like that they're just trying to keep this positioning and use that dynamo main weapon. Did they? Oh my goodness, able to take down 3 members and allow their team around that to get back onto the tower and continue this push that they started.
Well, and you think of a weapon like the Dynamo and you think, oh, it must just sit over the flat and just sort of rain ink down on the middle of the map to take control. No, they got a triple there just by sitting in a corner in a 90-degree angle where multiple of their sides were covered. So they're not taking that incoming fire. Of course, they're not going to be as lucky there on the jump in, but a great play as we saw Milk, the hero from that last game, moving forward, getting the assist there for Brendan, who's going to be their main tip of the spear with this 52, trying to see if they can get some shots in the air, but they just don't have the range or maybe the RNG to get that. Now they're having to adjust as Sprybees doing their best work to not only get paint into the center of this courtyard, but also see if anybody from the Cafeteria extends too close. Of course, they're trying to defend their lead. This is the Cafeteria's best push yet, and they lose all 4 of their members. A stalwart defense from a Retro Records team who really needs a strong showing here in this game 3.
Talk about strong showing. They are doing an excellent job at just keeping pressure. That was a really good stop from them too, in order to just go backwards, act defensively, stop the tower, and slow down the momentum that the Cafeteria could have gained there. The Cafeteria Soda here on the tower getting jump-ins as well, so Retro Records is going to have to turn their attention around and go back to the tower because Soda is just holding down the tower for their teammates, getting jump-ins as well, and at the second checkpoint.
Yeah, this is one of the closer I've seen to the equivalent of a C9 in Splatoon as I can think of. Somebody's just pushing the tower while the rest of the team is super far pushed up, and they kind of have to check themselves and come back, and they may pay for it as well as this push is still going on. It's going to be Garnet on the tower here trying to push it forward as they're just 7 points away from the lead. Soda now taking over that mantle. Just the dually squelchers left. Milk gets the pick. The jump ins are coming through. Are they going to be able to get on the tower? And somebody will. That is going to be the lead finally by a couple of points, and multiple members of Retro Records still coming back from the spawn as it's just an absolute slay out right on top of the tower. Karma has spent enough time to build up this crab, and with 35 seconds left, we're still seeing a massive fight that I think finally now gets won by Retro Records, but at a major cost of losing the lead late.
Absolutely, and that lead is off by so many points that are very close. So it's just like, okay, we're going into the last 15 seconds of this. We have specials ready. How do we play this perfectly if we want to go ahead and switch this and get the lead again? Retro Records has been playing so well on this map, so if they're able to continue the momentum that they had in the beginning of this, they could possibly switch over to get the lead, but it doesn't look like they are able to switch the lead there in the last 15 seconds of this. The Cafeteria surrounding the tower at the last possible second and taking that game 3 and taking this set over Retro Records.
We warned today, folks, that there could be upsets happening, and at least on the placements from the qualifiers, that has happened. We have the Cafeteria, the number 7 seed, taking down the number 2 seeded Retro Records, or I should at least say moving them down to the losers bracket. And the Cafeteria looking incredibly strong right now. They've got back-to-back sweeps. They gave up, what on a lot of other games would be a pretty insurmountable lead of into the late 20s here, and come back with a very strong showing. They have the specials that they need for the end of the game. They throw those triple ink strikes right down on the tower, exactly where they need to be. And that is going to be a very strong showing back-to-back for a Cafeteria team who is going to have to take on another tough opponent, as the opposite match, the match next to them, has finished as well. The 3rd-seeded Triggerfish Zone Supremacy in their first game of the day also comes away with the sweep. They are not going to be upset in winners round 2. FreeFlow, the team we watched in round 1, will now take their time in the losers bracket. So we have our winners semis, or at least one of them, set here between the Cafeteria and Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. On the opposite side of the bracket, Chocolate Milkshake going to be doing a great job in their first set, not showing any signs of rust or being cold at all after waiting out winners round 1 with a bye. They take down Insomniac Central 3-0, and they await currently the winner of the 4v5 matchup between Lunar Eclipse and Myopsidus. So definitely interested to see what will happen between those teams and how that final match in winners round 2 will shake up. But so far, the Cafeteria, they've been one of the more fun teams to watch for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Man, I just want to shout out too really quick, Soda on that last one. They were able to sneak around, grab the tower. That was that turning point for the Cafeteria that we got to see there. So just want to do that quick little shout out before we move on, because that was super clutch.
And now we're going to be taking a look. This is our live look-in feature where we're going to be taking a look at that final unfinished game here in winners bracket round 2. It's the 4v5 seeds. Lunar Eclipse taking on Myopsidus. This is game 1 here. You can see at the bottom of your screen a Kraken Royale swimming around, just making sure nobody's on top of the high ground, as Myopsidus does have the lead, but Lunar Eclipse in control of the zone. A Slosher trying to challenge the high ground there, but in part, Fox on the pencil going to be locking it down. Rissa, some weapons that we haven't seen yet today, including things like the Splatana Wiper and the custom range blaster.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen that range blaster yet so far. I feel like it's been around a lot in comp, but here we see it here. So getting to see it played, and actually Lunar Eclipse, they like you were saying, they're in control of the zone. They are getting jump-ins as well. That pencil player is just doing a great job at being an anchor for their team, and now the lead is super close for them. However, Myopsis knows that they need to come in and get the zone and make it flip, but with the strength of Fox on that pencil, keeping the zone painted just like that, they are able to keep the zone.
Yeah, and that's a tough place for the Nautilus to be. They get backed into a corner just as Myopsidus did there at the finale of that game. So a close back and forth game one by the looks of it is going to be a very interesting way to see which team emerges from winners bracket round 2 in our final unresolved game. And again, we'll take on, I believe, that first seeded Chocolate Milkshake if they are able to win. Of course, Lunar Eclipse was the winner of that game one. They are the higher seeded here, but we'll have to see how that one shapes up. But overall impressions of the tournament and sort of weapon look-ins too, I've been very impressed with the variety that we've seen today. You know, the meta at times feels very stagnant with what's at the very upper echelon, but teams are constantly making things that are either seen as niche picks or stuff that you just don't see all the time work in this tournament. We saw some great performances from things like the Dynamo Dualies, at least individual performances, or the Dynamo Roller, I should say, not Dualies. But other anchor weapons too, like we've seen a Nautilus now, we've seen a Heavy Splatling Deco, and that's sometimes joined in tandem with longer range but also support weapons like the Pencil there. So I'm interested to see for this final match too, if we get to keep doing our live look-in, how the compositions will change based on the little bit that we got to see from game one.
I'm actually really interested too. That I was going to talk about it a little bit there, but the game ended up ending. But like you said, they had a Nautilus there as well, and that's something you don't get to see a lot in competitive play anymore. We saw it so much in Splat 2, but we didn't necessarily see it in Splatoon 3 as much. So many exciting weapons, and it's fun loading into these games and seeing, like you said, weapons that we don't get to see a lot in competitive play and go, oh my gosh, look, this can work. A Dynamo can work. A Gluga can work. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, and you talk about that. Dualies too have sort of been emerging as a more potential weapon choice that can work at the top levels. You know, we've already seen a few today. We saw in the first set, we saw just the vanilla Splat Dualies as an alternative for using a crab tank aside from the vanilla Splash. So not only have we seen the vanilla Splash, we've seen a lot of the Neo Splash. I think folks are really enjoying the Tri-Strike as a great offensive tool and also a way to just lock down one or both zones if you're playing a 2-zone map. It just is so versatile. We've seen it on tower control to lock down the tower when it gets onto a checkpoint or closer to overtime. And also just the ability of these teams to make multiple weapons work, whether you're a one trick or whether you have 5, 6, 7 or more weapons under your belt. Players can make it work regardless. But looks like our next match on this stream will be between the Cafeteria, so we'll get to follow that story and sort of the momentum they're building to take on Triggerfish Zone's Supremacy. No slouch in their own right. Should be very interesting between these two teams. And I want to mention that the Cafeteria, whose 2 sweeps into this tournament, specifically called out Triggerfish Zone's Supremacy in their trailer. So if you haven't seen that trailer, go check it out on Twitter. But this is definitely a team that wants all the smoke, as some would say, and we'll see if they can deliver when it comes to actually playing it out.
I totally love getting to see this, especially too since you and I as commentators have been getting to follow the storyline throughout the day so far, and now knowing as well that there's not only the storyline of today but also a storyline of these two teams and wanting to bring the smoke, as like you said. So the Cafeteria, they must know, okay, they're familiar with what Triggerfish Zones is going to be bringing to the table, and they've got to have some stuff in their back pocket that they're going to bring out.
Well, let's take a look at Triggerfish Zones here. They're from Ludi Season 15 Division 3, comprised of Kraken Mare, Vapor, Pork, and DRF. Some of the questions that they got to answer, they have some players who are multifaceted in terms of not just being players, but also encompassing POs and other folks who help make these tournaments happen. So ironically, or fittingly, I should say, the question, what are your team's goals for this season of SAC? They simply answered to actually play in the events. And speaking of playing, we're already in the midst of game number 1. Let's take a look at this composition. Am I seeing 2 Splatanas and a mint decaf, Marissa?
You are. I had to stop. As you were talking, I stopped and I was like, wait, am I seeing that right? We are seeing that right, Zach. Oh my goodness.
It is something that I would not have the creativity to cook up, but obviously has done very well for them to get this far, and they've not only taken the zone with it, they've advanced well in front of it and have taken away one of these very close range threats in the Ink Rush. They're backing off now. It's going to be Milk who is on those dually Squelchers, now piloting this Platana Stamper, but Mewtwo holding their ground there with this Sloshing Machine Neo. That's not something that we see all the time. It does occasionally come up. Of course, the vanilla Sloshing Machine had its day in the sun, but the Inkzuka is something that cannot be overstated as a nice, hyper-offensive and nicely ranged special to have.
Ooh, Triggerfish zones. They knew when they needed to get back into the zone that they needed to play together. They did exactly that, able to take down the members of the Cafeteria around the zone together very, very nicely, have that team synergy that they consistently have been having so well in the last couple weeks, couple months. Now there is a lot of chaos happening as we see the Cafeteria trying to get back into the zone and just cap it. As we're seeing that decav, they're just trying to do everything they can to cap the zone, and it actually worked out well for them. Being able to run into the zone and use that bubble played out very nicely for them as they were able to cap the zone, and now Triggerfish Zones is pushed back, trying to get back in.
Yeah, watching the Ink Brush always makes me laugh because it looks like it's a spray and pray weapon, but you actually have to have such a level of placement with yourself and knowledge of where the enemy is potentially going to set up to make your effective range work, and they are going to stay alive here. They're actually doing a great job along with the rest of their team, who forces a wipeout against the Cafeteria to hold the fort, and now they get to position themselves ahead of the zone. Kraken Mare are going to see if they can find a place to maybe shark around and get somebody unsuspected, but the Torpedo, a very nice special to have to call out and potentially even damage members of the opposing team in the Cafeteria, using not just those subs, but also this Crab here to see if they can get back in. Milk going to expend the Zip Caster as well to get a little bit of damage off, but it's not going to be enough for the splat, and they'll have to go back to behind the zone as no progress on the objective itself was made. They do claim a little bit of space, but in that time, Triggerfish Zones getting rid of their penalty. Unfortunately for them, a DC taking place. I'm not sure exactly the time when it happened because it's so close to the middle point of this game, so we'll have to see if this one ends up counting, and for now, they're playing like it will.
Yeah, I think that considering the points on the board, I have a feeling that they are going to have to play this out and try and take on this 3v4. Right now, the Cafeteria, they're taking advantage of that. Absolutely. They are all four in the zone. They are watching all the angles that they can, and they took out Triggerfish Zone's remaining 3 members completely. So they are, even though there is that DC, they are not letting down because they know, okay, anything can happen, really, considering the level of these two teams. So they just got to make sure that they're still on their game.
Yeah, the lead only just now going over to the Cafeteria, and they're getting some picks as well. That's a few down against Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. The Cafeteria, maybe not the most braggable victory considering the fact that there was a DC, but even before the DC, they started that match out very hot with the I guess it would be double Splatana, and then you also have the Mint Decab, which looks very close to a Splatana, and they will lock down game number 1 so far, making good on their promise to give Triggerfish all the smoke.
Yeah, totally. I'm so curious on this because considering that they came out with essentially, you know, the triple wiper stamper decav comp, is that something that they're planning on running this whole time? Are they going to switch it?
Well, we'll have to see. We may have lost Rissa there. We'll make sure that she can get back in with that situation. But to continue on with her point, we did mention that it's an unusual composition to bring, something that I personally hadn't seen yet. And with the opponent that they're facing being Triggerfish Zones Supremacy, I have to wonder if the trend of carrying Zones into game number 2 from a counterpicking perspective is going to be the strategy that Triggerfish employs on their counterpick. You know, they brought a composition that in parts could deal well with sort of these up-close confrontations. Of course, Kraken Mare being on the Ink Brush is a big part of that. And then they have a couple of longer ranged elements. They have the Sloshing Machine Neo, which not only has medium range in and of itself and a 2-splat potential, but is also going to have the ability to use that Trizuka in order to range, well, on the map that we just saw, over the entirety of the zone back to where the enemy might sort of be hiding around. So the Cafeteria looking quite strong. It would be awesome to see a second instance of that composition come out, but it will in part come down to what the pick is. And as predicted, Zones will be the map. And now we go over to Mahi Mahi. So Mahi Mahi going to be available and a very strange map is the best way that I can put it. You have a much smaller version of the map to look at the start, and then you have this sort of more open space once you get past the halfway mark, since because we're on zones, that is going to be the 50-point mark. So when you get past 50, you unlock the rest of the map. Of course, there is the inevitable Tudos, aka falling into the water on maps like this one, but we'll have to see if that takes place. And more interestingly, what compositional changes this may bring. It may not proc all that many because we are sticking on the same mode, and usually the mode matters a little bit more than the map does in terms of changing what loadout you're going to bring. But in looking at the compositions that they have available to them, Triggerfish Zones has things like the Explosher under their belt that they could bring. They have things like the Junior. They have the Tri-Slosher Neo, I should say, to give them an element of buffing themselves with the Tacticooler. And then rounding it out, the Ink Brush, that may just be something that you hinge your composition around, or you factor in as, we're going to have this weapon. Let's make sure that we can play around it effectively. And importantly, let's give, some ink efficiency and, of course, some area of control to a weapon like that one, so that they're not entirely having to go into enemy territory, despite the ability of that weapon to do so. So we await the start of this second game here, taking a look sort of at what else is going on. Looks like 1-1 is the set score between Lunar Eclipse and Myopsidus. So Lunar Eclipse winning game 1, Myopsidus coming back and taking on game 2 here. And so very good job here. It looks like we may also have a temporary replacement caster for this stream here in Siren. So we'll get Siren in just a moment as they fix all of the issues going on. But super interested to see if we can have a 7 seed in the Cafeteria go into what would be the winners finals. And as a reminder for the sort of format of this tournament, it's best of 5. It's counterpicking, obviously, as you've seen, and there is a double elimination element to it. So definitely, if your favorite team has already been knocked out in the winner's side, don't fret. They have the loser's side of the bracket to take care of. But I believe, at least in voice, we have Siren now joining us. What's going on, Siren?
Hi, it's me, Rissa. I don't know where you got that Siren thing from.
Well, welcome back, Rissa. How has it been? How was your temporary departure?
Well, I just moved to this different room in my house, and I also redid my hair and makeup, and now I look like Siren, but it's okay. We're here.
Well, you did say before this cast got started that you were speed running your hair. Maybe this speed run continued on sort of while we were counterpicking, and it looks like you've done a great job with it, and I love what you've done with the place.
Yeah, I made it really messy.
I mean, I've just got this dinky green screen behind me, but yeah, we have the Cafeteria and Triggerfish Zone's Supremacy. The Cafeteria up 1-0, meaning it's Triggerfish Zone's counterpick. And they will take us now to tower control on Inkblot Art Academy instead of what was previously predicted. So no splat zones for game 2. That breaks our streak, but Siren going to an old tournament favorite with this map and mode.
Yeah, definitely an OG, and one that we've been playing a lot in Splatoon 3. I find like it's kind of stayed on the map list since the start of this game, and I'm trying to really get into the heads of the members of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy to be like, why would they pick this? But I really think it's because they're very much a momentum team, and the biggest weakness they have is that like their defenses can kind of lack of a better word, choke sometimes if they're rushed a little quickly. So I think their goal here is, all right, let's get this map mode done quickly. Let's get the push done in one go. And then we won't have to worry about defending too long, because they really are like an absolute bottle rocket of a team.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams, as we get into the game here and these compositions, do sort of fall into momentum-based here. Of course, the Cafeteria working off of 2 sweeps in a row and on their 7th win now after that game 1. Taking a look here, we see a Hero Slosher coming out from Soda, the mid decapitator, and Milk is going to be back on the Dually Squelchers, where on the opposite side of things, we have a Hero Shot, which is going to fall. And then we have this Explosher, something that was mentioned in the previews, but not yet seen up to this point. They go down, effectively a full wipeout. The Cafeteria, speaking of momentum, they've carried theirs into the second game.
Yeah, wow, what a start for Cafeteria. Already sitting at that first checkpoint with less than 30 seconds into this game first, but that's kind of what happens when you take out Pepe first. So we do see Kraken Mare kind of diving behind that tower, but getting caught out by the crab tank of Karma. It's just going to be Karma left, but taking out Pepe in a trade is going to be huge. Vapor going to be left to deal with the scraps by themselves, and unfortunately taken out there. It seems like, 3 down, this push is still going. They've actually reversed it entirely.
Yeah, Vapor wanted all the smoke in that 1v1. They engaged the 1v1 with their triple splashdown and weren't able to get Karma, and that's huge as they carry on this push this way. Now they have the crab, and not only do they survive, but they take out Mewtwo in the process. Getting bumped off, but they get a lot of pot shots there onto Pepe, enough to take out Kraken Mare there as well. Soda will fall, and so it's going to be Karma, the last remaining survivor, at least for a bit. The jump-ins come through. It's not quite a knockout as they get to 2, which is effectively going to require a knockout from Triggerfish Zones if they want a shot of taking this second game.
Yeah, and just a proof, like the textbook example of what happens and what goes wrong exactly on this map if you choke that initial start of the game there, right? So now we do see the double Inkzuka coming out from 2 members of Triggerfish Zone, Supremacy, Brendan getting behind them though with that decap. Vapor able to take out Karma, which is good because they weren't able to do that last time. But, the whole thing about momentum teams is it has to get started first. So obviously looking to see where we can get any sort of friction and get the ball rolling here.
Well, to carry on with this motif of momentum, part of that requires finding an advantage and playing it up to times 1,000, essentially. You want to take that first pick and you want it to be, all encompassing. You want it to give you the entry points that you need in order to take on things like more advantageous fights, take better positioning, and that's part of what Soda is attempting to do here, getting on the high ground with the Slosher, a teammate able to help clean things up. Now they're looking at Kraken Mare, trying desperately to swim as fast as that Ink Rush can take them on their legs, which is just not going to happen as Karma gets back atop the tower. They've been a pretty staple member of their team, forcing a wipeout there, partly from the shots of this crab, and so the Cafeteria keeping their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I really like this positioning from Soda here, hopping up onto those bats, just trying to make sure nobody from Triggerfish Zones is able to leave the spawn from that one entry point there. Vapor gonna have to pop that splashdown, more likely just to stay alive for a little bit longer there. You're not gonna want to go down in this situation when there's no checkpoints in the way of Cafeteria taking this knockout for themselves. So ideally here, it's longevity that you want, and you're gonna really need to milk the last 2 minutes of this game here, because that's all they have, and they have so much distance to make, especially with that tower still lingering by their base. This is not a good situation for them at all.
Yeah, Vapor's in a tough spot as well. They're playing pretty aggressively, getting the pick there onto Brendan as well. That could be a nice opening for them. Now setting up as many anchor players do to be the designated tower carrier. But with the range and the just radius of effect that that weapon has, as we see a full-on wipeout while all of that is taking place. Players like Mewtwo going in and trying to make the most of their special now. They at least back off one member there of the Cafeteria, and this could be the counter push they need. Getting away from this splat bomb as well as they're backed into a corner, but one member there, Milk, is marked. Vapor going to try and use that triple splashdown, and they'll get a pick as a result. They will lose their sloshing machine as well as their ink rush, and now just Vapor alive. They'll get out. That's a nice push, and they will get rid of one checkpoint, but you see that second one there is not cleared through. It's going to be tough with them having to go through that entire thing again, potentially in overtime.
Yeah, you did see actually from that overhead view, Mewtwo had snuck in behind them. It does look like that ended in a trade, if anything. Now Vapor going to be watching this right side, kind of worried about Karma Fox's crab tank, but looks like that's going to be distracted by another member. I think Kraken Mare on the far side of the map, trying to take that out with the help of their teammates. Seems like Kraken Mare was able to make out like alive for long enough to stay in this, but they still have quite a distance to go here with that tower. They're going to need to start getting some picks, and obviously this is not the situation. Wait a second, this is the situation you want to see. That's just going to be Pepe left on Triggerfish Zones, and luckily having that jump in there. Pepe, though, not going to be the one wanting to ride that tower, is going to have to move up a little bit farther. Does see that decap staying alive there, is able to make it out alive. Zuka's going to come out, end in a trade. Vapor's riding that tower, but still, this has to be a knockout, Zach.
Yeah, Vapor going to be staying on the tower, trying to avoid the suction bomb. Mewtwo's going to get enough to build up this Zuka. They are going to get the full wipeout and the splash down to seal it. It's going to be the knockout in overtime as they clinch it. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy comes roaring back in the waning seconds of this one, which came down at one point to a 1v1, which involved their last member jumping to the tower and staying alive. That was Pepe getting to the tower, allowing the jump-ins, and they will absolutely steal one from under the cafeteria.
I am shooketh, to put it lightly. I am just so amazed by the. I guess it's one of those situations where like Pepe made the exact right decision at the exact right time. Sometimes, in a bit of a scuffle like that, your first reaction isn't gonna be, oh, let me jump into the point of contention on the map. Let me jump right directly to the tower where all the action is happening. And Pepe actually, was able to jump in, and turns out the fight ended up going in their favor well enough for Pepe to be the last one there. I don't think things would have ended the same way if Pepe had not been able to jump in there at all. That allowed their whole team to get back in, keep the ball rolling, not have to reset from zero is huge on tower control. So, wow.
It was just wild to see. And Triggerfish Zone's composition, more than the cafeterias, had sort of a weapon that needed to get placed in a position where they're not being accosted from different sides. They need sort of, with that Explosher, that area for them to freely maneuver around and make use of that excellent range and these sort of AoE even capabilities of their weapon. And they finally, at the end, got that there. They had the offensive edge with the Trizuka. They even make things happen at the end, dissuade anybody from coming up to the tower with that triple splashdown, and just the short range aggro that they have with the composition. Even, the sloshing machine doing great at the more mid-range of being something that with great aim can really have amazing effects. So a super solid game number 2 there, and that puts the onus over now to the cafeteria to pick a map and mode that they believe will suit them, especially against, as you mentioned, Siren, a composition and a team that is so driven by momentum. They don't want any of that to get started with this win here.
Yeah, wow. So now we're actually back in the hands of Cafeteria counterpicking, if I'm correct, right?
Yep.
Oh, goodness. All right, well, I don't even know what you do if you're Cafeteria here, because you need to be able to assess what happened in the last game that caused them to lose. Obviously, they were dominating the first, 4 minutes and 50 seconds of that game, just until the very end. So you need to really think critically about that last little bit, decide if it's something that won't be repeated in the next game, if it's possible to fix that error, if that's the case. And going into the next one, I don't know if both of these teams are going to want to keep going for these momentum type games, or if they're going to maybe try and aim towards something a little bit more steady, like a slower map, something that cannot be rushed like this.
Well, in the meantime, we do have a live look in now to what is going to be the results here of the other match that we were waiting for. I believe this is from winners round, or the semis, or round 2 actually. So winners round 2, Myopsidus currently up 2-1 over Lunar Eclipse after losing game 1, and with a win here in game number 4 on Humpback Pump Track, they will advance to the other winners semis game to take on Chocolate Milkshake. So that would be a very interesting one to see. But we move now quickly to tower control on Hagglefish Market for our game 3 in a tied set.
Right. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, tower control again? I mean, I guess they did decide, all right, well, what happened in the last 10 seconds last game is not what's going to happen again. So with that orientation in mind, it seems like Triggerfish Zone's coming out on top for the start of this game here, has been successfully scouting out all the members of Cafeteria so far, taking them down one by one, allowing Vapor to ride this tower pretty much uncontested so far.
Yeah, I'm so interested in the choice too. I didn't really see Vapor putting up a lot of splash walls. It is something that you can bounce off surfaces and potentially put onto the tower here, which is another way that you can sort of protect yourself against the flurry of suction bombs that we're seeing here now. And they're getting past this second checkpoint. They have already carved out a huge lead for themselves. The Tri-Strike is going to force them to respect it, but they have the splashdown. That'll get two, and that more importantly as well clears out the big bubbler that they could have used to hide behind. They see the tower going away here, and they'll even get Milk to boot. But what an impressive start in the first minute from Triggerfish.
I love the pure aggression that comes out of Vapor, and like the fight or flight always ends up in like the fight for Vapor half the time. Very rarely you'll ever see Vapor jump out of a situation like that, and I just love to see these fights taken head on, especially when he has the distance to work with. But you know, getting down to 23 on this map is pretty good, but it's definitely a lot easier to deal with than on maps like Inkblot. So I'd like to see how Cafeteria approaches this from here on in. Looks like Triggerfish is kind of in some like interesting defense positions though, kind of playing more anticipatory, if that's a word. Trying to prepare themselves for where Cafeteria is going to go rather than where they would want to sit naturally for defense.
Yeah, I guess both defensively and offensively here. They've been sort of hanging out in this lower courtyard area. Mewtwo kind of backed up and hurt. They're going to need to sort of regain their health as we see Vapor yet again being the designated tower carrier. Pepe going to have the Trizuka as well. Not really finding anybody, but the Cafeteria as well, respecting it at least. Now Karma with the range, going to try and see if they can pick off Vapor. That's their only target, but a couple going down. Milk and Soda fall, and that's going to be two of the main representatives on the tower as Vapor had already backed off Kraken Mare sort of alongside these alleyways, and Brendan gonna in that time flame a bit or try to in the middle of the map here, and it's gonna be nothing doing as they get taken down almost immediately. Lots and back and forth happening in mid, but not a lot of tangible area gain for a Cafeteria team that really needs a boost.
Yeah, I love to see the approach they've had here. We see Vapor once again riding this tower on that right side. Is going to back off just a little bit, noticing the situation is not getting very good over there. 3 members, of course, from Cafeteria dropping down from that exact area that Vapor just retreated from, so probably a good idea to react the way that he did. Now we do see Soda taking up mid, moving up to the right side here. It looks like, honestly, Triggerfish Zone's kind of dropping like flies for a little bit. And now Mewtwo is kind of forced to take a bit of a defensive position, which is not the natural one for pretty much any member of Triggerfish's zones, but it's one they'll have to take nonetheless. Milk now finding that Zuka, which has been almost perpetual for Triggerfish, and somehow getting behind Kraken Mare for a moment.
Yeah, all Kraken Mare has to do, though, is just swing around and continue flailing wildly. They just don't do enough damage there on that tower to get the pick, and so Karma going to hang out there, at least for the moment. Brendan also going to fall, so Mewtwo going to take the advantage here and also get the direct shot there onto Soda. That's a full wipeout, and I was going to say, too, that wasn't the cleanest 3-down situation that I had ever seen. The Cafeteria lost a couple members. They had to jump back in. They had one on the tower, and they were in kind of a tough part of the tower where or the tower path, I should say, where Triggerfish Zones can come back in and either take that far left-hand alleyway or hallway, or just come through mid and try to create off angles. And that's part of what I think led to them not getting as far as they wanted to, as we see Pepe doing a lot to try and advance the map control forward. They get Brendan down, so that's going to be a big pick. And it looks like Siren, they might be getting an extension on their lead if they get close enough here.
Yeah, an extension they might just get. Vapor has that splashdown sitting on the tower, isn't quite able to take one out, but is able to get the splashdown off, at least for the fist that land down there, and that is going to create a huge opening for Kraken Mare to advance further into the base. They've pushed it down below 20 at this point. Kraken Mare very fearlessly going towards that crab tank of Karma, and that is actually going to clear out most of this tower area. Pepe just barely able to make it out alive from that scrap, but you know, this is gonna have to be an overtime push, and they have another checkpoint to burn through if Cafeteria is gonna want to retake this game.
Yeah, this is what, 3 fights, maybe 4 at least, because they have those 2 checkpoints and they weren't even at halfway going there. So this is going to be a tall order. They do get 3 down though, and they have the big bubbler up. They use the crab tank, so the crab tank is gone for now. There's still 3 down. It's just the hero shot remaining, and Soda trying to use this triple Ink Strike in the right possible scenario. They use it around the hallway and around mid here to try and make sure it's difficult for Triggerfish to get back in, but they'll fall shortly after. And look how far back Vapor can affect change on the zone with this weapon. They get the pick there on the Brendan as well. A full wipeout, and maybe that was the writing on the wall there as Triggerfish Zone Supremacy comes roaring back after an insane game 2 and in overtime this time as well is able to find and solidify their lead that they built up earlier and are now just 1 game away from moving on to the winners finals.
Wow, for a moment there I really thought that we were going to be seeing a complete repeat of the previous game with what you can see. That fight got won at the beginning there. They have specials at the ready, they have the strikes, they're pushing everything along. Really good job from both teams there, obviously, but it just seems like Triggerfish Zones had built themselves such a secure safety net for that game that it was going to be very difficult for Cafeteria. It was definitely an uphill battle.
And this makes a lot of interesting questions for game number 4, I should say here, because we have a lot of back and forth and a lot of overtimes taking place. And Rissa, you've somehow duplicated yourself. How are you able to be in 2 rooms at once?
I don't know. Very good question.
Well, it's nice to see you in your previous space that you were occupying before. I'm glad you were seamlessly able to take your setup back to this other room that you've got. And as you saw there, for sure, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy able to not only get that clutch win in game number 2, going from a 2-point away from being defeated in a knockout to winning that game number 2 on Inkblot, and then needing to go to overtime again in game 3 and again on tower control and locking it down. What do you think game 4 might look like?
Honestly, I have no idea at this point. I feel like anything can happen. It's just like, considering the closeness of these 2 teams and how they've been playing, the weapons coming out, I honestly have no idea what we're gonna see here.
So lots of potential options. Of course, this is going to be, regardless, the last counter pick for the Cafeteria. So they've tried to do tower control already, and they were not able to succeed. It was close, but not as close as game 2 was. So I doubt you go there a 3rd time. Would be funny to be proven wrong here, to really say, I know for a fact we can beat you on tower control. We just need to get lucky one time, but they do not. Instead, the first time today on this stream, we're seeing Clam Blitz come through, and it's going to be on an interesting map for it as well. Crab Leg Capital. It's not one of the, I would say, mainstays for Clam Blitz that we see usually in a tournament setting. That more so goes to maybe a Scorched Gorge or a Museum de Alfonsino, but a super interesting choice for the last counter pick from the Cafeteria.
It is. I completely agree with you there. This is typically not a map, especially in Clam Blitz, per se, that you would be counterpicking, I would think. It's just really difficult to get to the basket, even if you have control of mid or you have control of the left or the right side and mid. It's just really difficult to get past that point. So maybe they have a game plan in particular. They feel comfortable on this map. Maybe they're going to come back out with that all-wiper comp. I could see that coming into play here. But like you said, I absolutely agree. It's going to be a tougher Clam Blitz map, but maybe that'll be a factor that is good for them in this.
Well, they have a few weapons that they know could potentially be brought with high likelihood, including that Ink Brush and that Explosher, the custom Explosher, I should say. Let's see if that composition changes. We're going to take a look at the changes from the Cafeteria as well, and we're still seeing the Ink Brush, the Neo version of the sloshing machine, and of course that custom Explosher coming out from Triggerfish Zones. On the opposite side of things, it's going to be Karma with the vanilla Splashomatic to retain that crab tank. They're going to have the 52, so they'll interestingly have that killer whale on what's not the most linear of maps, and then they're going to round that out with Milk back on that Julie Squelchers that did so well earlier in this tournament.
And starting out here initially, the Cafeteria, they are dominating mid right now on the map that they counterpicked. So it seems like they may possibly have a game plan that they want to utilize here. Soda, unfortunately, goes down to Vapor's splashdown, and Vapor using that splashdown exactly how you would want to if you're an ex-splasher, using it more as a close contact splashdown, that if you're a longer range weapon like that ex-splasher, you're going to utilize that to splash down if you need to in a panic. So initially though, even though that scrappiness has happened, the middle of the map here still very pink. The Cafeteria, okay, guess what? Triggerfish Zones did a Commentators curse situation there, and now they wiped out the Cafeteria, and they are taking mid, taking this top right, and getting set up for a push.
Was gonna say, based on the wipeout, it's not gonna be green for very long, as Triggerfish Zones, despite being on the back foot there, finds a way. And Vapor's a big part of that, right? They kind of got unlucky. This is not a great painting weapon at your feet. You have to expend a lot of energy just to get a little bit of paint under yourself. But when you have free range to roam around, it looks a little bit better. Kraken Mare roaming around to pick up some clams. They have 13 in total, split between a couple of different team members, of course, not creating that power clan because you don't want to identify yourself on the map before you have to. So Kraken Mare will hang on to that 7th. And for the Cafeteria, they've got a few of their own. They've got some specials online, including that crab from Karma. It'll just be when they want to use them, and they're going to have to use it right after Milk goes down. Mewtwo going to follow as a retaliation. Karma seeing if they can find anybody while also using this wall for a bit of cover, but they're going to come out of it and immediately get popped. And speaking of popped, Kraken Mare are going to break that barricade and get a couple in themselves.
Kraken Mare doing exactly what you said. He was waiting to use those clams that he had and use them at the last possible second so he could sneak forward and go ahead and score that power clam in. And they were able to do that perfectly for their team. Triggerfish Zones now continuing to count down points. And guess what? There's Kraken right back with that ink brush, getting more clams. That ink brush has that mobility where they're able to run around the map, run and pick up clams really quick and come back to the basket. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. There, Kraken goes again. He's able to get the last clams in as well and completely KO that for Triggerfish Zones.
That has to be factored in when you're doing a counter pick. The fact that Kraken Mare mains this weapon is insane with this weapon, and the weapon is so good at easy mobility around the map to pick up clams. And it's never a good sign when you get wiped out after the barricade is broken and after the majority of the team is already in your base. So that was going to be, regardless, a tough counter push or defense coming back from the Cafeteria. Great initial effort there by Kraken Mare, getting the pop on the barricade. Vapor comes in while Kraken goes out and looks for more clams, and they get a few in to extend the timer. You notice they even waited a little bit to deposit that final clam because it only gives a portion of your available time back on the actual timer there. So nice patience waiting for Kraken Mare to call out that they've gotten enough clams. They got plenty. They got 6. I think a couple of those they didn't even need to go in, but just using them for insurance. And Kraken Mare easily able to run in with that weapon and deposit the clams where needed. So for a team in the Cafeteria that called out that they wanted all the smoke with Triggerfish Supremacy, they got it and more in what ended up being 3 straight victories after that game 1. And we did see that sort of mid timer DC there from Triggerfish Zones. We hope that doesn't happen to them at any point for the rest of this tournament. But the Cafeteria, if they want to have their revenge, they'll have to come all the way through the losers bracket and see if they can face Triggerfish Zones somewhere in the grand finals.
Absolutely. The Cafeteria, maybe this is going to be one of those things where sometimes wanting to get the smoke with a specific team can really help fuel your way through the bracket. So the Cafeteria might be using this as fuel for the Flames in order to get through that loser side of the bracket to fight Triggerfish Zones again.
Well, Rissa, I've got good news for you if you like teams calling each other out and saying that they want that smoke. The finals of the winners bracket would be slated to be between Triggerfish Zones Supremacy and Chocolate Milkshake. And we noticed that the Cafeteria called out Triggerfish Zones. They apparently didn't even notice they had another team set in their sights, and it looks like it was specifically Chocolate Milkshake that Triggerfish Zones called out as saying, you're the team that we want to face in this finals of SAC Season 9. If Chocolate Milkshake is able to defeat Myopsidus, they are going to get that chance. I believe still the score 0-0 right now in that other set. So we'll have to see if Myopsidus, who was able to win 3 straight themselves after Lunar Eclipse took game 1 against them in our 4v5 matchup, will be so interesting to see if Triggerfish Zones, after facing one team that wanted the smoke, was able to dispatch of them and then take on the team that they're really here in this tournament for today.
This is one of the things about SAC in particular as well. These teams have been playing against each other for weeks now, so they're familiar with each other. They know what they want and you know how they've faced each other as these weeks have gone on, and that's when you start to build up these relationships with the other teams as well. And it's kind of, it adds to the fun, I think, of the tournament and having these rivalries, but also that's sure still that camaraderie is there too.
Yep. So for Myopsidus, we have Nom Nom, Haze, Goggy, Epic Toodle, Clawley, and CC. Some weapons being played, like for Goggy, they've got both versions of the 96 Gal Deco at their disposal. For Nom Nom, and they have multiple players who have this, but the Rapid Blaster Pro and the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, which the latter of which is also played by Goggy. You have Haze, which can be on some other weapons there, like the Tri-Stringer, the Vanilla Slosher. And then you have Epic Toodle, who is also a Nautilus player. That's not really a weapon that I expected to see that much. But I would love to sort of, see more of, why does that Splatling get played over other sort of mid to long range anchor weapons? And we may get to see, Marissa, the entire set here, which would start on Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, I think we are set in here to see these two teams hash it out. And I was going to say, too, I'm actually really interested how if we get to see the Nautilus played as well, because like you said, it's not typically a Splatling weapon that is usually played in competitive that I get to see a lot. So it's always fun getting to see how players that do play weapons like that play around them. Like we saw previously, the Dynamo played on a set. We saw the Gluga played. It's always just really interesting to see how they end up playing out here. But like you said, we are headed into, I believe, shortly, Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime, Chocolate Milkshake versus Myopsis. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams, it's not rare these days or anything, but they'll also have a pencil player to boot. Clawley, one of the players that I didn't mention for Myopsidus, they're comfortable on the pencil. They've also played E-Tech and the custom E-Leader quite a bit, so they've got some short and long range weapons under their disposal. And then for Chocolate Milkshake, we can see on the screen here what they've brought to the table. That 52. We also have the Carbon Roller Deco, can be such a deadly weapon at close range, alongside at that close range shooter in the Tenet or the regular splatter shot that Haze is bringing, and rounding it out, of course, that pencil that both teams have on this game one.
Both teams having a pencil. Okay, Destiny able to help their teammates get this middle area here, along with their Ingzuka get a pick. But I was going to say, I loved it from the overhead view. Initially, both of the pencils were just painting for their coolers and were able to get those really fast. That classic, you can see the paint there on the left and the right side of the map. Classic pencil plays, just painting for those coolers consistently. And we haven't seen a pencil versus pencil so far. So, as we are watching here, the zone has just stayed blue. Chocolate Milkshake is looking very dominant in this first game.
Yeah, Nautilus will be interesting to see too, as we see Chocolate Milkshake, as you mentioned, taking a huge advantage here. The Ink Storm is going to be something that, if it's going to come into play, it needs to happen quickly, because Chocolate Milkshake is looking to run away with this. In fact, the pencil going down, it looked like to a shot from the Trizuka there from Destiny, and now multiple members down on both sides. Tort seeing if they can get in with both the Ink Storm as well as just the main weapon of the Nautilus. Do they have enough paint to take it over? And they do, alongside that Sprinkler that's well placed to cover their side of the zone. Of course, not a large penalty for them to chew through, but they're going to have to hold on to this zone for quite a while, as we see an Ultra Hammer go whizzing by there from the Splatana Wiper, which is another weapon we haven't talked about, can be sort of that short or mid-range weapon as you need it to be. Very fun, and can't wait to see what we encounter as far as how they can take on especially that Carbon Roller Deco.
Okay, Chocolate Milkshake, they are not wasting any time as they have gotten their specials. We saw that whale come out, we saw the cooler come out, and now we're seeing them play through these specials. There's that Zuka as well. They are pushing forward. They have recapped the zone, and it looks like they're going to try and use that momentum that they have to push forward a little bit, but you can see that Myopsidus recognized that, backed up a little bit, and we're able to put a stop to that now, recapping the zone for themselves. So it's quite the scrappy battle here in mid as each of the teams are really just trying to get the upper hand.
Yeah, when you're in a neutral game state on this map, it's very interesting because you just have such long sight lines here. The middle of the map is relatively raised and there's not a ton of high ground, so you get a very good impression of where the enemy team is setting up. So if you have longer range specials like the Trizuka shot that we just saw there from Ivy, that's going to be something that they really want to take advantage of, is being able to see exactly where their opponent is setting up and take advantage of that. And Chocolate Milkshake looking to take advantage of this tactical rebuff that they got. A's, I think it's blocked on their final shot from the Trizuka, so they can't make use of it. Ivy failing the shot there with their Carbon Roller Deco, but it's for a good cause as Myopsidus losing control of the zone and getting a penalty attached to them. Chocolate Milkshake holding on to the lead as a couple members are able to be taken down, and Myopsidus with control here. They have a couple of fights remaining that they need to win if they want to take this lead over.
You can see that they're not pushing forward too far, but they also, you can tell they kind of recognize, okay, we do need to make sure that we get members of Chocolate Milkshake down if we want to actually flip this and take the lead in this match. So you can see they waited for the specials to come out from Chocolate Milkshake. They were trying to play avoiding that, play a little bit patiently, and now they're just scrapping right now in mid to keep the zone. That orange color Chocolate Milkshake though, Destiny and Mizelle here doing a great job at using their main weapons to paint the zone for themselves and give those penalty points over to Myopsidus. So great recognition, and now they're able to push forward with their teammates and take more space past the zone.
Yeah, I love that Destiny, who's Cap, and Mizelle, who's Toby, are playing outside of the effective range of the other team's pencil. So Myopsidus not able to really tag them. You can even see Ivy on the Carbon Roller Deco just outside that effective range. They know exactly where from peeking over that overhang, that platform, where they're not going to get hit from, and they're using it to chip down all of this penalty, and Myopsidus is going to need to get in soon. They throw the Ink Strike down, or the Ink Storm down, to see if they can get an advantage somewhere, but the Ultra Stamp is going to come through, just not enough time to make anything happen though. So a very back and forth match. Myopsidus had it in the end. They might have had enough specials with maybe 10 or 15 more seconds, but an early and strong push from Chocolate Milkshake stands the test of time, and they take game one in this best of 5.
All right, so that now means that Myopsidus is going to be the team that is going to be counter-picking, and I feel like it's just consistently today we've just been seeing zones counter-picked as the second map here, so I honestly am not sure what's going to happen, but I think that was very back and forth, and I could see definitely moments where Myopsidus had shining moments where they were able to make something happen, so I think if they're able to get a map that they're really comfortable on, they could potentially turn this around for them in that game too.
Yeah, on stream at least, it's been very popular to go splat zones or tower control, as we saw in the last set that we had there. So one of those two likely to emerge as the choice from this counter pick. We've only seen one Clan Blitz game and 0 Rainmaker games taking place, although there are quite a few Rainmaker maps. There's around 5 or 6 that are available that they could go to, but all but 2 of those maps have other modes available to them. For example, Scorch Gorge, you could also go Clan Blitz. Undertow, you could also go tower control. Even Umami, which we saw in that live look-in game earlier. But this choice is going to be for splat zones, and it's going to be for something that was teased earlier, but that we actually didn't get to see because it went instead to a different map and mode. But now, looks like we will indeed be going to Mahi Mahi Resort on splat zones for game number 2.
Ooh, I'm very interested on the thought processes here and what game plans we're going to be seeing from Myopsidus. This map, I actually really enjoy playing on it. I know a lot of people typically don't because it can get a bit snowbally and maybe a little bit awkward if you're not able to get back into the zone. So Myopsidus must have a game plan. This must be a map that they're comfortable on. And like I said, if they're comfortable on a map, I think it could really turn into their favor if they have a game plan, because that first game, I felt like it had pretty close moments.
Yeah, and pencils on this map. It's sort of right peaking central where there's not really, you have that one high ground spot unless you want to go all the way to the left-hand side. So a lot of the times the walls, they're right behind where the zones are, those boxes. You see pencils set up there and sort of right peak to get some shots onto the zone if they're not just trying to stay back and build up their specials, which is especially what the pencils do in the early game of games like this one. So the first take of the zone will go to Myopsidus, which is a great sign. Tort's still going to be on that Nautilus, which is going to have that Ink Storm, which will transcend the water and go over potentially into the zone of Chocolate Milkshake if needed. But for now, nice stalwart defense. They're not overextending either. And not only that, but they have those beacons as well that they can try to jump to if they get on the back foot. But so far, Rissa, no back foot to be had. They're in control.
They are, and they didn't even necessarily push forward. I saw 3 members of Chocolate Milkshake go down there, and Myopsidus, they really were just staying in the zone. They must have been utilizing the range of the pencil, maybe the range of some bombs. Either way, that worked out really well for them because they didn't have to push in too far and go down. Finally, though, Chocolate Milkshake able to turn this around, come back into the zone, and now cap it. With this carbon roller trying to maybe lead the charge there, did get called out under that ledge. But regardless, Chocolate Milkshake at least able to cap the zone and give those 60 penalty points over to Myopsidus.
Yeah, with Chocolate Milkshake taking over the zone, we'll see if any of those beacons stood the test of time. That, by the way, is coming from a change to the Splatana Wiper Deco instead of the Vanilla. So that's where those Tenna missiles came from as well. Just the ability to not only get into the fight, but get back into the fight sooner. So nice to have. And we do see Nom Nom going to be piloting that one and just hanging out under that overhang. And they are going to pick up Ivy. That's a great splat on somebody who was trying to see if they could sneak down from that platform. So that's going to be huge in delaying Chocolate Milkshake from getting back as they have quite a sizable penalty to chew through. As you mentioned earlier, it's been all Myopsidus so far, even with that little bit of overtake. Nice patience that they're exhibiting that we really just didn't see in game 1.
Absolutely. You can see they're doing that. They're utilizing that patience again. They're staying in the zone. They're making sure they get their specials ready. They're making sure they get paint on the board. And I think that's actually really coming into play for them right now because with the other team having a carbon roller, a slosher, they don't necessarily have the painting power that Myopsidus does have, and they're utilizing. Nom Nom has just consistently been staying in the zone and painting it, but also making sure that they turn and play with their teammates when they need to. But right now, Chocolate Milkshake able to get the zone again as they were able to take down a few members of Myopsidus, and now they just got to make sure that they don't go down. They don't get too close to those ledges. They play carefully, and they probably want to play off of when the other team, Myopsidus, is going to get their specials. Play around that.
Yeah, and Ivy piloting one of the few burst bomb weapons that even really sees play. A lot of burst bomb weapons, the burst bomb becomes your main weapon. You just use it so much as your bit of range there. The roller not really going to give you much of that as Tort trying to hang on to the zone desperately. They focus a little bit too much on that one enemy of Chocolate Milkshake that was outside of the zone. So they lose not only that, but the lead as well. So this is another one of those late overtakes of the lead, this time from Chocolate Milkshake, as we see Hayes waiting for the right time to go in. They're going to have to use this soon. The Trizuka comes out. Are they going to be able to paint enough of the zone to take control away? They do so at 3 points, but Chocolate Milkshake is right next to it, and they clean up not just the paint on the zone, but the rest of Myopsidus with ease. And so they, after a slightly rougher start than in game 1, get it back, hang on to the zone, apply that pressure, and dismantle that patient play that Myopsidus had carefully built up in the early part of this one for a win in game number 2.
I really like that word, dismantled. I think that's a really good word to describe what we just saw happen from Chocolate Milkshake. They were just able to completely turn that around. I'm trying to really think about and pinpoint what was the moment that they just were able to completely snowball that, because something definitely happened where it just completely flipped and got dismantled, like you said. So, and at the end there too, especially, Myopsidus knew they needed to use that Zuka to try and paint the zone. They needed to have the pencil there to try and paint the zone, but the other team just recognized, hey, we clearly see you. We're just going to poke at you and have you go down and keep the zone painted around that.
Well, and completely different playstyles when they have control of the zone, right? So Myopsidus, they get control of the zone. They've got 3 maybe out of their 4 sort of in the middle in a line on the zone. Whereas for Chocolate Milkshake, when they take over the zone, their pencil hangs a little bit back, maybe just touching the zone a little bit. And in front of the zone, creating that wall, is the rest of their team. So they're playing much more aggressively, monitoring the drop downs, which can be so tough to get through on a map like this one where you only have so many options, and almost immediately we see the run back want to happen here from Myopsidus a third time. So again, we will be in splat zones this time, taking on a map that has actually a similar shape, I would say, to Mahi Mahi Resort, just without all the water and the weirdness. You've got more room to kind of maneuver around, and you also have those grates above your head. I'm talking, Rissa, about Crab Leg Capital.
Yeah, so I feel like we've seen Crab Leg Capital quite a lot actually so far today in this tournament. I wasn't expecting that, but it is actually working out very well for the teams that have that we've been getting to see it play today. And I think it's always interesting to watch. I talked about it a little bit before, but it's one of those maps where I just kind of really like to see what people's game plans are, because it can be a little bit of an awkward map with the high drops that the map has, those grates that teams can go on top of, but also have to be careful what's below them, because the grates are, you know, like see-through, so they can get shot up through. So it can get a little bit awkward. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, what has happened in the past is we've seen crabs galore on this map, making use of the high ground, low ground, and everything in between. And we are going to at least see one coming out with the Vanilla Splash O-Matic, this time again from Chocolate Milkshake. And on the opposite side of things, Torch going to be hanging on to that Nautilus 47. We're still going to see the Splatana Wiper Deco, so they'll use sort of the range and the longevity of this map to make use of the Enna missiles, and also placing beacons down, hopefully in good places. But right now, not needing them, is they'll not only get the zone first, but use that crab to get a pick before being taken down.
Yeah, Chocolate Milkshake right now, they're in control of the zone, but they gotta be careful. They're having two of their members go down. It seems like Myopsidus, they recognize, hey, let's back up a little, just poke at these members of the other team that are rushing towards us together. That type of team play can really, really be so crucial and so helpful in order to win games, take the lead, and that's exactly what we saw there. So we'll see here as the map is slowly turning blue, as Myopsidus is getting their map control on board. They're getting their specials ready, and they're getting set up for Chocolate Milkshake to push in.
Yeah, the setup here includes this Tacticooler. Hayes is going to have the Trizuka again. We've seen more shots hit off of obstacles and things in their way than I think I've seen in other tournaments, as Nom Nom's going to get a triple person Tenna missiles out, really forcing them back in their spawn and not being afraid to push forward either. Maybe learning a thing or two from Chocolate Milkshakes, the way they defended that push on the last map, Mahi Mahi. They're smartly going to know when enough is enough, and they'll back out, retain control of their special that they built up. The Tri-Strike's going to come out, and that will actually steal the zone back away from Myopsidus. Vizel being a little too far forward and going down as a result. That's Toby, by the way, on that Sloshers. We see Destiny now going in cap with the Zipcaster and seeing if they can find any splats. That way, the penalty all the way through right now, but Myopsidus looking for a way to get in, and that's going to be not much progress for Chocolate Milkshakes. This Myopsidus, quite literally with their backs against the wall, they want to try for this reverse sweep.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and you can see they're getting set up. I was gonna say they're playing carefully. They're trying to avoid specials as they come in, but right as I was gonna say that, Tort goes down by Eevee's Crab here, and Crab is such a good special to have on this map. With the levels that this map has that you can set up on with the Crab, whether it's in your spawn, in mid here on these grates, or even pushed up on the right side into the other team's spawn. It's such a good special to have on this map. Chocolate Milkshake having now no penalty points. Destiny is going to go ahead and just say, hey, I see one member down on Myopsidus. I'm just going to rush into them and completely slow down their momentum and just scramble this up a little bit.
Yeah, Cap, they're using one of the most difficult specials in the game, I think, to get value out of on that Zipcaster. If anything, it's sort of the fly on the wall. It's the distraction tactic, right? As Tort smartly jumping out with just enough time to avoid the third of those 3 triple ink strikes there. But Chocolate Milkshake in the single digits now. Nom Nom, one of the only players left that might have an impact on the zone, and they just can't even get there, let alone have the output. So that is going to do it. What a back and forth. In fact, all 3 of these games quite back and forth, but maybe the most emphatic of the 3 results in Chocolate Milkshake, the 1 overall seed, getting a 3-0 victory in the set, a full-on sweep of Myopsidus, and they will move on to the winners finals.
Man, it seemed like Chocolate Milkshake there. This happened consistently throughout these games that we saw against Myopsidus, but even if they didn't get the lead initially, I like that it didn't sweat them. They didn't let that get to them. They just said, hey, you know what? We got this. Let's just play the long game here, and it worked out for them. consistently in a couple of these games, especially this last one as well. And they were able to just totally slow down any momentum that Myopsidus would try and set up once Chocolate Milkshake was able to get that upper hand.
Yeah, if there's any team that we've spectated so far today that's playing a meta composition, I would say it's probably Chocolate Milkshake. You have the Stamper. It's such a good sort of lockdown weapon. It has good range. It has the sort of one splat potential. The Pencil, of course, was still the premier tactical weapon with great range and also a 2-splat potential. The Slosher, now nice mid-range option here. It's got a good kit. It's just so well-rounded, and it works for a reason. It's good for a reason, as it looks like we might be getting another live look in this one, taking us down to our losers bracket and between Insomniac Central and Lunar Eclipse. This is in losers bracket round 2 after Insomniac Central knocked out Helios 2-1 and Lunar Eclipse was able to win 2-0 against Manta Boat Fanclub.
Okay, I'm taking this all in. There's a lot happening as we jump straight into this chaos. And I'm looking at the comps too, looking at the tops. Insomniac Central, interesting comp, and I love to see it. It's great seeing weapons that aren't necessarily on the quote-unquote meta. Luna Blaster, a Tenebrella, and it's the second Explo of the day that we've seen as well. And then on the other side, a little bit more, meta comp and range blaster coming out. Nautilus again, Pencil, and then a Wiper as well.
From what I've heard, Luna Blaster has steadily been getting buffed in a sense, at least with the sort of explosion radius, and then Ultra Stamp took a while to get to a comfortable place. Is on down now, and on the opposite side of things, we have been seeing the Nautilus earlier, but not this variant of it. This one, the 79, having the Suction Bomb and the triple splashdown, as we see a nice double there from a weapon that we definitely have seen today, being the Splatana Wiper. Another great weapon to make use of decent range, and joining up with the custom range blaster, they'll go down, just not able to find the damage onto Insomniac Central there, as this Explosher, which we have seen had success already today with the other variant, the custom Explosher, now doing work for Insomniac Central, who's trying to not only defend a lead in the set, but also a 30-point lead here on Inkblot Art Academy.
Lunar Eclipse at least was able to get through that first checkpoint, but they still have a long road ahead of them if they want to get back. They need to get to that second checkpoint, and the lead necessarily isn't that huge, but I think for tower control, it can definitely, those checkpoints can really come into play and really make a point for these maps if you want to make sure that you're getting through them to get more points on the board and make sure that you are gonna win them. So, okay.
That was our live look in there, as we see now the shakeup between Chocolate Milkshake and Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. I reminded y'all that Triggerfish Zones did not really care about their previous match in terms of wanting all the smoke or specifically mentioning it in an interview, but they did so for Chocolate Milkshake. So this is going to be very exciting to see who ends up winning this one out. The 1v3 matchup to send one of these teams to grand finals and the other team down potentially to the losers finals. So we'll have to see how this one shakes out. Again, we'll be starting on Splat Zones yet again. That's a perpetual facet of this tournament. And for winners finals, I believe it's going to be Hagglefish Market. So that's going to be a nice neutral start. We've had some kind of random ones thrown in, especially Rissa, you mentioned we've seen a ton of crab leg today that I wasn't expecting, but this and really any Hagglefish in general, but especially Splat Zones as we get into game 1, is a tournament staple.
It absolutely is. It's one of those ones that's just, it's tried and true, from the start of Splatoon 3, it was just played and it was just a staple in competitive play in zones in particular. So as we take a look at these comps, it looks like we're seeing similar things that we've seen from each of these teams previously here on the stream. Of course, Chocolate Milkshake having that carbon roller, having a pencil slosher and the shot. And then on the other side for Triggerfish Zones, they are coming out with that Explo again, the sloshing machine, the shot for themselves, and then of course Krakenmare on that ink brush.
Yeah, so the only real tactical is going to be for the pencil on Chocolate Milkshake. That's such an interesting facet of the triple splashdown, and what makes it so much better than its counterpart in Splatoon 2 is that even if you go down while using it, the ghosts or the echoes of yourself still crash down with a wide range and are able to take down folks that are within that radius. Chocolate Milkshake, after giving up the zone first, is going to claim the lead. It's not always about who gets the zone first. It's about who can really give themselves a definitive advantage. And Destiny doing a great job of getting a double splat there. Cap getting 2 with that Trizuka. Gizel trying to follow that up with the Slosher and already past the 50 mark for the #1 seeded team.
Yeah, Chocolate Milkshake, man, I like that they're recognizing that if the other team is going to start using their specials, they need to use their specials either at the same time or even before the other team wants to get a push in, and that is working out very well for them in this first game. They are still in control of the zone too. There is a member down on the side of Triggerfish Zones, but Triggerfish Zones knows that they need to get into the zone if they want to stay in this first game.
Yeah, they held on to some pivotal specials, including the Tri-Strike there to make sure they could keep control of the zone, but they just barely give it up. The Slosher, I don't think, can paint fast enough or wide enough to hold on to what they needed. So a gargantuan penalty of 73 handed over. That's going to buy Triggerfish some time, but don't get it twisted. This game has been in the hands of Chocolate Milkshake so far, and now finally seeing some resistance. Pepe trying to help out the team with this shot and really locking it down. They didn't have a huge penalty to chew through. That is probably the biggest advantage to them. And now unabashedly moving forward is Vapor trying to keep them away with this Explosher. They're retaliating though with the both Tri-Strike and Trizuka. Ivy missing their target as they have to back off, being spotted, one of the biggest enemies, and Rissa chaos as Chocolate Milkshake tries to get back to the zone somehow.
It is absolute chaos. You know it's chaos when there's a carbon roller versus an ink brush happening on your screen. That's how you know. It's just chaos. Both really scrappy weapons that like to play really sharky, but also, you know, flank and be aggressive. Ooh, Ivy there recognizing actually that Pepe was sharking on that right side, able to call that out. Now, with 2 members going down on Triggerfish Zones, you can see Mewtwo here is trying to do everything they can to hold the space that Triggerfish has. But Chocolate Milkshake is doing a great job at calling out these final members of Triggerfish Zones and trying to push them back and make them get away from the zone so that way they can play into them. Chaos is continuing to happen though. Oh my goodness, this is just so aggressive and it's fun to see.
Yeah, they've got the Sprinkler on the zone as well as that penalty's about to be gone. Ivy getting the 1 jump in there from Kraken Mare and also getting the full wipeout, that hero shot, the last to go. And this is something that Chocolate Milkshake has constantly excelled in today, is not being afraid after they've given up a large lead to come roaring back and steal that thunder in the final minute or two. So with that, Chocolate Milkshake taking the victory here and showing why their composition is so tough to go against. They have such a balanced composition. That Pencil, of course, providing support, providing that Tacticooler. They have the just standard shot that both teams brought to the table for that nice 3-shot splat potential. Ivy doing a great job of sharking around, which is tough in a game like this one where there's point sensors in play that you have to contend with. And then finally, the Slosher, that nice mid-range option that just wasn't fast enough to paint the rest of the zone. And without that, that game would have been a minute and a half shorter, and an even more emphatic victory for Chocolate Milkshake as they now hand the reins over to Triggerfish Zones to pick their first counter pick of this set.
And thinking about that first game, you know, when you're Triggerfish Zones, what are you going to be wanting to pick? Are you going to be wanting to stick with zones like we typically see, or are we going to be wanting to go to tower control? I feel like they've been doing a really good job on tower control today. It just really comes down to what the map might be for that. I'm not totally sure. Okay, they heard me. We are headed to tower control for the counter pick coming out from Triggerfish Zones, and it's going to be on Inkblot Art Academy, Zach.
Sometimes I wonder why tournament organizers even put as many maps and modes in as they do when we only really see the same handful get picked over and over again. There's tons of options for tower control, but they only have eyes for Inkblot Art Academy, and who can blame them? It's just such a tried and true map and mode. It's transcended games, and it has, you know, really important areas that you know you need to win in. There's that first checkpoint in between the sculpture and that wall that's so tight. It's a just beehive. It's a nest for luring in things like Tri-Strikes, for big bubblers to come out, for Booyah Bombs to be thrown there. And for these teams, they've really liked having the Trizuka, so that could be a huge Trizuka spot. And then once you're getting into the second and third checkpoint, which take place on a relatively open court area, but you have a high ground overlook on there, you have to be looking literally at all sides, because a team member opposite you could be coming from literally any angle, could jump up from mid onto that box and get behind you. They could be looking at you from the high ground, or they could be coming around from that spawn ramp. So you're really having to sort of look over your shoulders both ways in order to keep a push successfully going.
Yeah, I always really enjoy as a commentator watching how teams like to approach that second checkpoint area, because it can get really chaotic. You got to make sure someone's on the bats area. You got to make sure someone's watching the front of the tower and making sure that someone is watching actually the tower itself. So we'll see what ends up happening here as these teams are headed into game 2 of Winners Finals. And taking a look at these comps right now for Triggerfish Zones, I'm seeing same weapons coming out from them. On the other side though, Chocolate Milkshake having one main weapon switch up, and that is that edit coming out.
Yeah, and they have the 52 as well. That's going to be, I think, Toby Mizel playing that weapon. It's going to be a 2v2 now, as I think just the hero shot and Kraken Mare hanging on for Triggerfish Zones. It's mostly, I think, a stalemate in mid as Ivy's going to get that pick in the battle of the short-range weapons, looking for the second one, but nice repositioning there by Pepe as they back off. Just not enough in order to survive. Kraken Mare, the last surviving member of Triggerfish Zones, and after that shakeup, it's the team that shook up the most of their composition that comes away with the zone and also clearing that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and here they are, Destiny taking this bats area by themselves, actually. Very impressive to go ahead and take that bats area with their Zuka as well. You can see that Closure is on the tower trying to juggle it, maybe trying to get jump-ins, question mark, maybe just trying to get through the checkpoint. But either way, they are holding space for their team to come in and get the tower, and they're keeping that mid control.
And looking here, Vapor, again, this is kind of where you want to position. It's the more traditional spot for your anchor player to have control over basically all of the middle of the map here. But you, again, as the anchor, you have a tough job. You're getting on top of the tower to be that designated rider. As we see yet again, Ivy and Kraken Mare dueling. It's the battle of those short-range weapons that has been relatively even, I think, so far, as Chocolate Milkshake not with a safe lead. We still have plenty of game to play. On this map, we've seen even 2 points not be safe, so you want all the points you can get. The 52 going to be one of the first to go down in this fight, and Mewtwo on the sniper perch, seeing if they can get one of these marked targets, but no, all 3 of their shots missed. But they're going to be able to get one pick here, looking for the second in a heavily controlled mid area by Chocolate Milkshake. That's a tall order. They've got specials coming their way, so a 3-down situation allows Chocolate Milkshake to clamber onto the zone, and hey, they don't have to worry about that first checkpoint now.
Yeah, they're continuing to keep this aggression that they've had, and they're just not letting go of the space that they have as well. Jump-ins trying to come in. You've talked about it on a previous set where sometimes if you're on the tower, you just got to spam jump-ins, because sometimes it's like a 50-50 chance. Good things can happen if you just keep spamming those jump-ins, and you can see that Chocolate Milkshake was doing that there. Triggerfish Zones, though, able to get on the tower. We see Vapor here on the tower with that explode, making sure that they are painting around their teammates as their teammates are getting ready to set up. Pepe here trying to lead the charge, possibly going into the bats area, but looks like he's doing a good job at playing it a little bit patiently and waiting for some teammates. And then in turn, Kraken here was able to get through that first checkpoint, at least for Triggerfish Zones, and now is enabling jump-ins for their teammates.
Yeah, nice pick there. And seeing moments like we just saw from Pepe, it makes the game feel like chess almost, because there's so many options they could have taken. They could have tried to take the 1v2 and gotten a couple splats there. They could have backed off. They could have tried and gotten on the tower. They could have stayed on top of the bats area. There's just so much to do. Unfortunately, for Chocolate Milkshake, they did enough, but just a little bit too late. As while Triggerfish Zones doesn't get fully that second checkpoint, they will get what they came for, at least for the moment, which is that lead up to 47. So now Ivy on the bats area, looking to see if they can take down Kraken Mare. As we mentioned, these two constantly finding each other each time a team fight breaks out. And now Chocolate Milkshake juggling who might be their tower carrier. That's going to be one splat there on the Pepe. And they're boosted by the Tactical buff as well. They're getting the high ground, setting up for this Trizuka, and it's going to be the heavy edit, clambering atop that tower to see if they can move things forward here. Looking at that sniper perch and not able to find at least an outright splat, getting Mewtwo there as a consolation prize. And with just over a minute left to go, it's looking pretty solid for a Chocolate Milkshake team that has not lost any members up to this point and has a 3-2 personnel lead.
Wow, look at this. They are continuing to keep this pressure on. Ivy here under this ledge pokes at Mewtwo, who tries to drop down and try and get to the tower. And right now it's looking like Triggerfish Zones is almost getting a little bit panicky as they're knowing it's getting really, really close. They were finally able to jump on the tower and put a stop to that momentum that Chocolate Milkshake had going. But they have quite the road ahead of them. 30 seconds remaining as they need to get a lead of about 20 and something points if they want to take this game. So Vapor on the tower, you can see that Kraken has that whale out. Kraken and Pepe trying to push forward through that whale, and now with Mewtwo as well, push up into the plat area here on the right side. They're just making sure that they have eyes everywhere, so that way they can guard the tower and get the lead in overtime.
Well, let's get it. This could be the deciding moment of this set to tie or to take a 2-0 lead. Bodies going down everywhere. Vapor's still the last one on the tower, but it's a full wipeout, and Chocolate Milkshake says, I don't think we even want an overtime to contend with. Great turnaround to what could have been dangerous to say lose 2 or 3 late, but turn it around to lock down the one member of Triggerfish Zones that was atop the tower, just not enough of a presence there to keep the push going, and a 2-0 set lead for a Chocolate Milkshake team that deserves the fist bump there in the final moments.
Well, absolutely. They did a great job consistently holding the space that they needed to in that game and making sure that they were getting jump-ins for their teammates, making sure that they weren't pushing too far forward. That's something that's important too. A lot of times you got to make sure that even if you think you might want to play aggressively, think you maybe are able to push forward and get a pick, it's important too to make sure that you're waiting for your teammates and juggling it that way. So they did a really good job throughout that.
Yeah, and if you're a team like Triggerfish Zones, you have to be frustrated in a sense by the way the matches are going, because you're seeing things go well in the sort of early to mid game. And sometimes you have to realize Chocolate Milkshake, they're okay with giving up leads. They've done so in the early game, I think, several times throughout this tournament. And even, play from behind quite frequently. It's something that they feel, they can solidify even with the lead, in the last minute or two. They're comfortable pretty much either way, which makes them such a difficult team to play because they're not really showing many weaknesses right now to Triggerfish Zones. But we are going for the second time, at least on the casted portion of this tournament, to Clam Blitz. This time it'll be Umami Ruins. We got a brief look at that on Splat Zones earlier. But this time for Clam Blitz, such an interesting map because it feels rather small. You've got that sort of little bit longer spawn area where you go down the ramp and then you get to the sort of raised middle platform. But other than that, you're not too far separated from your team. So lots of individual battles likely to happen on a map like this one.
Yeah, when you think about if you have mid and you need to go to the basket to score in a power clam or score in clams, I totally agree. It seems like it's kind of short. The basket is like right there, but also it can be really difficult because it's essentially in the other team's spawn. So the other team can be right there guarding the basket. So you kind of have to figure out how to juggle that and make sure the other team might be down, but they're going to be right back in the action since their spawn is right there. And I think it's interesting too that Triggerfish Zones picked this as their counter pick, and they picked it very fast. So they must have known, okay, we know exactly what we're picking. We're going to be set on this. We're going to stay in winners finals in this and take this to a game 4.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, this is not a best of 3, so the mistakes are not as costly, but you still have to be very cognizant of what choices you're bringing into a game. And, we've seen some individual battles take place. Vapor has been a stalwart member of this team. And then on the opposite side of things too, we have Destiny, Mizel, Ivy, but they've been doing so well. I think Cap and Toby have done a great job of holding things down. So we'll have to see, as the compositions don't look to be changing all that much, what Triggerfish Zone Supremacy has in their back pocket and who will sort of claim the earliest part of this one. Maybe part of the reason why they're going with Clam Blitz is because there's not this rush to get the objective right away. It's not uncommon to see 3, maybe even 4 minutes into the game, the first pop of the barricade. So you take your time to establish map control. Obviously, you get clams and you see how things shake out.
Yeah, good point to bring up. They can play a little bit more stally, a little bit more patiently, and figure out how they want to take on Chocolate Milkshake in the moment, depending on where this is in the game. So right now, both teams using specials, poking at each other over these ledges and trying to get the upper hand initially. Looks like Chocolate Milkshake here is going to be that team that is taking the advantage initially, taking down 2 members on Triggerfish Zone, taking down a 3rd member as well. And if they are able to get more clams here, they could be coolered up, get a power clam in, and start getting points on the board.
Well, Ivy flicking just enough to get a buildup of that special, and they're going to take down Vapor, Kraken, Mare, looking for one, but they're going to come away with the assist there onto Cap. Ivy also going to fall after dropping down into a pit of the Kraken Slayer, you could call it, as it looks like Triggerfish Zone's finally getting some map control back. They almost have that killer whale online. They've also got the Trizuka out now. Will they find anybody? 2 falling, both of the shooters going down, but they're going to trade them out. So it's going to be the pencil and the short range of that Carbon Deco going up against the rest here of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. We're essentially back in that neutral game. And again, teams do have a power clam. They're just kind of sitting on it for now. There's no rush to get the pop on the barricade if all you're going to do is get maybe that 20 points. You can think about that later when you're within the final minute, as we see one get taken down there by a nice shot from Cap. But really, there's just no rush. But for now, Chocolate Milkshake gets the full wipeout, and they've got 20 clams, Rissa, at their disposal.
Yeah, what a great play there. They had the patience to make sure that even though they didn't have mid, they're going to wait for their specials. They're going to use their specials to push into mid and not only take in mid, but score in their power clam, score in, 2 more power clams, and then continue just to hold all the space as we're seeing them hold Triggerfish Zone spawn area. They not only waited, like you said, they didn't necessarily want to get in a small push and maybe only get the 20 points on the board. They started with a very dominant push there, getting their score all the way down to 42.
And this time, Triggerfish Zone's trying to push the advantage. They have that power clam at their disposal, and they're going to get the barricade broken. And this is what can happen when you extend so far and get knocked out, is somebody can come in like a power clam does here and steal that lead out. The counter push can sometimes be deadlier than the initial push, and that's exactly what happens for Triggerfish Zones. And you remember last time we watched this team on Clam Blitz, Kraken Mare did so much with this ink brush to run around, gather clams, and stall out while Vapor was getting clams so they could go do that. That's exactly what's happening here again. Kraken Mare with 7 at their disposal. Can they get enough in for the victory? Dodging and ducking the shots from the pencil, and they will. So we will not see a sweep in this winner's finals as Triggerfish Zone Supremacy as their first successful counter pick in this set, and they are still alive after game 3.
It seems like for Triggerfish Zones, Clam Blitz might be their mode, right? They know exactly what they need to do. It seems like once they score in the clam, they have some specials to play off of and hold space. They know that Kraken can just run back with that ink brush, gather these clams as we're seeing them do here. And you can see if there's an Explo poking at you paired with 2 aggressive players under that, it's hard to break past that. So they know the game plan. That's good too, because sometimes if you're playing Clam Blitz, right, it can be multiple people, kind of panicking to go get clams. But if you know that you're just going to have that one person going to get clams and the rest of you can just hold space, I mean, that showed exactly how that can work out beautifully.
Well, and the tandem there of Vapor and Kraken Mare, the way Vapor is pressuring again from range, getting that chip damage off, and even with that special online, having the patience to not use it. Not that they really had any need to, but it's threatening anybody that tries to get close from the side of Chocolate Milkshake to below where that barrier is. They have the triple splashdown to threaten and take them down, so that even if they fall, if Vapor goes down, you might still set up a scenario where Kraken Mare can just kind of dance around as they did and deposit all 6 of the needed clams into the basket for that victory. So a great knockout, and I think a momentum booster for a team that really, as we mentioned in the trailer, they did call out this team. They said, hey, we want a shot at the best, and we think you're the best other than us that this tournament has to offer. And they've shown resilience, and now up to this point where it hadn't paid off before, they finally get a tangible win out of it. We've seen 3 out of the 4 modes. This is the first time, Rissa, that we get to see a counter pick come through, this time from Triggerfish Zones, and just as it is in their name, they're going to be taking it back to Zones.
Okay, actually, looks like we had a little mess up there. Triggerfish Zones is now okay. So Chocolate Milkshake actually with the counter pick is
Yes.
gonna be Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime. So we are headed back to Splat Zones. I think that's probably fitting for Chocolate Milkshake. They seem very comfortable on Splat Zones in general.
Yeah, correct. It's Chocolate Milkshake who has that lead. You know, they say that they are just one away here from stopping the desires of Triggerfish Zones to really take on this top team and come away with a victory here. And again, we mentioned this could be our grand finals as well, that whichever team loses out on this set could still very much come back through losers, defeat the competition that lies down there, and have a shot at redemption in grand finals. But this is also a tone setter, right? So you go with Chocolate Milkshake to where in your first game you did so well on Hagglefish, you look so strong, and you take quite a similar map. It's still a one-zone map. It's quite an open map as well. So you're playing off of some of your biggest strengths that you have available to you, including that pencil that, despite not being able to get the pick onto Kraken Mare at the waning seconds of game 3, really is going to come into play in taking over this zone. And you see it painting there in the early set. And then, of course, having that tactical rebuff for your teammate.
Yeah, something I was thinking about earlier too is it's interesting that Triggerfish Zones doesn't play with a cooler. So they seem like they know exactly what they need to do without a cooler. They want to use the specials, and instead of a cooler, they want to use the specials that their weapons have. They've absolutely been able to make it work out for them. The Chocolate Milkshake, though, in turn, having a cooler for themselves, they are able to take down 2 members of Triggerfish Zones, and Triggerfish Zones here kind of scrambling here on the left side of the map, trying to figure out how to regroup, and there's just a lot of scrappiness here, as each of the team was able to cap the zone initially, kind of fighting for it back and forth, and right now, in turn, Triggerfish Zone's able to take the zone, start poking over these ledges, and trying to slow down Chocolate Milkshake.
And now Vapor is exactly where they want to be. They're allowing jump-ins to happen for their shorter range teammates so they can create that pressure. Vapor can still do that from further away here, but they're being pressed by that Trizuka, and they're just gonna dodge. That shot looks really close to hitting, as we see now another special come out, that Tri-Strike. It's gonna be a 2v2 at the end of this one. Vapor, one of the last members alive, as unfortunately for the Slosher, they're not gonna have enough survivability. And again, Vapor hanging back, being really the backbone or spine of this team. The Splashdown gonna come back and allow them to pretty much single-handedly take the zone back, and it's gonna need to be single-handedly because they are the last surviving member of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. So the push up to 31, as Chocolate Milkshake, with not a huge penalty to get through, can still be very dangerous, but now it's their turn to try defending this big zone.
They got set up to start defending it, but then Ivy on the carbon roller did go down. Another member of Chocolate Milkshake went down as well, and Triggerfish Zones, they used that as their momentum to push forward, take down and push back the rest of the members of Chocolate Milkshake, get the zone, and now continue to try and count down points here. There's still 3 minutes left of this match too, so I feel like just anything can happen here. It's been really back and forth so far.
Yeah, likely to end in a knockout of some sort. We see Ivy kind of on the left there. It's perpetually them and Kraken Bear just chasing each other around like Tom and Jerry, like cat and mouse. And even the hero shot getting involved, even playing distraction there. Is Pepe able to distract them long enough for Kraken Bear to get in, but they both pay dearly for it. They will fall alongside, I think Vapor fell too, so just the Sloshing Machine Neo left alive for Chocolate Milkshake, who again doesn't have that much to get through to start taking those points down again. You see Cap in the very left-hand side of your screen, Vapor with that overhang that doesn't appear to get often used, and not a lot of weapons truly have the range to make use of it, but it was a great splat there that allows yet again Triggerfish Zones to get in. Now they have under 30 points of penalty to get through themselves. Pepe gonna make the best use of their range to take out Ivy, and Vapor feeling some pressure there from the Slosher and needing to back off, respecting it, has that triple splashdown in their back pocket. And you're right, Rissa, very back and forth game that hasn't yet resolved itself cleanly.
Yeah, it really hasn't. It's been, pretty close, back and forth. Both of the teams have similar penalty point scores, and it's just been a lot of chaos happening. If one team or the other is really able to just make sure that they synergize with their team and play off of each other, I feel like this could definitely snowball for one team or the other. I just don't know which one because it's just been so close. Triggerfish Zones here using all their specials, that double Zuka, that splashdown as well, allowing them to hopefully cap. Yeah, they're able to cap the zone here. And now Chocolate Milkshake, though, even though Triggerfish Zone capped the zone, Chocolate Milkshake is not back in their spawn. They're still kind of up around the zone and poking at Triggerfish zone. So it's just been absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, Mewtwo, I think, has been an underrated force on Triggerfish zones. You know, they've had the Trizuka themselves to try and fight things up, and now we're seeing the Trizuka on the other side from Chocolate Milkshake come through, making it difficult to really stay in one spot. The Hero Shot going to go down. Kraken Mare seeing if they have an avenue to get through, but they take heavy damage from the first bomb and go down shortly after. Ivy going to get the pick there onto Mewtwo to make something happen, but they're not going to get to the zone in time. So much back and forth in that they just missed this much ink in order to take things back. So after a super back and forth game, we do in fact end in a knockout. And not just that, Rissa, but we are going to a game 5.
Yeah, we are. That I feel like that this last game we just watched really is showing how close these two teams are and can be. Now it is going to be Chocolate Milkshake's turn for a counter pick, since Triggerfish Zones won that game 4. So it'll be sometimes, I mean, that's kind of a great position to be in if you're in Chocolate Milkshake, because now you get to counter pick a map that you want, whether it's going to be a map that you're comfortable on or one that you think will counter the other team. But either way, it's a very good position to be in.
Yeah, I wonder if teams, you know, if Chocolate Milkshake is just going to throw all caution to the wind and say, hey, you know, nobody's played Rainmaker yet today. Let's see some Rainmaker for a nice chaotic game 5. But, you know, some part of me doubts that that's going to happen if they want to give themselves a relatively fair chance to win this game. So, you know, we could see them go back to a Splat Zone, something that they feel confident in. They just weren't able to take that one, getting on the back foot just a little bit too often, nor have we seen, you know, we saw them take tower control earlier as well, so that could be something that they have not lost on yet. That would be a good idea for them to counter pick into. Just in taking a look at some of the maps that are available, we have Mahi Mahi actually as the pick, so it will be Splat Zones, and they will stick to a mode that they think not only I think is pretty neutral, but also gives them an opportunity to shine. And this could be one of the more snowballing maps available in zones that we can see. So you have a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B in terms of you have nice neutrality, you have just clean one zone map, but you also have a lot of snowball potential. As we mentioned the last time this map came up, Rissa, it can be so difficult to get down from your high ground, from your spawn area, with a solid, aggressive defense ahead of the zone. And we'll see if either of these teams can get into that position and set that up in this game 5.
Okay, game 5 in winners finals. These two teams, they know if they want to stay on the winner's side of the bracket, go to grand finals, that they need to win this. It's all down to this game. Though whoever loses this will be going down to the loser side of the bracket, so not to fret. But still, you know, it's always good to be sitting in the grand finals waiting for the other teams. And looking at these comps as well, each team is actually sticking with the same things that we've been seeing from them. So they are confident in what they've been playing.
And again, Chocolate Milkshake just briefly allowing the first takeover. They get a singular point, and then Triggerfish takes it right back. Mewtwo setting up and trying to clean up this drop-down area on the right, so nobody from Chocolate Milkshake can make too good a use of it. They want to stay alive here, but that's a huge Trizuka coming out. Mewtwo had just built theirs up, and Chocolate Milkshake shuts down not just one, but 2 players in a line there, and that's going to take a long time for a usually coordinated team like Triggerfish Zone to build up this special capacity, and they have just as quickly. There's a reason why these two teams are in our winners finals, because they can take adversity and keep on packing a punch.
Yeah, I like that even though Triggerfish Zones had a member or 2 go down there, they still continued their forward momentum to push forward and recap the zone and give those penalty points over to Chocolate Milkshake. Sometimes that, okay, Pepe getting a casual 2 down there. But yeah, sometimes that just game sense of knowing, hey, we still need to keep up this momentum and not hesitate and not slow down can be so crucial. And that's exactly what we've been seeing here.
Yeah, Pepe looking like an aimbot with those shots. I don't think they missed a single one on either of those 2 players. This Cap is going to get the pick there onto Mewtwo. Again, making the better of the 2 Inkzukas in the lobby. Cap being a big force in capping this zone over. Now seeing Kraken Mare on the right-hand side, but getting stuck in enemy ink as well as the path of that killer whale. So they're going to go down, and Kraken Mare making the use of these players being spotted out, as I think Toby there is going to fall. Triggerfish Zones, though, still with the zone and still with the lead. They've also got the Ink Storm, I believe, or the Splashdown rather, available from Vapor, who has to back off, respecting that they're not going to be able to do anything inside of the cone of one of those triple Splashdowns. Cap yet again, seeing if they can get a pick with this Bazooka. They're not going to quite find their opponent, and dodging out of the way of multiple specials. The layering that Triggerfish Zones is doing right now is a thing of beauty.
It is. That's a good way to look at it. The layering, they're able to just, play around the craziness that's happening around them, make sure they keep holding space, make sure that they hold the zone, make sure they're right back in the action. They're not letting, if a little thing goes wrong, they're not letting that get to them. They're just still right back in the action and playing very well.
Cap's going to be spotted out here, just playing on the very edge of the extreme of this high ground, but I think they're going to get a pick out of it. Mewtwo just without the range to make that happen, but they're sitting pretty. They've gotten through their entire penalty, and now they're into the 20-point range. Cap trying to use this Trizuka to make anything happen onto Vapor, who at least they forced the triple splashdown out of, but that's going to maybe be too little too late. Triggerfish Zones in the last few seconds here of this capture. Can anyone get close enough to impact the zone? And no, the pencil without a clean shot, so they're not going to have it. And Triggerfish Zones Supremacy comes roaring back with a knockout here in Game 5 to solidify a 3-2 set victory over Chocolate Milkshake.
Wow. Taking the set win over the #1 seed, that's gotta feel good. And man, it seemed like just Triggerfish Zones was almost happy that this was the counter pick, right? They knew exactly how they wanted to play on it and what positions they needed to take. They didn't have any hesitation, so they must have been very comfortable in this as a counter pick.
Yeah, it was more back and forth than I thought, which is not only a testament to these two teams, but shows their level of comfort with playing on a map like this one, and also their level of discomfort with sitting on a lead. They are both very much aggressive in terms of going forward once they have the zone, sitting right next to these boxes to make sure that the drop down is so difficult to get to. And hey, Triggerfish Zones, they lived up to their call out. They said, hey, we're only interested in facing and beating the best, and they've done exactly that here in these winners finals. That's going to make, if Chocolate Milkshake does get to the grand finals, it's going to make that matchup all the more interesting to see who comes out as your SAC Season 9 Finals champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, Chocolate Milkshake is still in it. So they are down in the loser's side of the bracket. They're going to have to fight through the loser's bracket. But considering that they are the #1 seed, it's looking like they'll probably make it through. And I mean, Triggerfish Zones was the #3 seed, so they have moved on, sitting in grand finals and just waiting to see who's going to come up to fight them from the loser side of the bracket.
Well, Rissa, we've got tons more action today, but that is going to do it for the two of us. We need to turn the casting reins over to a rather kind, fatherly figure, and also my brother from another mother who's probably upset at me for using too many pop culture references. Falco and Nine will be joining y'all after this quick break. We're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere, though. More SAC Season 9 Finals action will be coming your way in just a moment.
And all right. Gal from the side of Cafeteria going on a bit of a rampage. It's just going to be the Rainmaker left on Cafeteria, who's holding it all down by themselves, is housing these jumps around that corner. A very smart decision, but it looks like, hey, you can hold corners, but they still have two angles to approach from.
And that Torpedo found that angle to approach from as well, which I think that actually took him out. The Rainmaker just dropped where it stands. And it's just going to be only minimal points cashed in, but they'll have another chance at the first checkpoint. This one looks like they're going to pressure on that left-hand side there. Cafeteria's trying to find an opening. Brendan's actually the one that's really far up, and they're actually able to clear out two members there on that side. Jumps are going to be coming in, but this should be the first checkpoint. Yes, it will be. Cafeteria's going to be the one to strike first with the first checkpoint. Now the question is, can they sustain a lead up? Of course, being that this is a quick mode change, they still have they don't want to lose the lead, similar to what happened in the previous game.
Yeah, for sure. So Cafeteria now moving up 3 down. It's just going to be the Wiper remaining. And you saw there, just standing on the pedestal of that Rainmaker, shooting into their spawn, just trying to seal the deal for that game and get them to that game 3 where they can redeem themselves in the set.
I literally just said seconds ago, Siren, that they don't want to lose the lead the same way they did in the first map.
Mm-hmm.
Literally seconds later, they just instantly is like, okay, no, we heard you. Well, just that kill just happened so quickly there for the Cafeteria. But this is also the team that had a strong start in both maps. This time changing it big time here in Undertow Spillway Rainmaker, and that was really clean from the Cafeteria. We wanted to Scorch Gorge Clams, which is going to be deja for both of us, since it is, of course, in the same round. And I would love to see what both teams want to do here as well. We saw that the Cafeteria made quick work in that in that game too. Obviously, I think it's just going to be slower because it is Clams after all.
It is Clams, so they are kind of at mercy of the spawns, and you know, there's only so many people or teams in this game that know exactly where those spawns are going to happen and when. So that can be a little bit tricky, especially on something like Scorch Gorge, where you have a lot of space to deal with, and there's really only there's like a path and a half to reach that basket, right? You can go through the grates, but like, good luck if they have anyone with eyes watching their base, right? So they do need to be a bit careful here. I think they're definitely going to want to go into pushes with confidence, both in their plays, their picks, and their objective holding, because like, you're not going to run at the basket with one power climb and nothing else, because that is just not going to be sustainable for them here, especially with the understanding from game 1, knowing that Lunar Eclipse can throw it back at them twice as hard. So I think both teams need to look at this and approach this in a meaningful way.
I feel like the Cafeteria's patience in that Rainmaker kind of lends me to believe that they'll probably approach this more methodically instead of trying to, of course, rush in with just one power claim, just call it and give it a one and done, maybe a few more small claims in the basket. So this could be, I could see the Cafeteria with the way they've been playing so in our 2 games here, playing with confidence with that initial push, and then looking to see if they can coordinate it to something stronger than that. But Luna, the thing that at least Lunar Eclipse has is this is good. This is a map and mode combination where, because again, we're at the mercy of the Clams, they could definitely look to find openings against what the Cafeteria was dishing out just earlier. So this is going to be one of those cases where Lunar Eclipse will have some time to work with, and they can get themselves all sorted out methodically there. They couldn't get that all figured out in game 2 since the Cafeteria was just brimming with confidence even coming into that. So we now load into basically the game 3 here. The winner, of course, moves on to take on Retro Records in losers semis there. And if we take a look at the web, triple swords are being dished out here from the Cafeteria. Hi, how are you doing?
Oh gosh. All right, well, hey, if that's what you're passionate about, I say go for it, right? And honestly, in this current meta, I can't even like look at this and say this is ironic, because they're strong. They can paint, they can fight. What can't you do with a sword right now?
I feel like there's a lot of things you can do with the sword, and less that you can. And so and to your point, hey, they got that mint decap, which by the way has that bubble that's been so readily used across the different tournaments and everywhere else there. So this is gonna be a fun little comp here that the Cafeteria has. Lunar Eclipse are kind of just sticking to pretty much what they know best so far, to my knowledge. So this is going to be an intriguing matchup to say the least. I feel like if the Cafeteria is going to use 3 swords, this is going to be coordinated aggression. That what feels like there, especially with that zip caster, which is going to be popped right out of the gate, and it looks like they're just going to try to dive in and see if they can find anybody.
Yeah, and find somebody they will. Karma spotting out that pencil with that crab tank. That hammer is going to be coming out. Another special we can still jump into with power clams. So we're starting our push here. We have somebody going off in mid looking for those extras as we have the aggressive weapon staying under that basket, dunking in what they have, and absolutely terrorizing the members of Lunar Eclipse from under their basket there. Having that ledge and being a sword for them is probably like chef's kiss. I could sit under here unbothered. Well, until we see a hammer come out.
Yeah, and look at how this push is already going for them. In fact, they've already taken 3 members out of the picture there. They just got to get any clam to at least extend the timer, which they will not. But I feel like that's going to be okay for the Cafeteria, because this is just pure control across the board there, and no wasting absolutely no time to just try to sustain as much as they could. Brendan's gonna be the one just putting paint down just to pick up that power clam, and they may be looking for a quick little push here. Yes, they will, and it will be down to just half those penalty points breaking down. Bubble is gonna be used, but then the ultimate question is, where are the other clams that they're gonna need to cash it in? There's 3, and they're still late once more. But that free clam to the Lunar Eclipse, they didn't pick it up. So all it did at the end of the day was cut down the penalty points to 10 basically. But I think the Cafeteria are still gonna be content with that.
Yeah, I think from this point in on the game, we're getting into the typical Splatoon moment of, all right, if it's not a knockout, we're probably not going to win the game at this point. So that's definitely not a situation you want to be in if you are Lunar Eclipse. But speaking of situations you do want to be in, we're starting to see people move under this basket here. We have Power Clam at the ready. I know we should still have a Pity Clam under the basket as well, but that is going to be one of these swords on the side of Cafeteria, taking out 2 members of Lunar Eclipse. So having to back up once again a little bit here. 2 minutes left on the clock means they do have to make up quite a bit for what they've lost here, which is, unfortunately in this case, 91 points.
That 91 points is a huge deficit. Could get even more out of control as the Cafeteria, which I'm gonna aptly name the 3 Musketeers for the Cafeteria, just striking big. In fact, they just wasted literally seconds later. 3 swords were just wasting no time. That's all it's gonna be for Lunar Eclipse. They are done. The Cafeteria moves on to the next round, continuing that upwards trajectory that they are pulling so far, not just in this turn but elsewhere too. So Cafeteria is gonna be moving on to take on Retro Records here in loser semis here in SAC. And hey, that's a really strong third map for the Cafeteria.
Yeah, the comp comes off as memey, but the way that they play it kind of shows us that they've done this before and they feel confident enough to bring it out here. So like, as goofy as it is, like, that is what they wanted to do, and they executed it well.
You know, I feel like the one time I'm ever gonna see 3 swords in an actual team.
I'm looking for someone to hold, someone to care, someone who's there. Trying to find someone who's me, knows how I be. Take it from me, I don't want to know.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed your short break, hopping between a couple of these great streams that have gone on. It's probably for the best right now that my co-commentator isn't up, because he was in a bizarro zone that had a couple of different instances of pop guns standing behind him. It looks like he has exercised. Nope, there they are. They're back once again. But enough about us. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Ninehole Grains, joined by 2 different pop guns, and of course, Falco Flyer, who may have just conducted a raid of this wonderful stream.
Yeah, well, I had nothing to do with that. We want to thank the CCA for sending their viewers over here to our SAC stream. So, again, a lot of competitive Splatoon happening today, but we are getting in the gauntlet of things here for SAC with the final 4 teams coming up. The Cafeteria versus Retro Records going to be happening next. And again, Nine, this is a rematch of what we saw earlier with the Cafeteria 3-0ing them earlier in the tournament. So we're going to see how Retro Records can run it back.
Yeah, gotta love a format like this with only 12 teams where you don't have to wait too long to get that rematch. Usually if you lose to somebody in quarterfinals, it's, well, okay, we have to go through 10 rounds of losers bracket, and then we get our chance. No, you wait about an hour and you're gonna get that chance again. And I gotta say, we were watching that last set, and the Cafeteria came with some fire, a triple sword composition. It's incredible that we have 3 different sword weapons in this game, but even more incredible that they were all brought out in one vicious clinching game to make it this far. Will be interesting to see if the Cafeteria brings that back out and if Retro Records is able to respond to it. We are still in a best of 3, even though this is loser semis, so these teams are going to have to adapt, and they're going to have to adapt quite quickly.
Yeah, no, certainly. And Retro Records have been waiting around for a little bit. Again, they got here by 2-1ing Myopsidus. And, well, hey, they're ready to roll. Let's bring it back here with the Cafeteria versus Retro Records. Once again, Retro Records looking to get that revenge. Taking a look at the comp, we're going to immediately look at the Cafeteria to see what they have. Really nothing like they had before, Nine. We don't see any brush or any wipers here, any swords coming out this time. Instead, we are going to have the bucket, the gal, and the dualies in place, but that splash is sticking around.
Yeah, this is the tried and true comp that got them here, and on the other side, much the same. The Dread Ringer and a very, very squirrely Ink Brush trying to get back behind and bullying this crab. Not quite able to finish the job, and is going to desperately try to get away, but right now, we can't even talk about the comps because there has been bloodshed in the middle of the map as the brush still kind of working at the top of the screen, but we kind of know the drill when it comes to this particular map. On Mako, you cannot let people get behind you or else this exact thing happens. That's a 1-player cap.
Yeah, Slime knew their objective here. Let's take that left stack, let me flank and try and get some key picks, and they do. They're able to contest the zone, and that's really going to help out Retro Records get back into the zone here with Miku trying to go up the side, getting a flank of their own at this time as well. They see Soda. Can they identify them? No, they're going to opt for the jumped player, Brandon, who is going to go down, so Retro Records still in control of the zone right now, pushing some members of the Cafeteria out and getting Soda as well. So Miku and Retro Records really on a tear in this first minute.
And this is where their comp is really going to shine as well. It is so difficult to make big pushes against teams that have a Reef Slider. It allows you to get into position here. So even if we see a takeback from the Cafeteria, it is going to be very difficult with the comp that they have right now. Once again, Slime trying to take the brunt of this crab to the face and does a pretty good job, although I think everybody may have gotten up far enough. They haven't quite secured the cap on the other side, and if they got too far ahead, this could be dangerous. It's going to be a flip back and forth as both teams jockey for control. A nice scramble once again. Slime, who we continue to see an absolute mess of this, almost gets 3, but we'll do 2.5 right now. Miku with the pickup. This has been all retro thus far.
It really has been, and we're seeing moments where the Cafeteria can inch themselves in, but unfortunately they just seem to be 2v1 by Retro Records every single time. And that makes it really difficult because they've never had 4 players push in at once except for this moment where they're able to take 2 of them down. The crab is going to come out for Retro Records right now, and we see a crab versus crab. Which one's going to come out on top? It looks like the one from the Cafeteria is, and they're ready to take back the zone, and they do, so a much-needed cap here at this moment. 38 points remaining for Retro Records with a 35 penalty cap.
Yeah, they did a really nice job, I think, of kind of identifying where the forefront pressure was coming from Retro Records that time. You saw them kind of pre-firing where the brush was going. They weren't quite able to get a full clean bit, but it seems like now in the scrum they've managed to find 1 or 2 extra players here. Keep an eye on the top of the screen here. You know that Dreadringer is going to be painting for Reef Slider and going to try to open the way for the rest of the team. We're going to see a charge on both sides here. 2-1, they lose control, and they will cap the 1-point meme alive and well. But you can see, again, why it's so difficult to get a long, sustained push here. It seems like at any point, Retro Records Comp can just take zone and take a whole lot more.
Yeah, that save was huge for Retro Records and that wipeout as well. That is going to allow them to get past their penalty points. Miku trying to jump out, but no, not able to make it. Milk and Karma coming in as well. So Retro Records holding onto the zone, but I don't think for as long as they hoped, or really as long as they really needed it to happen, because the Cafeteria were right back there to respawn, getting some of their specials ready. Right now, we see the Crab coming out once again from Karma. 3 of them over on the left side, 2 of them now pushing over on the right. That is going to be Milk, who is trying to get some key picks, and it looks like they are. Penalty points are now going to go away once again for the Cafeteria, and this is where they're going to try and shine. With about 1:15 remaining, Retro Records coming out with that whale, trying to find ways to poke in, but it looks like they're getting caught on some of their flanks, 9.
Yeah, caught on some of the flanks there. Again, they will at least get a cap here, and Miku probably should be done by now, but instead continuing to fight, and the bomb doesn't quite close it out there. A desperation play there to at least apply some penalty points, but now you're seeing the other side of Retro Records Comp, which is that when it gets pushed, their only option is really to kind of back up here. They don't have a lot of these weapons that want to be up in scrumming face-to-face. You can see that it's that difficult for them to come in. Instead, Miku's just going to do it the old-fashioned and honest way, run right forward with a bucket on the opponent's stack and try to take it out on that side. And now look at this, maybe even going into the opposing spawn this early too. Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and make a mess on this side, try to stall them out, and see if they can start to flip this back the other way. Lovely follow-up here.
Yeah, that was huge from members of Retro Records. I love that when they are trying to get their lockouts, they are not shy to push forward. They are not afraid to move away from that zone and really push towards the enemy spawn. The Cafeteria now trying to get some GG strikes to try and save the match, and it looks like they are going to just a little bit later than they imagined, but they do have the zone. This is going to be the final hold for the Cafeteria. They have 20 penalty points they need to get through and a few change to try and take over the lead, but they have one player down right now. We can see Miku trying to push in, but Brandon's going to be taking them down. The zone is seemingly uncontested right now, but there's going to be a Crab, and we see the brush coming in, but there's also a jump. Miku's going to be coming in from the side, and it's going to be a little too late. Capping it just a split second after the game ends, the Cafeteria is going to be taking game 1.
Oh my gosh, I just want to give major kudos to the usage of that Crab tank in the position that it was used. Karma knew immediately, all right, there is exactly one weapon and one special on the entire map that can steal this game from us, and it's the Dread Ringer, and it is the Reef Slider there. Firing did so much damage that even when Miku was starting to move forward after the fact, they had already taken just a little bit too much, and I don't even know what it was that finished the job. But you saw right there at the end, it was able to get the cap. It just got it a second too late because of that one bit. We actually got that perfect highlight right here. Just a little too much damage. It looks like it was the gal who had run face first into it as well. Major credit here. A swingy map as we are used to seeing on Mako Mart. And man, I'm sad that this is only a best of 3 if this is what these teams are going to show us.
I know, and especially from what we had seen earlier in this game. Remember, Retro Records now, they are 0-4 against the Cafeteria in games played here during the finals of SAC. And I mean, if anything, if we can take away anything from that match in game 1, we know these games have been very competitive. And the Cafeteria and Retro Records, again, they weren't shy about whenever they were trying to take over the zone and trying to push forward. They were able to do so with just such dominant fashions to try and push up. And I think sometimes it bit them in the butt a little bit, but, you know, they just did a very good job just holding on to the zone. But we are going to be moving on to game 2, Tower Control Hagglefish Market, and if we have seen anything from the Cafeteria's comps, we don't really know what to expect. We were talking about how on the other stream when we were doing a live look in, they had 3 swords. Here they had no swords. Of course, they play different modes, and now we're going to be going on to an even different mode with Tower Control Hagglefish. But it's going to be really interesting to see how these players adapt and can play against each other. And again, this is their 5th game at this point, so it's you know, some things are going to be more predictable than others, but we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, I really want to give credit to these teams kind of understanding the back and forth flow that happens in splat zones, because we're kind of talking about this team moves forward and attacks, this team moves forward playing aggressive. It's so much about playing ahead of almost the timer, right? And now we're going to see if they can do that same thing playing ahead of the tower. You called out, we really don't know what we're going to see from the Cafeteria comp-wise here. you know, we talked a little bit about the Decapitator before this started, and I kind of joked that, hey, if you've got somebody who can play that weapon at a fundamentally sound level, you should probably have them at least try it here. It has been seeing all sorts of results, both in Europe, both certainly in Japan, and I have to imagine that it's going to eventually make its waves into North America as well. So certainly on the table. And what I like about Retro Records is I think that the type of game that they are choosing to play is that it's something that can travel over pretty well if you're going to end up running something like a Dynamo, which is the big seen threat of swinging things. That might be your Tower Rider. And then you've got your unseen threats with the Brush and everyone else kind of working around, creating this chaos and finding picks in the scrum. You know, that sort of archetype of a comp will work pretty much anywhere on any type of mode. So if they do end up bringing that to tower control, I'm at least feeling good about it. I'm curious to see what happens if we get to Clan Blitz, though, because that's the mode where we saw the triple sword comp come out of the Cafeteria last time. So we'll hope that Retro Records, all of you sword players in the chat, should be rooting for Retro Records if you want to get to Game 3.
Yeah, you know, I would say make sure you get your channel points in, but that's closed already right now. But yeah, with Retro Records too, they are one of only 2 teams who have participated in all 4 qualifiers here for SAC. So they've gotten plenty of practice here to get to this moment, and they need to shine in this moment to win Game 2 to progress. Taking a look at the comps now, once again, we're going to be seeing the same comp they had before. That's going to be the Slosher, the Gal, and the Doolies working with Karma Splash, and we are going to see the Dynamo come out on the side of Retro Records and the Guga Doolies.
A little bit of everything right now. It's finals, or loser semifinals at least, but it's the end of SAC, so you may as well bring everything out. No need to hide it here. The Glugas, I gotta admit, not one that I've seen a whole lot of play at any point, but certainly not these days. So we'll see. It's a very snowbally weapon that can absolutely make life difficult for the opponent if it gets into position. Everyone knows that hit in particular has terrorized people for quite some time.
No, certainly. And right now, the Cafeteria, they were in control of the tower. They're going to have a player advantage, taking down 3 of them. That's going to be Brendan there, getting that clean sweep on all the players. And I think the Cafeteria, they're in a very good position to get to checkpoint 1. Seemingly uncontested right now, but it looks like they're going to be a little bit contested right now, but not with the Crab on the tower. They're going to have to watch out for Scribby there, who's going to be taking them down. That is going to be their Dynamo player. 3 players down now on the Cafeteria. It is just going to be the Squelchers who are alive, and the rest of the Retro Records team members eagerly waiting to push up and take control of mid, get some more paint, and once again take control of the tower and try and get to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, major respect for that Killer Whale. That's the strongest Killer Whale that I've ever seen. Felt like it took out 2.5 players by itself here. The Brush continuing to go for more. Would love to take out this 52 gallon. Does, and almost gets away as well. It appears that everybody crashed in on top of him. So a nice job by the Cafeteria there, using that positioning of the tower as a resource and kind of working their way through. But you've seen that neither one of these teams have gotten a full, consistent lockout where they are the ones with major special advantage yet. That's really where this is going to start to break open. A Crab riding the tower, you know that this is a recipe for success. Even hitting a couple, almost maybe close that one out there, is going to get past that single-handedly. Yes, 2 people went down, but they got what they came for in that sense. Now we're going to see the back and forth of specials that we talked about here. So I got to give some credit to both of these teams, not really risking it all for some of these points.
Right, and Karma was uncontested on that tower. Like you mentioned, just had the Crab in a very sweet spot. And what I loved what Karma did is they knew, okay, I have to get past this checkpoint. I will regroup once I clear this checkpoint, because getting past this first checkpoint is going to get us a pretty decent lead. So they were able to do that and then support their teammates. And now we just have a skirmish here in mid with Rice taking down Soda, and there's going to be a 2-player advantage for Retro Records. They're going to be taking the tower once again. They haven't had it for quite a bit, and they're still looking to get past that first checkpoint. And being juiced up is going to help them too, with Scribbies helping support the Dynamo. Rice now has that Crab come out. There's going to be a flank coming from the side, but they're able to take out Brendan, but more of the players from the Cafeteria coming into strike. So that tower is past that first checkpoint, but is it going to be enough to take the lead? The Retro Records still has that player advantage, but all the players alive from the Cafeteria not shy about pushing forward, and Retro Records still has control of this tower. 9, this is just a battle for that first checkpoint tower.
And that was a 45-second fight. I think both teams decided to respawn, come back at least once, and then continue the fight there. You saw it was just a little disconnected when they were trying to move forward there, maybe it was grabbing that soda in a little bit of an awkward time. Once again, Slime just finding ways to take players out here with bombs and killer whales here. That's not a ranged weapon that is being piloted there, I promise you. But you can see, again, they just haven't quite found their way into the optimal positions to kind of attack these players, and they're starting to run through. You can see, again, they've kind of called it out. The Glugas go down there as well. Going and waiting for you to swing first is a great way to get in with the brush. Now getting behind, that's 3 down, Falco. That's a wipeout. Surely they take the lead off of this. If they can get the players up into an attacking position, they might get even more.
Yeah, that's a position where the person who's closest to the tower immediately needs to hop on. We will get the rest of our players in position. Once we get past this checkpoint, or once we take the lead, we can kind of regroup and shuffle some players around. But we need this lead in this last minute, and that is exactly what Retro Records did. And they are not giving up yet. 2 of their players are going to go down. Scribby's trying to take out 1. It is just going to be Nia who's going to wisely back out here. Going to be using their Booyah, interestingly, to try and stay alive, but able to take down 1, and now they're going to go down themselves, so kind of doing a little bit of a trade there. But hey, with 30 seconds left, the Cafeteria, they need to get past the second checkpoint. Remember, Retro Records, they didn't get past the second checkpoint. They were very, very close getting to 31, and with the help of this Whale 9, I think the Cafeteria is sitting in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried there. Retro Records gave up an awful lot there just to try to get through that second checkpoint that you talked about. Did they give up too much? They gave up a lot of space. It appears that they've spawned just in time. It's just going to be Karma trying to clutch things out. The jumps are going to land in a really aggressive position up here on this side. Can they get back to the tower? The tower running away, and maybe their chances of victory. Brendan does get 1, but they have to have somebody on the tower. Soda has now respawned, but it will not be enough here. It would have been a miraculous pullback of that tower there. I was a little worried that they gave up a little too much to take the points that they did, but Retro Records, calm, cool, and collected, will send us to a Game 3.
Yeah, this is their first win over the Cafeteria. This is Game 5 between these 2 teams, and it couldn't come at a more important time here in a Game 2. With a semifinals that is a best of 3 in the losers bracket, each game has more meaning. Let's take a look at the final 15 seconds here. This is when the Cafeteria were trying to push forward. There's just going to be 1 player alive. It's just going to be Karma. Members are going to be jumping in. We see Brandon. Immediately, everybody's going to be trying to get to this tower to try and progress it. But no, the Retro Records, they were just set up so well. You had a few players in front, a few players behind. There was no position that was untouched from Retro Records and guarding the tower, and they were ready to tackle anybody who tried to jump on over to some of the teammates to try and push that tower forward. And I think for Retro Records, them getting the wipeout and pushing that tower couldn't have come at a better moment. You know, things kind of spiral whenever you are in that last minute of a game, because that's when you really need to, you know, like it's a guns a-blazing moment where there's really no time for error, especially if you're in the down position where you don't have the lead and you need to overcome by a checkpoint or a checkpoint and a half or whatever. But Retro Records, they did such a good job whenever they were able to take the objective. They positioned themselves very well and had very crucial specials.
Yeah, crucial specials, and I mean, on top of the crucial specials, again, that knowing exactly how far you can go to get the points that you need. We kind of talked about it a little bit in the context of Splat Zones earlier, and how, like, is it too far? Do we really know? Is it a good decision or a bad decision? We'll wait for the results screen to tell you that, but I mean, it did get kind of close there at the end, and I gotta say, if they had bailed out when it was safe, maybe they only get to 41 or 42. You know, you never know exactly how many points you have to get in that moment, and I will say, even though it doesn't seem like much in the, you know, kind of spread at the end of it, I think it is really important to note that choosing to take that fight with the Glugas at the bottom of the screen, taking 1 player out just slows you down that little extra bit. If you already know 3 of your teammates are respawning, I mean, why not take 1 of the opponents out, get 2 of the other ones to fight you, and then see if you can figure things out on that. So a nice call in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, certainly. And we do have some notes here that Maycog is going to be subbing in for Rice here for this game 3 and 9. You pointed this out earlier when we were watching, when we saw the three swords coming out from the Cafeteria. That was on Clan Blitz. We're moving on to Game 3 Clan Blitz right now. So are we going to see what we saw over on Under Pressure? I don't really know, because right now, the Cafeteria, they've stuck with the same weapons that they've been playing for games 1 and 2. You know, they haven't been changing it. They haven't brought out any of the swords. So I don't really know what to expect, and I'm so excited because this team keeps us on our toes. So looking at their qualifiers, they got second, or they played in the second qualifier, got fourth, played in the third qualifier, got fifth, and that's what set them up into this position to be a number 7 seed here in the tournament. And they're doing a very, very good job with how far they've done today, especially against a number 2 seeded team, Retro Records.
Yeah, well, we're kind of just at the best of the best at this point, and that's the magic of a format like this. I've always been a fan when you can pull, maybe 16, maybe 12, 8, 4, whatever the number is, and just kind of let them fight it out, because there's an endurance aspect to all of this. It is hard to play set after set after set at a high level against teams that you are really, really close in skill to. And at least in something like this, you know that you're going to get to face off against these teams earlier, as I kind of noted, in the bracket than you would, I think, normally. And it also means that any curveballs that you break out aren't just one-time things. And, you set it up beautifully, Falco. This is the part where we're like, all right, what are we going to see? What are they cooking in the cafeteria? I can't believe I just said that right now. Over to you, Falco.
It rolls off the tongue. I would say it was called for. I approve of it. But yeah, I don't really know. And of course, these teams, too, they're going to be taking their sweet time trying to figure out what they want to do. And as we mentioned, there is going to be a player sub, Mikog, coming in for Rice on the side of Retro Records. And again, bringing in potentially a Dreadringer player here in this position for a Clan Blitz game, I think that's a pretty good move. There's going to be some key positions where the Dread is going to want to be stationed on to try and have that height advantage, especially with the Slosher. It's going to be really important. So we'll see what happens in that moment. And of course here, the winner is going to be facing Chocolate Milkshake, which we saw that set too go to a best of 5 in the winner's bracket versus Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. So the remaining teams here in the tournament just kind of waiting for their time to shine. Again, only 4 teams remaining. You see 2 of them right here, the Cafeteria and Retro Records. The winner is going to be facing Chocolate Milkshake, and then the winner of that is going to be facing Triggerfish Zone Supremacy in Grand Finals. But let's hop into here for Game 3. Winner moves on to the Losers Finals. Let's take a look at the comps once again, and there's the Dread coming up from Miku, and there's the 3 wipers coming out on the side of the Cafeteria 9. You called it.
Oh, man. Well, sometimes you have to put it out in the universe and you just smile when it actually gets to happen here. I mean, this comp can be so unbelievably difficult to deal with if you do not know how to fight it here. The decav, a weapon that has seen so much play now, can be that much difficult to fight. Look at that, Brendan already getting one and forcing another one away. If you are not prepared to deal with this weapon's unique technology, you can get put in really awkward spots. Brendan, go ahead and collect another one. A third one goes down. All they're missing right now is the clamps.
Yeah, they really need to get some of those claims, and it looks like they do. Brendan's going to be taking one, is going to be scoring, and the Splash has one too. Karma's going to be getting that in, so a quick 60 points down. That is going to be very important for the Cafeteria. And right now, it's the Splash player who's going to be gathering some more claims. Where are they? They're going to be, okay, they are going to be throwing a few more in, and that is wise to have your swords be the one on the attacking side, just making sure that none of the players can drop down in front of their basket. And another power claim in, getting to 22 remaining. This is huge for the Cafeteria on their opening push. We are only 1 minute in, and they are almost 80 points down 9.
Yeah, I mean, blink and you're going to miss it at this point. But now we get to see the other side of this comp right now, which is, again, they aren't running Tacticooler, and they are all, I won't say short-range weapons, but they're very, deliberate kind of up-and-at-you type of weapons here. There's a lot of tools that Retro Records has to deal with this as well, one of which is to just take their own melee weapon and throw it right at them here, but you can see now a couple of them have been forced back here. I love how quickly they got back into their positions, though, and used this crab to stall it out. If they collect on a couple of these shots, they might have pushed this one all away.
Yeah, and they did such a good job just pushing back Retro Records and making sure that they could not push forward. And I mean, Retro Records right now, they're just a little bit scattered here in mid, as we do see a bit of a skirmish here. And what's interesting too, with the Cafeteria's comp, you don't have a lot of paint on paper. You have 3 Slayers here at this point. So they have to rely on getting some of these picks, and right now that's not unfortunately happening for them, as they lose more of their side of the map, with Retro Records kind of taking over a little bit. A few claims now ready for Retro Records as they are trying to gather where they want to get their power claims. Slime is going to be picking it up and scoring. They do have the Mercy claim that is under the basket and a few claims here in front, but unfortunately for them, none of their players are really in a good position to score, so that is going to be a one and done for Retro Records, but at least they put their foot in the door.
Yeah, they've got it open here, and they should have respawned in time to at least get some presence in mid. It looks like they're doing just that here. That's the nice thing about going down in a piecemeal sort of fashion, is you at least have some sort of thought. A wonderful placement here on that tactical lure. If they take a couple players out, they are right there and juiced up for a bigger push. It appears that they maybe have gone a little bit too hard at that top right position, though. I know it's always tempting to try to go that way, but I think the entirety of the Cafeteria knew where they were going there and tried to close that out as well. It's going to be a tough fight here on this side, and they are just jumping in with no fear right here, Falco. I think that was, again, a full rotation of players trying to get up and fight, man. I love it. I love to see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggression from both of these teams with all those jumps, all those unprotected jumps too, and areas where there's really not a lot of paint. We love to see that playstyle come out here. We have about 1:40 remaining right now, and once again, the Cafeteria is still just trying to gather themselves a little bit here back in mid. And it looks like they're able to do so just a little bit here, but not really in a good position to try and score. Retro Records opting to keep one of their power claims alive despite not having a ton of ink on their side. So that's just going to be a permanent point sensor on them right now. And I think, you know, they're not going to be able to pick up any claims right now, but I don't think that's really any of their concern because they don't have any control right now. And the Cafeteria, honestly, if they can just hold this for the next, you know, minute, 10 seconds, they're going to be thriving. But it looks like Retro Records trying to push back in once again. Soda trying to stay alive in a spot, but is going to be jumping out. And Retro Records now appears to be on the offensive side here as they gather some more claims. But again, Nine, if they score, they're going to need to have a big score, and they're running out of opportunities to have more than one push. Miku with a nice double. Nine, this might be the opportunity for them to break in.
Certainly, that door just swung wide open here on the back of this Dreadringer here. Do they have enough claims? They still have their pity claim back at their base, and they do have one person who may have gone down to be able to jump into it. Another one came back here, but is it going to take too long? They're going to try to stall this out as long as they can, and they'll certainly make a mess in their opponent's spawn here. If they're able to get this player on this side, it looks like Miku versus Milk. That's a tongue twister. As they're going to continue to fight it out here, they still have enough presence on this side, Falco. They can get another push. I can't believe they still maintain to manage control through all of that.
I know, it's really crazy once they can keep once the basket closes and able to keep control in mid. And we do see Scribbies has the power claim, and that's going to be the only claim on the field for them at this moment. The Cafeteria now is working with 2 power claims. They have one that they're holding and their Mercy claim. So it's going to be a battle to play offense and defense at the same time. But right now it's Retro Records who are really going to be on the offensive side, and that's a wipeout, just one player alive. It is going to be Slimester who is going to be scoring. This is going to be the last opportunity for Retro Records to try and score. Jumps are coming in. Miku is coming in with this power claim. They might need a claim to keep this basket open before they can get there in time. And no, they can't get there in time. That is going to be it. The Cafeteria able to hold on and get this game win, moving on to the losers finals.
And what a show there. Again, some very, very close games. I would argue all of those games just 1 or 2 fights away from going the other way for the victors. But a nice show here from the Cafeteria there. Once again, don't let it get to Clan Blitz against this team because they have a wicked fast composition to fight it. And hey, I gotta say, respect. To bring Triple Sword out without a Tacticooler on your side, like, there's no tricks. There's no misgivings about what this composition is designed to do. We're going to fight at 3 different speeds, 3 slightly different ranges. Do something about it. We bet we'll get a lead, and we bet we can defend with our superior fighting.
Yeah, and that was really crazy because we kind of knew what comp was going to be coming out from the Cafeteria, and it's one of those comps that can go really well or it can go pretty poorly if you don't have a lot of paint that you're working with. And for the Cafeteria, like we mentioned, getting down to that 22 points remaining push at the very beginning really helped them because they were able to play a more neutral game for about the next 3.5 minutes, and it wasn't until the end where Retro Records scored the first power claim, and then they had one more that was coming. And it really, I think that wipeout was huge that the Retro Records got, but you know, they unfortunately just didn't have their players alive because there was one player alive. It was just Slimester. They were the only ones who could score, and then there were unfortunately really no clams to follow up with at that moment. So I think it really just came down to timing for Retro Records, because if that game were to last maybe another 5 seconds, or the basket would have opened 3 seconds later, I think Retro Records would have been able to gather some clams to try and score. But just the timing of everything unfortunately did not work out for them, and the Cafeteria is the team that came out on top.
Yeah, a great showing and certainly a deserved fight to work their way back up at this point. Again, this is not a big bracket. We've kind of noted that already. The Cafeteria, one of the lower seeded teams by, again, the points and the qualification system that was used. But make no mistake about it, this is a team that has shown us lots today. The only team that they have lost to in a 3-1 set, or 1-3 for them, is the team that's sitting in grand finals. So clearly, you take a high quality team like this, and there's not a whole lot that can stop them once they get rolling. But folks, we need a little bit here to get some things set for the finals. So go ahead, take a little stretch, get another glass of water. We will see you back shortly for our losers finals in SAC Season 9 Finals.
Be a knockout here in this game 3, Saf. Mimikyu goes down as well, delayed wipe, third checkpoint is gone, and the Cafeteria gets a clean knockout push here in game 3.
I am Karma. I am captain of the Cafeteria. I play mainly our support role with Splash and Zimmy and sometimes Bamboo. We have Milk as our skirmisher player, plays Vanilla Dually Sculpture and Stinker. Those are our main 2 weapons, and he just plays it to distract and stall for time. Our secondary slayer is Soda. He mains mostly V-Slosher, Wiper, and sometimes Vanilla Dually. He is Slayer and Anchor a lot. And our last member is Brendan, our main Slayer, using 52 Gal, Manta Cavitator, and V-Try. He's there to get most of the picks and try an entry. Our team is very goofy. We do not log in or pay much attention at all until we have to focus up and have to dial in. Going into the SAC finals, we are not really scared of any teams, but we are looking forward to facing teams like Triggerfish Zones again and Chocolate Milkshake. We know we can get at minimum top 4. If not, we get first.
I'm not begging you to play Pen.
Yes, you are. Hello?
Dude, if I beg for you to play Pen, it's a joke, because I don't trust you on Pen.
Fuck you.
Here as the power claim's going to be coming in. Is that going to be it? Yes, it is. Giving Chocolate Milkshake.
Chocolate Milkshake, they are your qualifier 1.
Second qualifier
champion.
Looks to regain some ground. They will both drop, take out one, take out a second.
I'm Ali Games. I'm the team captain for Chocolate Milkshake, and I play Range Blaster. And honestly, my job right here is just to get every kill I can get for my team. I need to carry my team. So I'll start with Kobe, actually, our Gal player. And he plays a lot of our aggressive short-range shooters. He's just so handsome sometimes. Now, for Ivy has like some of the best roller gameplay in all of NA. Just like Atomic, honestly. Now let's talk about Cap. I love him, but bro, he needs to pick up weapon pools. I don't know what he plays nowadays. I don't know. Now about Sunny, our backline player, got robbed a +3. This is the most active pen you'll ever see in 2024. And then Turnip was never low banned until we played with him. That's aura for us.
I'm stuck inside tilted towers, feeling dead and I need to take a shower. In the classroom staring at the hours, starting G fuel, starting on that powder. Stupid, I go hard.
So our team dynamic is that we actually like to make jokes, and we're all in our winter arc right now. So we've been grinding pretty hard. And honestly, I think by the time that the SAC season finals comes up, we're going to be all in our winter arc. I'm telling you guys, you got to watch out for us. We like to win, we like to work hard, we like to play hard, and we try to get whatever we can. You know, truth is, without my team, I'd be nothing.
You only played one qualifier. What do you mean carrying?
I played more of the qualifiers than you.
Yeah, it's like the same.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAC Season 9 Finals here. My name is Falco Flyer. I am joined here with 9 Whole Grains. We are getting ready for our Losers Finals that is coming up next. It is going to be Chocolate Milkshake versus the Cafeteria, and we just saw the Cafeteria get a 2-1 victory over Retro Records, and Chocolate Milkshake getting knocked into the losers bracket by Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, who's waiting for the winner of this game over in Grand Finals. And Chocolate Milkshake, they won 3-0 already against Insomniac Central. They won 3-0 against Myopsidus, and then lost in a Game 5 against Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, whereas the Cafeteria have made a decent losers run bracket, winning 2-1 over Lunar Eclipse, 2-1 over Retro Records, and now waiting to take on their favorite Cafeteria beverage here. Wow, it works out, 9. It works out like this.
It does, and I was gonna make the joke of the low-hanging canned fruit, which is what we were typically served in the Cafeteria. But yeah, we stumbled into it as well. Chocolate milkshakes being served in the Cafeteria. Wish that was mine. But we're going to head to Ship Shape Cargo Co. And those very astute viewers may have noted here that we are into best of 5 at this point. Counter picks, unknown map, unknown mode. We will be starting on Splat Zones, of course, one of the random Splat Zones maps from the available pool. Ship Shape Cargo Co., though, I gotta say, this is one that we don't see a whole lot being played, I would say, in a lot of other tournaments. But I know that, one of the beautiful things about SAC is, things can change a little bit from season to season. You have the lovely map list up on the screen right there. But Ship Shape, I think, is just kind of this terrifying moment of just please don't wipe us, please don't wipe us, please don't wipe us, please don't wipe us. And it was even worse back when you saw lots of Squeezer play. So be interesting to see. Again, we've kind of made the point multiple times here that we have no idea what the Cafeteria is going to bring to the dance. Chocolate Milkshake, they've had a little time to stew on this one as well. I'm sure they're going to have a nice counter, or I guess maybe not a counter punch since they don't know what their opponent is going to bring, but they've had some time to prep and figure out what's going to work.
Yeah, and that's part of the struggle if you're Chocolate Milkshake, because you always want to play against the comps that you are going to be familiar with, but the struggle is you're not really familiar with what the Cafeteria is going to be bringing. Now, the only insight we have is that at Splat Zones, it's not Clam Blitz. Are they going to bring out the 3 swords they brought in the last 2 Clams games? Probably not. So if I'm Chocolate Milkshake, I'm thinking it's going to be more of their conventional comp with the Slosher, with the Dualies that we could see, and not the 3 swords coming out. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting, but the benefit of Chocolate Milkshake is that they were able to watch that entire last set against, with the Cafeteria versus Retro Records, and they're going to try and adapt and play off of that. But let's hop into our game now, and of course, taking a look at the comps right when we start off. That's going to be Chocolate Milkshake's comp here coming out first, and then the Cafeteria bringing out their Try and True, but 2 Sloshers this time, bringing out the Tri Slosher. Brendan's going to be playing that. Going to be working with Soda's Tri Slosher, or Vanilla Slosher.
Yeah, and it's not even the Tri-Slosher that everybody plays all the time anyway. This is going to be the Vanilla, so you talk about a special that has maybe fallen out of favor a lot in recent times. this Inkjet can absolutely make your life so difficult if you do get pushed all the way back. Earlier I made the joke, please don't wipe us, please don't wipe us. It can be so difficult to find your footing. It's going to be difficult for the other members to get up there and grab what's left of that soda stand, so they're going to let that one fade away right now. They're going to try to use, it appears one special now, the triple ink strikes being the second, to try to push their way back in. But the members of the Cafeteria were already ahead here, so they're going to have to try to swim their way in at this point. We'll see if Ivy can get anything done with this carbon roller on the side. Does get called out, but made an awful lot of space here. Can they get the cap off of that individual play? They do. It is a mess in the middle of the map and a wipeout. All of that they traded just for a couple of seconds. All that for a drop of blood, as they say.
Yeah, and it may have been worth it because that is going to be quite a bit of penalty points that the Cafeteria is going to have to overcome. Yes, they're going to cap it right back then and there, but at least it avoids from the Cafeteria than from the zone staying capped on their side. So they just kind of, did a little leap of faith and, they went down, but they went down swinging. So they were able to kind of stay alive and prolong this match just a little bit longer than potentially what they're hoping for. So the Cafeteria now done with their penalty points. They're going to be at a 3-player kind of a disadvantage right now because one of them was just respawning, so really a 2v4 at this point. We can see Milk trying to get that jump in right now, and Chocolate Milkshake with a 1-player advantage, trying to throw some strikes on that zone to get that cap, and they are able to. 53 penalty points for the side of the Cafeteria, and Chocolate Milkshake, they're really trying to get their foot in the door, but the Cafeteria, they just keep doing such a good job at respawning, getting themselves back into key positions, 9.
Well, it's wild that both times that they got the very, very quick flip is when everybody on the Cafeteria just decided that fighting on the left side was more important than watching over the zone there. I know it's a quick game and it's hard to make the call in the heat of the moment, but that's really been the only way that they've been able to push in. You see already their threat that was at the bottom of the screen got pushed away. This crab is going to stall out long enough for more points to start coming off the board here. They're going to have to dive. This is full desperation mode at this point. One is down. If they can paint over these triple ink strikes, that's going to be GG. And what an astounding game number 1 here from the Cafeteria. They did not look pressed at all at any point in that game.
Yeah, they always seem to have the upper edge against Chocolate Milkshake, and Karma and Soda in particular did a very good job. They saw the strikes come out, and right when the strikes landed, they threw paint down immediately at the floor. They knew that, like, hey, we can't have this cap the zone. We don't want to leave any part untouched that any member from Chocolate Milkshake can try and cap. So that was a very, very good positioning for those 2 players at the end. And like we mentioned, even when Chocolate Milkshake were able to try and, cap the zone and contest it, the Cafeteria were right back there. They were right back there to try and push back members of Chocolate Milkshake. And here you can see the strikes come out and just, nope, the recovering up of the paint. And there's only one player from Chocolate Milkshake who was going to be trying to break in and follow up with the paint, and they just were not in a good spot to do so. So that was a textbook win there for the Cafeteria, and a much needed win for them going into this going into the losers finals here against the #1 seed.
Yeah, great. Just about as good of a game as you could hope for. Now, I will say for Chocolate Milkshake, if there's anything you can kind of hang your hat on here, is that it was Ship-Shape Cargo Co. And you have to feel like you could have done the same sort of press back on the Cafeteria if you had maybe won that opening exchange. Of course, in Splat Zones, that very, very first lockout, so important. You're ahead on specials at that point. You've started to cycle it. The opponent is going to have to paint more of their base to get back out. That's where a lot of the big points can start to come off the board, and certainly that map, I think, accelerates that whole process. So you can kind of look past that one, grumble a little bit, and then get into your counter pick. But one player I keep saying the name of over the course of this Falco, it is Karma. Crab is not a special that people would say needed help at any point really in this entire game's lifespan, but I think it's so, even these days, notable when someone knows how best to use the crab to stall things out here. And if you're running a team that is not going to use Tacticooler, it is all the more important that you find the best timings to stall the opponent, slow them down, because you've got probably 5 or 6 seconds that thing can just say, no, you don't get to go into this part of the map. And it seems like every time there's one of those moments, that kind of connective tissue when your teammates are respawning, Karma's picking the exact right times to use it. And as long as that Splash-O-Matic is still getting the job done, well, I mean, Splash-O-Matics have won just about everything you can win in this game.
Yeah, Splash-O-Matics have never not been popular. I mean, going back all the way to the beginning of Splatoon 3, it was very common to see like 3 of them on one team at a time. And like you mentioned, how the crab is just a deterrent for the other teams. It says, hey, don't go in my range, don't go in my vicinity because I will splat you. I'm going to be painting the zone. But we're going to be moving on to zones here for Hagglefish Market and taking a look at the comps once again. We're going to see very similar weapons come out, but the Tri-Slosher is going to be opting, Brendan's going to be opting to play Gal instead. Mazel is also going to be bringing out the Gal, and Closures will be coming in with the pencil.
Yeah, I mean, this is the comp that was running the entire North American and European Splatoon scene for quite some time. Different players, of course, but especially here on Hagglefish, it did not seem like this was a comp that could be beaten. It's a very replicable comp, too. I'll talk about that comp when they're not all respawning, though, because it is all the Cafeteria over and over again. They're finding these fights and they're just executing. I mean, sometimes it is as simple as you're winning your fights in these different positions here. Brendan, once again, taking a great position here. This is 2 of your forefront weapons. They all get taken out very quickly. This is finally a door that has been swung open for Chocolate Milkshake, but even then, they can't move forward without dropping one of their players here. That's going to make it that much more difficult, and Milk taking another one out. Why not? They're going to take this back almost immediately if they get any help.
Yeah, Milk doing such a good job. They were the only player alive, saw themselves in a 1v1 and had to back up, then found themselves in another 1v1 and backed up even further. They did such a good job staying alive. And speaking of alive, Ivy barely avoiding that bomb, jumping out to having themselves stay alive too. So a lot of specials are now coming out in the zone. There's going to be 3 players down on the side of Cafeteria. Chocolate Milkshake, this is the cap that they wanted. Finally for them in an offensive position. Let's see what they can do. We're going to see the Gal come out. Destiny is going to be flanking over there on the left side to try and paint a little bit. And Ivy, not very shy, using that frontline bubble to try and push forward, but they're going to be going down. Mazel trying to hide behind a Gal, but that's a 4v1 against them. They're going to go down too. Cafeteria looking to recap, and they do just before Chocolate Milkshake takes over.
And you can see how quickly the doors start to get swung closed, right? I mean, they were in a great position there. They had both of their frontliners up. There's maybe just 1 minute where the 52 Gal backs up a little bit and the roller is kind of caught out there. They get taken down, and then at that point, without any other support, everyone says, hey, there's a 52 Gal, let's jump them. Go, go, go. And the way that the Cafeteria is coordinating their attacks right now is absolutely wonderful. That crab is, again, going to stall it out. I know a broken record here, but hits one, takes one out, and then forces the other one back. Everybody is up in these positions. They've got 2 specials, Falco. This might be it already.
Yeah, and I love that wall that Brendan used on that tiny little drop there by Canopy. That was huge. 2 players down, 7 seconds left. This is going to be it for the Cafeteria, as Chocolate Milkshake not going to find enough time to go in. So almost as dominant as the first game that we saw here from the side of the Cafeteria. Continuing their dominance here in Game 2, Chocolate Milkshake showed a little more life this time. Were able to cap, and they were able to, we kind of got to see what they were able to do on offense a little bit. But hey, the Cafeteria, they are looking very, very strong 9, and they are just 1 game away from moving on to our grand finals.
It's wonderful when a plan comes together. A well-oiled machine here, a well-oiled Cafeteria. You see even there the niceties in the class of Brendan putting that wall up at the exact position that you'd like to there, just to make sure that everybody is running on the right side where, oh yeah, your other 3 teammates are here. They've got it all figured out here on a macro level and a micro level. They're winning their fights. At this point, the only thing that's going to get in their way, I think, is if they feel a little too good about themselves here. And hey, we've all been there. You're winning a couple games, you're on a high note, and then suddenly things can start to spiral out of control. The good thing is, even if they lose 1 game, they're going to get 2 of their counter picks to go back on. You're playing with home field advantage and house money at this point. On the other side, for Chocolate Milkshake, I mean, I don't want to tell them exactly what to do here, but Falco, surely you can't go back to splat zones after those first 2 games. I gotta think you have to try something different.
You know, on paper, yes, and that's what's so hard about some of these tournaments, where you always go into a tournament knowing, okay, we're going to counterpick zones, here are our top 3 maps that we want to play. They're not going to be doing that this time, though. They're going to be going to the unofficial Game 2 counterpick, which is going to be Tower Control Inkwell Art Academy. So 9, I think you're right that they had to make some changes here. They don't want a repeat of what happened during Games 1 and 2, and this could also be a time to reevaluate the comps you have, since it's a different mode. And knowing, you know, Chocolate Milkshake, they're wise enough not to go to Clan Blitz based on what we have seen before, so it really came down to Tower Control or Rainmaker, and I think this might be the move they want to make into Game 3.
Well, it's certainly the map and mode that you would have the most experience on, just generally. If you play in these tournaments enough, you're going to get comfortable on this one. So we'll see if they opt to shake things up. It does appear that the edit's coming out. We're going to see a wiper coming out instead of a roller at this point, so that's how they're going to get some of their attacks at that point. A very different looking comp in terms of what they're going to do. This should be a little bit slower, but I think it should also be able to play together a little bit more than their previous comp.
Yeah, I think so too. They're going to be a little more molded together here, especially on a mode like this that might not snowball as much. And we already have one player down on Chocolate Milkshake. That's going to be the Gal player. And Ivy finding themselves in a 1v1, but is going to be backing off. Karma's going to be on the tower, getting a burst bomb kill as they approach a second checkpoint. Another burst bomb kill, just tossing these burst bombs. Their teammates are doing such a good job at assisting their teammates. And now they're on the tower, uncontested, except for that Zuka coming out. They were very close to getting by the checkpoint. Can Milk get past it? Yes, they can. So the Cafeteria quickly passes first checkpoint, even with a player disadvantage, just throwing all of their bodies that they have alive to the tower. And now Chocolate Milkshake really trying to find a way that they can break back in where they're not just kind of posted up on their bats, not posted up by their garlic or anything, and tower's going to be back in neutral. So once again, Nine, the Cafeteria is looking pretty good to start off this game.
Yeah, and everything I said at the start about this comp should be able to play together right now. Either it's being forced in a different direction, or that's not the way that they're opting to take it here. Nice job by Cap here to at least take one out. Should be able to get this second one too. Soda very damaged here, so this should stop the bleeding and go ahead and make it 3. But you see here, they're sort of taking these awkward fights right here in the Cafeteria. Just an amoeba. Every time that somebody moves forward to try to take out what appears to be one player, it's just sort of a jab here. There's a 1-2, a second one ready to follow up there, and always making it difficult to see where the attack is actually coming from. Now, despite all of that here, 52, not that bad. Generally, if you hold on to your second checkpoint, you end up okay in the long run. Ivy in a pretty good position right here, has the chance to go up and try to close on Brandon. Now, Brandon getting that pick might be the defensive stalwart that they need. Gets another one with another one. Will this be a quad for Brandon? Oh my god! One army, one squid.
Yeah, Brandon really came in clutch there as Chocolate Milkshake tried to get to that second checkpoint, approached it, but didn't quite get there in time. Brandon really popping off and showing that they are the king of the Cafeteria right now, and there's going to be no Chocolate Milkshake to be had here with about 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining as Chocolate Milkshake trying to regroup themselves right now too. They do have a little bit of room to work with in mid, but Destiny is going to be caught in a 1v3. Mazel is going to be taking down Karma here, so a very, very skirmishy mid we have here as Milk and Soda are going to be taking down more players as well. So this is a very skirmishy match, but look at here on the right side. That is going to be the Wiper coming out. That is going to be Destiny trying to get that flank from behind. Can they take out Brandon? Yeah, maybe they can't. They cannot. I'm surprised. I thought those shots were going to be hitting, but the Cafeteria now in a good position to try and keep doing what they were doing, and that is pushing this tower and trying to get past the second checkpoint.
Yeah, and you can see even the positions that they're able to take. There's some nice tracking by Ivy to keep that Doolies from getting up into a position where it would have really been bad and then falls on a bomb. We've all been there. It happens to all of us, but you can see, again, the positions that they're taking for some of these fights are making it really kind of ambiguous where the threat is going to come from and where the follow-up is going to come from. You spend too long fighting one of these weapons that does a good job of surviving, and the others simply jump on top of you at that point. They have the resources here to make this a decent push. You've got the right person riding the tower here in your heavy edit. Nice job here by the Wiper getting behind them there. That's another one there. That's Brendan and Milk both being taken out. That's 3 being taken out. Now they're going to rush this crab, and they might be able to get the jump as well. No, the jump rolls away. I believe that was the Doolies here. It is pandemonium on this side, but at the end of it all, Chocolate Milkshake somehow had one player left on the tower here, and that is A-okay. You are fine with the last person up being your tower rider, but only 49. Falco, notable they did not get past that checkpoint either, which means it's still going to be a major scramble in this last minute.
Right, we are essentially tied at this point with Chocolate Milkshake winning the tiebreaker. And I mean, that push was so crucial. And what's really hard for Chocolate Milkshake, even though they got the lead, is you see the crab, you see the jump, you kind of do a double take. And if you're hesitant in that situation, that is not going to help you. You need to decide on what you are going to be doing, who you're going to be taking down, the jumper or the crab. But it doesn't matter for them. And let's see here, the Cafeteria can try and take the lead now. It's going to be Milk and Destiny and another player in a 2v1 situation, but no, the tower is not going to be getting to that second checkpoint. So we're seeing so much back and forth here in this last 30 seconds of this game. And once again, Chocolate Milkshake still has the upper edge with the tower back in mid. They have a ton of paint here in mid. So the Cafeteria, they're really going to need to try and go forward in 2-player advantage right now, 9. This might be their opportunity to push.
Yeah, that's a big shot here by Sunny here on this heavy edit. Taking out the Tower Rider means everything gets slowed down. And yeah, you know where all of them are going to be. One shot takes them all out with that Trizuka right there. Nice job, Chocolate Milkshake. Boy, it wasn't easy, Falco, but they get their first win. They are still in this event right now, and they can exhale, and so can we.
Yeah, and I mean, Chocolate Milkshake can breathe a little bit too. They know they have their foot in the door to keep this set alive. And again, they were 3-0 in their 2 previous sets before the winners finals that went to a game 5. They've had a little bit of time to rest. And, you know, the first 2 games were zones. Tower controls where they really wanted to go based on what happened in those first 2 games. And like you mentioned, Nine, and we're going to be seeing it here, but when in doubt, when you have your special and it's tower control and you have the lead and you need to stop the tower, you are shooting that Zuka right at the tower. There's nowhere else you're going to be shooting it. And, you know, Chocolate Milkshake, they didn't even need to have a player who was ready because that was a wipeout, so it didn't really matter at that point. But, you know, it's good that Chocolate Milkshake finally got a win here. And if I'm the Cafeteria, I won my first 2 games on Splat Zones. I can counterpick. I think I have an idea of what I want to counterpick for game 4.
Yeah, don't overthink this here. You know that if this does not go your way or something, you have the full-on curveball that you can throw with your Clam Blitz and with your triple sword composition, which still does not roll off the tongue in a way that feels nice to me because it still kind of baffles me that we're seeing it. But yeah, you were dominant in your Splat Zones games. Don't overthink this. Figure out, okay, is there one map in particular that we think works pretty well? All right, let's do it. Like, clearly their team play, they have to feel strong about, even though they lost that game there. Again, such scrambly fights, you fall on a bomb, you take one extra shot from somewhere else, you could very easily see yourself winning that game. But it's going to be, at least from what the Sendo.Inc website is telling me right now, Clam Blitz, and it's Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, I incorrectly spoke. Yeah, they cannot choose zones because they
won on it. That's right. That's right.
They can't counterpick it. But yes, if you're so this is the other one too. We've seen what they can do in Clam Blitz against. We saw it for the Cafeteria against Lunar Eclipse and Retro Records. So this is going to be quite the game. We kind of know what comps to expect, but again, so does Chocolate Milkshake. So I don't know. It's always fun to watch from our perspective. Obviously, seeing 3 swords is always very entertaining. See how well they play together and where they position each other, and coordinate the specials and all that. But yeah, this is this is the move I think you want to make if you are the Cafeteria, based on what we have seen and how they have played in their Clam Blitz games.
Yeah, if you have to pick something that isn't zones, yeah, not a surprise at all here. They looked so strong when they played this last time, and I mean, this has been a clinching map mode for them. So, my point about, don't overthink it here. Well, yeah, if you have to go to Clam Blitz, let's just go where you won semis on, and we'll run it back. We'll make it work. It was Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge the set before that. Now it's Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime. So, I mean, that might be, if they lose this one, their next counterpick to take it over to Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge instead. But the food fight continues, moving on to game 4. Again, Chocolate Milkshake, I will be interested to see if they opt to stick with the heavy edit. I think that's kind of the big change that we saw in that last game, outside of course, it being a different mode. Take a look right here. That is going to be Sunny on that weapon. And there it is, folks. 3 swords, count them, and the ever-reliable Splash-O-Matic to be the connective tissue.
Yeah, and this is the comp that they've wanted to run with, and they have been running, like we mentioned, for all the Clam Blitz games that we have seen. And if I'm Chocolate Milkshake, I am pretty nervous, but also it's a new opportunity to fight a different type of comp that you're not used to fighting. And obviously there's pros and cons to that. Sometimes, I mean, I would assume there's more cons, but right now the cons are not in their, the cons are against them because there's a lot of clams for the Cafeteria. They're getting ready to strike, and they are going to be scoring. The Splash is going to be having a claim. Karma's going to be getting that in. 9, this is exactly how the match started against Retro Records in our Game 3. But unfortunately for them, I don't think they're going to be following up with any more because Soda is going to be hopping back here with the power claim. No 22 this time remaining, just 60.
No, just 60, and very timely special there by Ivy. Another player that we didn't really get to talk about individually who had switched over to that shot. Again, if you feel like the roller is getting called out and separated from everybody, go ahead and use a weapon that can build a devastating special that can win you a push or a defense from relative safety. Here it comes again. Ivy gets another one with that shot here and identifies where a couple more are. They're going to use this as a catalyst to start to move forward. It's just Brendan who is available, and who else to break up this push. Again, forcing the last couple back there. That jump is going to get punished, and a second one. And that is why the decav is so strong. It single-handedly broke that up. Drop the bubble, run forward.
Yeah, and and it worked out so well for them too. And I this is just now a skirmish. I got a little distracted based on the skirmish here in mid with a lot of the players that went down now from the Cafeteria, and Chocolate Milkshake now in a better position. But Ivy, like you mentioned, they have been doing a very good job with this shot, and obviously bringing out the Zuka and really trying to progress forward. This might be the first opportunity for Chocolate Milkshake to try and score, but they're going to be losing some of their players right now. And it's going to be hard to get that power claim. They're going to probably forfeit it for now, and yeah, that's what's going to happen. But with about 2 minutes down, you still have 3 whole minutes to play. And remember, you only have to score 2 power claims to contest, and they don't have to be power claims. They can be multiple smaller claims. But I would say Chocolate Milkshake, they are still in this game like they had been before during Game 2. A very different pace of game than what we saw during Games 1 and 2.
Yeah, this has been one extended defense. A nice job there to at least take one out, but you got the sense that they were never really able to find the third or fourth in those engagements. And as long as that continues to fight, the opponent's going to get back into the fight quicker than you because, well, you're at their doorstep, and that's how distance works. So, again, a nice, long, sustained attempt by Chocolate Milkshake, but nothing to be had from it. Now it's the other way. The Cafeteria in the perfect position right now. You've got Karma on the crab, forcing everybody out here, and a power claim ready to jump in whenever the team deems it necessary. Shuffle it about here, run in with the Ultra Stamp. Claim one, trying to go ahead and get another. They will break the barrier. Is there any follow-up? I believe that was 3 that went down here. It's just Karma, the last one. But of course, why not? Karma cleans it up. And now it's that time of Clam Blitz where everyone starts to jump in and the points don't matter.
Yeah, and Karma did a very good job knowing that, okay, I just need to get some of these claims in. We need to extend the lead just a little bit. I might not follow up, but at least I can try and set the tone and make members of Chocolate Milk scramble, and I think that's exactly what happened. 3 specials now ready for the side of Cafeteria. That we're going to see the Zipcaster come out. We have the crab, we have the bubble that has just been deployed, and the Cafeteria picking up right where they left off. Once that basket closed, this might be a better push than they had before. 3 players are going to be down on Chocolate Milkshake. Members from the Cafeteria gathering these claims, 26 remaining, but they don't have any claims right now, and that's going to be Karma, who's actually going to be taking a few. Milk going to be taking out a key pick. Karma's going to be coming in with some of these claims, getting it down to 8. Karma trying to take out some more players, going to go down themselves, so that is where it's going to be ending at 8. Chocolate Milkshake, with 1 minute left, have a major hill they have to overcome.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult, and you see the time at the top. They're really probably only going to have 1 attempt at it, too, with the way that the Cafeteria has been defending. Now, they do have 2 power claims. That is a nice start, but where's the forward pressure? You see that they have their 52 gal who is pushed up there, but called out and gets taken out in the 1v1 anyway. I'm not sure how they were going to try to break through, maybe try to stall it out for a Trizuka or something like that. Instead, now they're just going to have to fight, and if you can't close out on a sword quickly enough, they've got the mobility to get away. This is starting to fall apart in a hurry. Thankfully, they've respawned in time, but they have a long way to go to score even one of these.
Yeah, and this is going to be really hard, because remember, you just have all these permanent point sensors on you with the power clam. 3 specials at the ready, too, for the Cafeteria. That's going to make it that much harder for Chocolate Milk. And these 3 claims is only going to get it down to 40, so there's still a lot more cleanup that you have to do, but it's going to start here with 2 picks, 3 picks. This will be the opportunity. Karma's the only one alive, trying to roll around to the side. 1 power claim, 2 power claims, 3 power claims in. The Mercy claim is still over at spawn as members of Chocolate Milkshake trying to pick up. The Wiper's going to be the one with claims coming in, getting it down. Mazelle's going to be jumping with the power claim. This will not be enough for the lead, but still a huge contending push, and it's just going to be the Gal alive. Mizel coming up, can it get it in? No, they can't. Wiper trying to jump in one more time. No, that is another player down. A huge attempt here for Chocolate Milkshake, but no, the Cafeteria shuts them down and will be moving on to Grand Finals.
Oh my god. They had enough clams, Falco.
They did.
They had enough
They
clams.
really
at the
did.
end. Oh, wow. Okay, I'll be honest, folks, here. I was starting to look at how the Grands would be shaping up to be going there when I saw that many points that they had to have, and then I believe it was, 3 went down to 1 Trizuka? They got this jump in there. Mizel did a wonderful job of winning that fight as well. This is as close as you're ever going to see a 100-8 look in what was basically one overtime here. A valiant, wonderful Hail Mary attempt by Chocolate Milkshake, but they will bow out in 3rd place, and the Cafeteria moves on for their rematch. Both of these teams desperately wanted a rematch with Triggerfish Zones. That's the only team that either of these two teams had lost to, and it's going to be the Cafeteria that will get that opportunity.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. And we mentioned that Chocolate Milkshake, they did have the claims to win. If Mizel would have gotten those 3 claims in, they would have taken over and gotten the lead. We would have been going to a game 5. But no, not the case. Cafeteria moving on. And speaking of moving on, we're going to move on to a break. We have 2 videos to show you before we move on to the Grand Finals. Take a listen. Here, as the power claim is going to be coming in, is that going to be it? Yes, it is.
Kraken will dive in and get the job done there. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy able to hold on.
Hello, I'm Kraken Mayor for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. I am the slappy brush meme, usually playing Vink.
My name is Mewtwo. I play Sloshing Machine Neo, and my role of the team is to throw point sensors at the other team.
Hey, I'm DRF. I played the Tri-Nevo, a bit midline, a bit support, a little bit of everything when it comes to coolers and fizzy bombs.
Hola, my name is Pepe. I'm mainly a frontline. I'm a one-shot V-shot player, one-shot Trizuka user. I love Zuka, like a lot, like a lot. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Vapor. I am the aggro anchor expo player, throwing a lot of explosions. Orc Schmork is they are not SG Porky, is our beautiful junior player who loves throwing bombs, playing that objective, and making sure we can get jumps back in as our strong anchor.
Let me tell you about the team dynamic.
Okay. Let's not.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kraken, I'm sorry. You know, the team dynamic for TZS, I think the vibe is just kind of like brotherly love, but like we all just want to strangle each other, you know, like in a loving and brotherly way.
We are definitely a team that rides the vibes. We try to, you know, when the high is high, we can beat anybody in the game. But you know, sometimes it can be a bit of a struggle. So we are a vibes-based team. Shout out to Brian, who has not played SAC with us so far this season.
And so going into finals, our expectations are through the roof. We want to give a shot at the teams that are at the top. The only team that's above us right now in points is Chalky Milk. Chocolate Milkshake, we want them. We want to take them out. We are gonna go out as champions. That's the expectations for us.
Oh my god.
I didn't look at the image. I thought it was another image that he posted was a foot big. Oh boy.
What more can you ask for than production value like this, folks? What an incredible trailer for what will be an incredible grand finals. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just now joining us, you joined at the right time. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy versus the Cafeteria. And what a run it has been for the Cafeteria in the losers bracket, Falco. I mean, we're going to start with them because, listen, we have watched their run up here. They have looked utterly dominant at times. They have to be feeling good coming into this.
Oh, certainly they do. Like you've mentioned, they've been making a loser's run, but let's take a look at the winners bracket here. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. They mentioned, and this was Kraken in the promo video, said, we want to take down Chocolate Milkshake. They're the only teams we need to beat. Well, they beat them in winners finals, and they're no longer contending in grands. So you did your job. There is just one more job to do, and that is to win SAC Season 9. And you were going up against a team that you fought and you beat in round 3. You beat them 3-1. So you got to just bring it back, do exactly what you needed to do. Now, if you're the Cafeteria, you have a lot to your advantage. You have been practicing a lot. You've been playing a lot. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, they've been kind of waiting around a little bit, but Triggerfish, I'm sure, has been watching the Cafeteria. So this is going to be really, really crucial between these two teams. Another thing I want to point out, DRF was not, I'm sure he was too busy TOing the gauntlet that was the CCA 4-streamed event happening. But that is over. I'm not sure if he's going to be back to play in finals now since he's on the roster. We shall see. I'm looking forward to that because he's a fantastic Tri-Slosher player. But they are going up against a very, very strong Cafeteria team who, they have proven their dominance and proven that they just will not go down.
Yeah, their team play has been absolutely masterful as they've made their run up through here. I will point out, in the last set that these two played, it was the Cafeteria that ended up winning Game 1, the only Splat Zones game that was played in that set. We will see if history repeats itself. And folks, this is one of the few times you're going to see this. Neither team running cooler here. We're back in the good old-fashioned honest days of Splatoon 3.
Whether you like it or not, and I'm sure you guys are fine with it. As Nines mentioned, we hop into here into Game 1. 2 members, 3 going to go down on the Cafeteria. It is just going to be Milk, who is very quickly sought after. Pepe and Kraken taking them down. We see those Booyahs coming out too. Triggerfish Zones with an early cap, an early lockout, and Pepe, one of their strongest finesse players, who is the Trizuka god of their team, does such a good job getting some of their key picks, holding down the fort. Water level already going to be dropping here with 420 remaining. That's going to allow Karma to break down and push down a little bit with their team members. But no, there's Mewtwo coming out with some key picks and Pepe as well. But the Cafeteria finally going to be getting the zone. 39 penalty points remaining for Triggerfish. But hey, that is a wonderful start. You got to accept that.
It is, and also it's worth noting the last 2 members that they had were spread on the far left and right sides of the map. That means that the Cafeteria really can't just pick one side to try to move forward and attack. They have to assume the threat is coming from both sides. Because of all that and that sort of positioning here, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy almost easily gets the zone back here, forces everybody else back here. You see that maybe one person got behind them there to try to slow it down here, but they're already through their penalty, Falco.
Yeah, already through it. And again, they just know how to position themselves and have quite a bit of paint to do so too with the Expo and the shot. And then Kraken Mare is a fantastic brush player, always putting themselves in spots where you just don't expect them to be. But that's exactly what brush players do. And the Cafeteria finally able to do something about this as just one player live. That is going to be Vapor the Explo, who is trying to back up a little bit, and they do. But now this is the Cafeteria's really first offensive push. And we've seen how well they've been on offense. We haven't really seen much of Triggerfish Zone's defense here on stream except for their set against Chocolate Milkshake. But Pepe trying to break in with a few of those Trizuka shots, now going to be jumping out. But the Cafeteria actually they're looking pretty good to try and contest here, but a lot of penalty points for Triggerfish Zones if they do take it over.
Yeah, if they do take it over here, that's what both Trizukas that went out there. And finally, I think Karma contributed to all 4 of the takeouts there. That was an incredible show right there. Again, no penalty right here. That was a full exchange from both teams in set play. That was all specials. Everybody involved, and they held through it here. At this point, there's going to be lots of bombs coming in at the zone, and certainly at least one of these Trizukas. They're going to try to use that to break through here. Can Brendan get over there to clean up on one? Yes, that is one going down. They're all going to look at zone at this point. No, they lose it. They lose lose it that quick? Vapor, oh my gosh, the Explosion is so strong, everybody. Why do more people not play this weapon? Unbelievable how they took that in that moment here. I think that the Cafeteria had no idea it was going to flip over that quickly.
Yeah, and that's one of the struggles with facing a weapon like Explo. You don't see it a ton, you don't see it a lot, and then it just has a ton of paint whenever it does paint. So, and especially for a zone like Mahi that's not that big and can flip over pretty easily, there's always going to be a lot of back and forth. And speaking of back and forth here, we do see a lot of that back and forth. 2v2s going on right now. Karma versus the Splashdowns, taking down Vapor, taking down the Splashdown, also taking down Mewtwo. It is just going to be Pepe alive for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. And look at this, 19-18, 40+ penalty points for both of these teams. I swear, once these teams get in their lockouts and get themselves situated, there's no stopping either of these players.
Oh man, Brendan going for it all right there. Was able to take one out. I think Kraken got away without taking too much damage. So yeah, we'll push forward there and start to punish people there. Nice job moving right through. And you know, you gotta love the whole thing that this Explo opens up. I know we've talked about Explo a lot, but hear me out. Bombs are really strong. We all know that. And Explo, when you're in these long sustained firefights where there's all these chip damage, each of those Explo shots can functionally feel like a bomb if it hits. You give up so much space. It allows Kraken to run forward and close in on it. They've done such a fantastic job. They'll go ahead and add another point to their total. And with the margins this slim, that 1 point might be the one that makes the difference.
Yeah, it might be that one that makes a difference. And I think it's going to be more important here with under 40 seconds remaining right now. And if you're the Cafeteria, you've got to be really glad you're in this position, that you have the zone. You do have quite a bit of penalty points, and you just need to hold on for a little bit longer to take the lead. But no, just one of their players alive. The wipeout, absolutely huge for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, able to cap and once again take the lead as we see Vapor trying to paint some more just over on the side, and more of the players trying to get themselves in a lockout. I would imagine if you're Triggerfish Zones, you're just building up your specials, waiting at the last moment to use them. But also the Cafeteria, they need to unload themselves right now and use these specials. Karma trying to paint the zone to contest it, and they do, but Vapor with that splashdown right after the zone, and that's going to be enough. Vapor with the huge save for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, and they're going to be taking game one.
Can you believe that we have now seen a GG splashdown? I mean, think of it. We've had the GG Ray, we've had the GG Booyah, we've had GG Reef, just about every sort of GG, and now we have GG splashdown, and you could not come up with a better map mode combination for that weapon. I mean, maybe Marlin Airport, but that's it, and I don't think we're going to be seeing that in this set. Vapor certainly the MVP going on in there. Even was the person who took out, I believe, the dually Squelchers in that long scrum that ended up being a full-on wipeout. Great work by Triggerfish Zone Supremacy there. That was a map, I think, that really played to their strengths, but you can see their brand of Splatoon just by watching it here. Throw bombs, throw point sensors, force people away, use positioning, and just little bits of chip damage to get your players up to make it happen. And whenever you have double Trizuka, you know that the opponent is always a little worried about bunching up because you can flip it back immediately.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's so hard to figure out when to use those specials at the last minute because you're just so tempted to throw your specials, no matter who has it, if you're on the offensive side or defensive side, if you have the zone or not, to throw it at the zone. And I think what worked out perfect for Vapor is the crab was running out. They could splash down once the Cafeteria had the zone. But we did see some strikes come out from the Cafeteria, but they were just a little too late for them to try and get the win. So a lot of back and forth in that game, and we're probably going to be seeing a lot of back and forth in game 2 here. Inkblood Art Academy, tower control, and I mean, we saw the Cafeteria play this earlier. We know Triggerfish can do really well in this map mode combo as well. So I think this is going to be a really good game 2 that we're about to see, Nine.
Well, take a break here, take a breath. I do want to point out that in the last set, I kind of hinted at this earlier, but now that we flipped the script, it's even more important. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy in their previous set won 2 games on tower control and 1 game on clan blitz against the Cafeteria. So for the Cafeteria, your big counter picks that you've been able to rely on, you're not going to get, but you know, statistics be thrown out the window. We're just going to go right back to where we counterpicked them in the previous set. They lost it last time. Clearly they have something that they figured out that they want to try to change, and it may be the decav coming out from Brendan. Previously, we only saw this on Clan Blitz.
Yeah, I think using the bubble on tower control is always something you want to do. We're going to be seeing a very quick trade there. 2 players now going to be going down on the Cafeteria, but Milk not really giving up their positioning quite yet. Really in a scramble, just trying to take on one of their players, but still alive. They're doing such a good job finally taken down there by Mewtwo, who's now going to be taken down by Karma, and there's, again, just kind of all this back and forth where Triggerfish zones, they're winning these 1v1s, and they have control of the tower as well. We do see a player, I believe they're behind the tower still, as Pepe was trying to identify them during their second Zuka shot, but quickly past that first checkpoint. Triggerfish zone ahead of the checkpoint, 3 players down. They're in a very, very good position, 9.
And I mean, positioning is the name of the game right here. The way that they've all moved and come on, I'm trying to compliment you here. The way that they've moved to kind of keep this pressure going and open some of these things, it shows that, again, they've played together for quite some time. They've played with this sort of archetype of a comp to move forward as well. They moved up at the right time. They didn't waste any time. They sort of eliminated the dead frames in their gameplay to move up here. Now they've got a chance to at least build a couple of specials to use on the defensive side. They gave up an awful lot of space to do it, but as long as the points don't follow, you can give up as much space as you want. They're going to crash right in, take 2 players out. It's just going to be 1 on the tower, and you know the sloshing machine is going to eat that for breakfast. So, I mean, I think they've done an okay job here. They've closed it out 74. They lost their first checkpoint, but then never really felt super threatening.
No, not at all, and I think that's what Triggerfish Zone Supremacy does really well. They know how to split themselves up and not bunch together where they're all going to be going down, and they've done doing such a good job winning their 1v1s at really key moments, especially early on in this game. But now they're going to be in a position where they're going to be struggling a little bit as Kraken's the only one alive, trying to just run around. And of course, you're the Ink Brush. You're not even swinging. There you go. There's your swinging around that you need to do to take out one of the players. But they are doing a good job just staying alive. And like you mentioned, 9, now the Cafeteria is going to be trying to push past where they were before at 74. And it looks like they're going to be doing it approaching the second checkpoint. But will it be enough for them to take the lead in a 2v2 situation? 2v2s in this point, or this part, are only going to work out for the Cafeteria. And Karma's able to take out Mewtwo and take the lead. So kind of these trades, these, you know, splat for splat, always going to be benefiting the team who's on offense as long as one of the players are on the tower, and it's really working out well for the Cafeteria.
Yeah, that was such a bizarre thing. We were kind of specking Kraken there, who was kind of working around as everybody else on the team had already gotten taken out. So partway through that engagement, I think the members of the Cafeteria were like, okay, we lost Brush. Let's just go. Like, we cannot keep chasing this Brush down. We have more pressing things that we're going to have to deal with at this point. All the way down to 35 there, getting into these trade situations. Their comp, I think, should be a little bit better to force those trades, even if they weren't attacking. So certainly something that they are strong with here. Slightly overexposing there is Mewtwo. Karma, who has really found a nice stride in this game with the world's strongest burst bombs, is going to continue to move back forward here and hold a decent chunk of the middle of the map. At this point, it seems like we've got just an elongated battle for control of the middle of the map that will finally be very aggressively pulled away by Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. Pepe and Mewtwo, the exact members you'd want to be leading the charge. If this Trizuka gets big value here, they could take the lead right back.
Yeah, unfortunately it did not. It displaced, but it also got 2 assists. So this actually might work out well for Triggerfish, and this is the moment they need to take the lead. They don't need to take that 3rd checkpoint. They just need to take the lead at this point, and it looks like they might not, but here comes a splash on from Vapor to try and stay alive. Pepe is on the tower. That is going to be enough for the lead. The tower is in the opponent's bubble, but hey, do what you need to do to get that lead with 1 minute remaining. Regroup, knowing the Cafeteria is going to get back into mid, but hey, now in this neutral position, if everything goes even, we are going to be the ones who are going to be on the upper edge. So that is absolutely huge for Triggerfish Zone's Supremacy at this time, as Kraken's trying to take out some from behind, and the Whale's going to be coming out too. That is going to be delayed, almost wipe there. It looks like some of the players are a little bit scattered, but this is working out very well for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy as the Cafeteria trying to regroup once again. They'll need to build their specials pretty quickly if they want to stop this train from rolling over.
Yeah, nothing more you can ask for from your Brush in that scenario. To just run in, go ahead and put a little hit on the opponent there, get everybody to turn away and break any momentum before it can get started here. It's a lot harder than it looks at a high level. These players are very, very good at taking you down once they start firing at you. But here we go. Just 17 seconds left on the clock. 1 member already down here. Brendan moves way up, and I don't even know what got them there in that spot, but it doesn't matter because Pepe had come all the way around, swinging on the backside anyway. They're going to make a rush at the tower here, a chance for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy to pad their KDs, and they will go ahead and take that by taking out the poor Thule Squelcher. And I don't want to say it's 2 games in a row with a GG splashdown, but I want to point out the brilliance of Vapor using that splashdown in perfect conjunction with a teammate jumping into tower. Because that works just long enough to get everybody to start shooting at the giant, 3 fists that are about to come down at you. So you stop firing at the tower. And it was only Vapor who was on the tower at that point. So stalling out just long enough to jump somebody else in, the margin's so slim there. So this is 2 games in a row that a well-timed splashdown, of all things, is what cements the game.
Yeah, and I think what makes it really important too is the Cafeteria. In that moment, they're gonna be doing a double take, like we mentioned in a few of the previous sets. Where if I have any moment where I'm hesitant, that is not good. I need to be solid on who I am taking out, whether it's the person jumping, whether it's the person using splashdown, and yeah, Triggerfish Zones and Vapor in particular with the splashdown did such a good job sealing the deal there. And Triggerfish, again, they just know how to position themselves and know where to go, especially after winning some of those 1v1s too. Very, very strong for them. Now, for the Cafeteria, they're down 2-0. They need to win this game. We've seen what they've chosen before, that they are able to choose with some of their comps that are something that Triggerfish, I don't think, has faced. I mean, they haven't faced them yet, obviously, this set, but before, I want to choose clams. I want to choose clams if I'm the Cafeteria 9. I think that has to be the mode that's chosen.
Yeah, listen, you've lost 3 games in a row on tower control to Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. At a certain point, you just have to acknowledge that they've got something over you on that mode here. Yes, you lost Clam Blitz last time, but it was also on Crab Leg Capital. Very, very different from the other modes that you have found, or other maps rather, that you have found success on that mode. So if you're gonna go triple sword, just send it back to Barnacle and Dime, all right? You've looked so strong on that one. Go with that. If it doesn't work, it's been your strongest map mode, and you'll live with the result at that point. You don't really have a choice. But for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, I mean, how strong this has been, and they are throwing everything the other direction here. Okay, Splat Zones, I guess, makes sense. That's the one mode that you've won against Triggerfish Zone Supremacy on if you're the Cafeteria, but Umami Ruin, I wonder why this?
Yeah, well, I can only think the only reason they immediately wouldn't want to choose clams is because Kraken is a fantastic clams player. Plays brush, knows how to finesse the field, put themselves in positions, and you know brush players when you play Clam Blitz. You know how they are. So I could see that being something they've considered where, okay, we've done our research and we kind of know what Triggerfish might throw at us, so we're not super comfortable doing that quite yet. But the problem is you don't have room for error. This is kind of it if it doesn't work out for you. This is it if it doesn't work out for you. You're not going to have any more counter picks except for potentially a bracket reset. So it's all going to start here in game 3. But let's see if Triggerfish Zone Supremacy can close it out in a 3-0 fashion, or if the Cafeteria can bring it on and progress the set to a game 4 or 5.
Here we go, folks. Take a look at the comps here. No big changes from either team. This is sort of what brought them here. This is, again, just so scary, though. Of course, everything that you've laid out here, Falco, for why this game is so important. Of course, it's the last game, too. But I will say even these fights, because if that Explo is able to get up in an aggressive position, there's not a whole lot of avenues you can take out of spawn, and it can get nasty in a hurry. Yes, you'll get 10 points early on here, and Brendan's still in a nice position to try to make an attack going here. But you've got to find some stability. You've got to find it quick. It's just Vapor now. Certainly, there should be an opportunity here to get some solid control. Don't go too far forward and throw away someone meaninglessly here, as one does go down, man. If you're not used to playing against Explo, it can be so difficult to escape. And that's a white. Gosh, they're so efficient.
They're so good. The Vapor cracking combo, the whole combo of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy did such a good job. And of course, it was right before that the Cafeteria may have taken the lead. And look at this, all 4 members already pushed up. And Vapor and Mewtwo in the spots they need to be. Mewtwo trying to take out one, but it's going to be going down. Karma once again. We always see Karma when they're using the crab. They're a splash player. They get crabs every 10 seconds anyway, so, it's not surprising. But able to finally contest the zone. The Cafeteria trying to get some picks too, and it's hard. It's just so hard to take down members of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy with how quick they move and how well they time their shots, Nine.
Yeah, how well they time it. Again, the margin's so slim, and I think even there, Vapor got away. Like, swam along just far enough with an incredibly slow weapon and then jumped out. Gave enough room here. You saw that the Cafeteria didn't even get the opportunity to go up to their opponent's doorstep, and now you have to play the guessing game against this double Trizuka composition, right? Again, you can't bunch up too closely together. You have to separate, otherwise you risk a couple going down. That is one going down here from Mewtwo, who should be able to take this zone somewhat uncontested, but no, it was the one weapon that could outrange it that was waiting for them on the other side. Now they're pushed up pretty well. They identify where Kraken is coming from. Kraken takes a good shot to the face at that point. Here we go. This is finally an opportunity for the Cafeteria to put some serious points on the board. Karma's got the crab. They should be able to stall this out for some big points, and they even take out a Trizuka Falco.
Yeah, taking out Pepe with the Trizuka is absolutely huge because Pepe's been one of those players who's been taking out 2-3 players at a time with their Zuka, and this is the most solid lead the Cafeteria has had yet so far. Azuka's going to be coming out, but Brendan's going to quickly be covering up the paint, but 3 players down. Can Triggerfish Zone get there in time? And it looks like they will. They are going to contest, giving 67 penalty points to the Cafeteria. So huge for the Cafeteria for getting down that far, but it is still a major uphill battle to win because Triggerfish Zones, we know what they're capable of from everything we have seen before. Once they get in their positions, and it looks like Vapor is already in a good spot too, and Pepe and Mewtwo trying to build up their Zukas as well, this is really where the Cafeteria needs to be careful and trying to break back in.
Yep, and it appears they did just that there. They took out Kraken very early on in that engagement, and then they went ahead and forced Vapor back. At that point, it was just identifying where those other two were and moving in. But look at this. All of that they did right, and it was just to go 3 down. That is your reward for playing everything right. That's not a big penalty, Falco. That's going to be gone in a hurry.
Yeah, that will be gone in a hurry, especially with how well and how pushed up these Triggerfish Zone Supremacy players are. You have to watch out for Milk, who's trying to come in here. They're going to be going down in the pit, but they're going to be going down as well. So penalty points almost done now for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. Just a little bit over 1 minute remaining, and they still have the Zuka online from Pepe, who's going to be using it now, but they do take out Pepe. Penalty points are now gone. Cafeteria trying to push in a 3v3 situation. 2 players now down on Triggerfish Zones. Here comes some strikes. They need to cap it right now, but the splashdown coming out in time too. Who is going to get it? It's going to be the Triggerfish Zones who takes the lead. 1 minute remaining, 9. Lots of penalty points, but the game has changed in control for Triggerfish Zones.
I swear if I have to talk about triple splashdown saving a game for the 3rd game in a row, I'm going to scream here. Stalled it just long enough for them to once again take the lead. An extended firefight will go the way of the Cafeteria. But such a huge penalty they're going to have to get through. Already having a hard time getting any more points off of it. Here you see Karma trying to build a crab. Needs to find somebody with this here. Stalling will not be enough. You need something big. Taking out Vapor is exactly who you'd want to at that point. You can see now waiting out. Takes out another one there. That is 2 down here. And they know where this last member is with Mewtwo. Now Mewtwo does have this Trizuka here. Is probably going to wait for a couple other members of the team in order to get maximum value. They only need 1 more cap in order to take this. Here it comes, folks. A couple going down on one side, a couple going down on the other side. It's just going to be Vapor who comes in again with it. Will it be long enough? Will it stall it long enough? We're into overtime. Everybody going, and you're not going to outpaint this comp. Absolutely not. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. I cannot believe for 3 games in a row, Falco. I cannot believe it. Triple splashdown at the right time, steals 3 leads. Well, I guess preserves 1 lead, but the point's still the same. 3-0. What a dominant showing. What a great set. What a mighty champion this team is.
Absolutely, and this was the closest game we had so far. You can see here the moments where the Cafeteria were trying to break in. We're going to just see specials unleashed from both teams. This is all hands on deck. Every special, including that wave breaker, is just going to be thrown into the zone. But here's that triple splashdown you were mentioning coming soon into overtime right now. That is going to be, or well, happened a little bit earlier, but yeah, it was absolutely huge for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy for getting this win. We mentioned at the very beginning, their goal was to take down Chocolate Milkshake. They did that in Winners Finals. The only thing left to do was to win SAC. They got 5th during Qualifier 1, 5th during Qualifier 2, 3rd during Qualifier 3. Didn't play in the 4th Qualifier, but win where it needed to happen against 11 of the best teams playing here. In the Cafeteria, man, they are a team that kept us on our toes the entire time 9, from any game that was going to be coming out and how well they could respond to all the Clan Blitz shenanigans that we love to see with their 3 swords come out. Oh, this game 3 was really a make it or break it moment for them, but Triggerfish Zone Supremacy was always just one step ahead.
Yeah, one step ahead, and I mean, this is, you know, where experience gets you. I mean, I don't know about you, Falco. I feel like I've been commentating Triggerfish Zone Supremacy games for like 6 years now. That might not be an exaggeration. I mean, to say that these are veterans of the game and of the scene would be, you know, a very apt description here. And there are those scramble moments at the end of the game where you know exactly what resources you have. You know what is enough to either steal the lead, preserve a lead, whatever it is. You know the order of operations, the priority targets, where you need to crossfire your double Trizukas. And it's wonderful when it all works, when it all comes together, especially with a team that is stuck with such a stable comp, a stable roster for so long. Just a round of applause, respect all around for both of these teams, respect for Triple Splashdown. I can't believe I'm saying that, but again, a mighty, mighty champion here in Season 9. You get a little emotional seeing a team that's been around this long get the reward. You lose a lot in competitive video gaming, as it turns out, and when you finally do get to climb up that mountain and mark yourself as a champion, there's no better feeling.
Right, and of course, with a lot of the teams that they faced here, like you mentioned, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, one of the teams, it was them and I think Myopsidus and even Helios, who have been around for quite some time. And there are other teams who have been playing, like Manta Fanclub, who have like risen the ranks very, very quickly to get to themselves at this point, and a few pickups as well that have been contesting here. But when you see a team like Triggerfish Zone Supremacy and how solid they have been, it really becomes rewarding as a player on that team and as a spectator. It really shows that like when you practice and you learn from your practicing, you can thrive and do so well. And there's no greater reward than winning SAC Season 9, taking down some of the toughest competition we have here in the Western scene. It has been really, really incredible to see.
Such a great show, and I think this is going to be close to the end of our show, Falco. Of course, there are many, many thanks. A production like this does not come together overnight, and it is certainly not the work of 1, 2, or even only 3 people. You all saw the great production value that went in on the team previews saw today. One trailer that breaking things out. Falco, we have a spread that everybody getting the kudos and respect to the wonderful people put this on. Where can people find you? I believe our time is running short.
Yeah, you can find Falco Flyer on Blue Sky, Falco Flyer on Twitch, and I will also be on Mike's for CCA. You can find 4 CCA stream on CCA _ Splatoon, Splatoon, and on the CCA YouTube channel. Where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at 9holegrains. Very uncommon name, I think, so I don't really have to try super hard to get it both places, but you'll also be able to see me on CAA tomorrow as well. Seems like, you know, with 43, you need a lot of commentators. Sure enough, rank both our phones, then if you enjoyed our work today, you'll be able to see it tomorrow, where more incredible Splatoon will be played. But everybody, thank you so much for joining us here today for the SAC Season 9 Finals. Enjoy that half reel. Until next time, stay fresh.
We keep running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after, yeah. We keep up with disaster. I'm thinking